I had been living in a family full of indifference and oppression. My family treated me like a servant and even told me that I was not worthy of eating at the same table with them. For many years, I lived worse than a dog, with hardly a trace of warmth. Until the sudden fire, I, who donated a kidney to my younger brother, was abandoned by my family in the fire. As the fire burned, I looked at them in despair and called out to them, but they left without mercy. My body ached until I passed out. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back to the day when my mother punished me. The difference was that this time, I decided not to endure it anymore. I flipped over the dining table and turned away. Never looked back. Bang! A crisp slap landed on my face, my head slammed against the table, and blood quickly flowed out. George, you knew your brother didn't like onions. So why did you put onions in the porridge? Did you do that on purpose? My mother's voice was cold, and she pointed at me, her tone full of anger and blame. George, why can't you just listen to your mother? It's so annoying. She continued to scold loudly, her voice like needles piercing my ears. Your brother's allergic to onions. You are so stupid and foolish. Every word she said hit me like a hammer. When will you be as sensible as your brother? The eldest sister Angela and the second sister Yuki also interrupted impatiently. I felt a sharp pain in my head, and the slap just now almost made me lose consciousness. Then a familiar memory came to my mind. I looked down at the woman who was scolding me, and I knew in my heart that she was my mother, Maria. Sitting next to me are my oldest sister Angela, my second sister Yuki, my third sister Ella, and my fourth sister Lily. The one eating silently with his head bowed is my father, David. Lucas, his younger brother, who was sitting nearby and being comforted by his mother, had a look of pity on his face. I'm reborn. This thought exploded in my mind, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. This scene is so familiar to me. My younger brother Lucas doesn't like onions, but I deliberately put onions in the porridge I cooked tonight. Everyone thinks I put it there on purpose, but my memory tells me that I put onions on purpose. It's my younger brother. He framed me behind my back. Following the script of my previous life, I once again made my family unhappy. I was destined to be punished to kneel in the living room tonight and not allowed to eat. George, apologize to your brother right now. Came the eldest sister Angela's angry voice, her face full of disgust. I looked up and saw my mother Maria still comforting Lucas, while my third and fourth sisters were heartbroken. But no one cared about the blood oozing from my forehead. Everyone's eyes were filled with anxiety. The focus is always on my younger brother Lucas. I whispered, almost to myself. Kneel down in the living room and don't eat. The mother had a dignified look on her face and a cold and hard tone. My mood instantly plummeted. I apologized and begged that this was just a dream. I hoped that after my rebirth, the Yi family would love me instead of disgust and rejection. But the facts told me that once I was reborn, nothing has changed. At that moment, the severe pain in my heart made it almost impossible for me to breathe. I remember in my previous life, when I was 3 years old, I was lost due to my grandfather's negligence and was adopted by an orphanage. The Yi family searched for me for many years and finally gave birth to my younger brother Lucas. The arrival of my younger brother made my family dote on him instead of me. It was not until 4 years ago that the Yi family finally took me home from the orphanage. The days of the orphanage were lonely and helpless. The moment I returned to the Yi family, I cherished this long-lost family affection. At that time, I thought I had finally found my home and would never get lost again. In order to integrate into the new family, I tried hard to please my family. My eldest sister Angela was busy all year round and had a bad stomach, so I made porridge for her every day. My second sister Yuki was a teacher and offended a bad student. In order to protect her, I did not hesitate to clash with the gangsters. The same goes for my third and fourth sisters. I always catered to their needs. Even the Yi family disliked the chef's poor cooking, so I took the initiative to learn how to cook and prepare meals for my family every day. However, my family never really cared about me and never seemed to treat me as a real family member. Maybe it was because my grandfather passed away, so everyone thought I was a disaster when I returned home. Maybe it was because I grew up in an orphanage, so everyone thought I was dirty and had a wild personality. But I still don't care. I insist on treating people with my heart. I remember that year my grandfather arranged a marriage for me and left me 30 billion in inheritance. But I gave the inheritance to the Yi family group. It wasn't until a fire in my 20s that my family fled, leaving me alone to face the flames. Lying on the hospital bed, watching the flames consume me, that I realized that I was just The rest of the people. No one cares about me. No one pays attention to me. I am just an abandoned stray dog. I'm tired and have tried my best. This kind of family affection is not worth fighting for anymore. I thought to myself and decided to live for myself this time. I didn't put the green onions in the porridge at all. Why should I kneel? I suddenly raised my head, and my anger exploded like a beast that had been suppressed for too long. This roar shocked everyone. How dare I, who have always been timid and submissive, yell so loudly? George, what are you doing? Aren't you going to change the bad habits you picked up in the orphanage? The mother's voice was filled with anger. The second sister, Yuki, couldn't help but say, George, when did you become so disobedient? If you make a mistake, you should admit it. Do you think your mother will wrongly accuse you? I didn't back down. Haven't you wronged me enough? George, how do you talk to your mother? If you're being wronged, you should speak out. It's not like people won't listen. My father suddenly slammed the table in an angry tone, as if he was scolding a subordinate. I sneered. When have you ever believed me when I told you about my grievances? When have you ever listened to my explanations? Everyone was stunned and suddenly realized that what I said seemed to make sense. Yes, they never really listened to my explanation and always felt that I, a child from an orphanage, could not be trusted. Okay, everyone stop fighting over me. This is all my fault. I like eating onions. I put them there. At this moment, Lucas suddenly cried out, eating the porridge in the bowl, as if he was wronging himself and calming down the fight. Brother, how could you indulge him? The eldest sister Angela and the second sister Yuki's faces changed, and their eyes became even more disgusted. How can you eat these when you were allergic to onions as a child? The mother immediately snatched Lucas's bowl and glared at him. Get down on your knees. You're not allowed to eat tonight. She picked up the ruler and hit him hard a few times as a warning. I clenched my fists, and I was filled with rage. Even though I had been through this before, it was still painful to experience it again, as if everything was repeating itself. Especially Lucas's disguise, which made me extremely sick. This brother is best at pretending to be innocent and pure and getting the love of the family. But in fact, he has long been full of resentment towards me, because my existence took away all his love and the Yi family's wealth. Bang! The mother slammed the table again. George, I don't want to repeat what I said. Kneel down immediately. I did nothing wrong. Why should I kneel? I cooked tonight's meal. If you don't like it, then don't eat it. I responded coldly, feeling disheartened. I propped my hands on the table and flipped it over. The dishes fell to the ground with a loud noise. I didn't even look at them again and walked out of the room without looking back. From now on, I will part ways with the Yi family. It was not until I returned to the room that Maria and the others realized what was happening. They looked at the food scattered all over the floor, as if they had been slapped in the face. Today, I seem to have changed into a different person, no longer the obedient one. George, I am stuffed. The fourth sister, Lily, broke the silence in the living room, snorted coldly, and turned back to her room. At the Yi family, Lily and I had almost no communication. In the 4 years we were together, she and I had only spoken no more than 10 sentences. She is not someone who cares about me. On the contrary, she has always been the coldest and meanest person. She never bothered to talk to me, as if I was not worth mentioning at all. George actually dared to lift the table. The Yi family gave him good food and drink, but he actually did this. Really? It's better to have a dog than him. If he doesn't change his bad habits, he will go to jail sooner or later. Old Yi, as the head of the family, why don't you take care of him? In an instant, Mother Maria gritted her teeth and let out an angry cry. She sat in the chair and rubbed her temples, obviously suffering from a headache due to anger. George, why don't you bring me some essential oil? The eldest sister, Angela, suddenly shouted, but after she finished shouting, she seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing. In the past, whenever her mother frowned, it meant she had a headache, and George would immediately and obediently reach for the Fenjiujing. But today, she knew that this would never happen again. Auntie Wong, bring me the Fenjiujing. Angela had no choice but to shout, then reluctantly ordered, make another meal. Aunt Wong came out, rubbing her apron, looking embarrassed. Miss, didn't you say that the food I cooked was not to your taste? The food that fifth young master cooks is made according to your taste. Auntie Wong, don't mention him. Maria suddenly cursed. He is not the fifth young master. He is just a stray dog. Wang Ma lowered her head instantly and dared not speak again. She didn't know why George was so resistant today, but she knew that the fifth young master had endured for so long and finally exploded, which was not a big deal. Outside, Auntie Wong, just make some porridge. Father David whispered, By the way, stew some shark fin for Xiao Xiu. He will take the college entrance examination soon. Don't let him be affected. These words temporarily calmed the atmosphere in the Yi family, and everyone decided to put today's matter aside for the time being and settle the score with George tomorrow. Maria said viciously, George must not eat tonight, not even a grain of rice. If he doesn't go hungry, he won't know what manners are. Mother Wong hesitated to speak, but finally nodded silently. 3 years ago, George stopped eating dinner with everyone. He was only responsible for cooking and either didn't eat or ate instant noodles. The reason was that 3 years ago, he overslept because of a fever, resulting in a late dinner. The whole family was hungry, and the mother announced in anger that George was not allowed to eat with the family. At this time, George returned to his room. The room was just a nanny's room, extremely small, with notes all over the wall. My eldest sister likes to eat hard noodles. She often socializes and has to eat something light. My brother doesn't like onions. Dad likes to eat braised pork, sweeter. Mom likes it spicy, a little spicier than normal. In order to please his family, George learned how to cook, memorized everyone's tastes, and even cooked different dishes every day. But they enjoyed their meal, but still scolded him and refused to let him sit at the table. Thinking about it now, it's really funny. George looked at the photo frame of his grandfather on the desk, tears silently falling. In the Yi family, only Grandpa treated him the best. I remember the day I returned to the Yi family. Grandpa hugged him, cried with excitement, feeling extremely guilty. If I hadn't lost him that year, I wouldn't have. Enduring so much pain. Grandpa, I used to think that losing relatives meant losing home, but now I know that when I was 3 years old, I'd already lost all my family members. George stroked the photo frame gently, put it carefully into his school bag, and began to pack his things, planning to leave the Yi family. From today on, I will no longer have anything to do with the Yi family. He packed his school uniform and gradually became more determined. In my last life, my grandfather left me a legacy and a will, telling me that the legacy was for me. But I foolishly used it to help the Yi group, and in the end, Lucas took it all away. Go. I'm so stupid. No one in this life can touch this money. George suddenly thought that his grandfather might have realized something before he died. Otherwise, he would not have given half of his property to David and left the money to himself. Angela, they will definitely have a miserable life. Lucas will never let them go. He remembered that when he became a vegetable, Lucas once said that he was not a descendant of the Yi family. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the cell phone rang. George took out the worn-out cell phone, which was covered with tape, and saw a message from Olivia. George, what's wrong? I haven't seen you send a message all day. Are you unhappy? Olivia is Olivia. She was a friend of George's from the orphanage, but was taken away after she found her parents. Xia Xia, I have decided to leave the Yi family. Huh? What happened? I don't want to be hurt anymore. Don't worry, I will be fine. Well, you've suffered in the Yi family, so what are you going to do next? I want to start my own business and don't want to work for others all my life. I feel that my grandfather's death was unjust, and I want to get to the bottom of it. The two chatted happily, but George fell asleep while they were chatting because he had a head injury and hadn't eaten dinner. The next morning, Maria's family was having breakfast when George came out with his school bag. The mother took one look and nearly exploded in anger. George, it's okay that you lost your temper last night, but why did you deliberately not make breakfast today? You are so shameless. Normally, George's cooking was to their taste, and the family didn't even need a chef, but today, he deliberately didn't cook. Lucas was sitting there obediently, comforting her, Mom, my brother might be in a bad mood. Don't be angry. Why should I be so worried? Maria was furious. Just because George is in a bad mood, he should take it out on us? I'm his mother, not a punching bag. George came over at this time, without a trace of concession in his eyes, and said coldly, Maria, the dignified Yi family, do I have to make breakfast? Am I your servant? In the past 3 years. How much salary do you give me? Everyone was stunned by this shout. Yesterday's George would never have spoken like that. Today he was so tough that he even called Maria by her name. George, what's your attitude? Where's your upbringing? Where's your manners? Father David slammed the table and said angrily, Kneel down immediately and apologize to your mother, otherwise I will break your dog legs today. David, I'm a human, not a dog. I'm not born to serve you. George's voice suddenly became louder, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Thinking back to his previous life, he served the Yi family like a dog, but ended up dying in a sea of fire, and no one cared about him. Now, George decided he doesn't want this family relationship anymore. I don't care what you think, but there are some things that need to be made clear today. He pulled 3 agreements out of his bag and plopped them on the table. This agreement is in triplicate. Please sign it. From now on, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Everyone looked at the agreement, their hearts stopped beating, and their blood pressure rose sharply. The agreement clearly stated, George is no longer related to the Yi family. 3 copies of one piece of paper, a cold reality. George, what is this thing you brought? Your mother is right. You have become a bad person since you returned to the orphanage. David was furious. Brother, apologize quickly. Dad is angry. Lucas interrupted sarcastically, and a sharpness in his words stung George undisguisedly. You always scold Mom and Dad and do disgusting things behind their backs, but we are a family. Lucas pretended to persuade them, but was actually trying to sow discord. Shut up, George yelled, furious at his brother's pretense of concern. Tomorrow is Xiaoxiu's birthday. We originally wanted to have you celebrate with us, but the way you behaved today really disappointed us. You are not worthy of him in any way. Yuki snorted coldly, her tone full of sarcasm and contempt. George sneered. On Lucas' birthday, I am the one who is teased and has to endure not showering. It's the same every year. Do you know what my birthday is? The atmosphere froze instantly, and everyone was silent. They had never remembered his birthday, and they didn't even know when it was. Lucas' birthdays were always attended, with 5-star hotels, 2-story cakes, and George, an insignificant presence. You're resisting like this. Did you steal something and are trying to escape? Ella sneered and snatched George's school bag to search through it. However, there was only a set of whitish school uniform and a photo frame in the school bag. Lucas looked at the photo frame. His face turned pale instantly, and he whispered, "This is Grandpa." His fingers were shaking, his eyes were full of fear, and he suddenly fell down, breaking the glass. George roared, "You broke Grandpa's photo frame. I will kill you." At this moment, he almost collapsed. His grandfather's photo frame was his only memory and a little warmth in his life. "Brother, I didn't mean it. Don't do this." Lucas panicked and fell to the ground groaning. George ignored his brother's cries and frantically picked up the debris on the ground, his hands stained with blood. This scene stunned everyone. Yuki's eyes flashed with mixed emotions, but then she said coldly, "You are in such a hurry to leave. Are you afraid of leaving evidence behind?" She ordered Ella to continue searching, but there was still nothing in the bag. Suddenly, Lucas fell to the ground, covering his head in pain. "My head hurts." But he was not injured, but he landed on his butt, looking very miserable. "George, you're such a rebel." David roared and kicked George. A kick came, and George hit the corner of the table. Blood gushed out again. He was shaking all over, but no one looked at him. Yuki frowned at the bleeding George and still ignored him. "George, do you deserve sympathy?" Maria sneered. Dr. Liu came and checked Lucas, with a subtle puzzlement in his eyes. "George has lost too much blood and is weak." George stood up stubbornly like the god of death and continued to pick up the fragments of the photo frame. At that moment, his lonely and stubborn figure pierced everyone's heart. "I shed a little blood last night, and a little more today. This blood is the blood you used to give birth to me, and it's returning today." His voice was cold, as if he had no emotions, and blood oozed from his hands. There was a wavering look in Yuki's eyes, but she still couldn't face George's insistence. "I owe you for what I have done in 4 years. 3,000 a month, 36,000 a year, for years is 150,000. I will pay you back the money sooner or later," George said in a cold and ruthless tone. Maria was furious again. "George, are you mad at us? You were fine a few days ago. Why did you suddenly go crazy last night?" George shook his head. "I don't want anything. I just want to leave you. You've grown independent, haven't you? You could just leave like that. Are you going to repay your parents' kindness in this way?" Maria slammed the table and stood up. George looked at her coldly, his eyes full of sneers and sarcasm. "Since returning from the orphanage, I have been looking for the love of my parents, but all you gave me was ridicule, bullying, and humiliation. If you think the blood I just shed isn't enough, give me another one." He stabbed the back of his hand with a broken glass. Blood gushed out, blood and tears intertwined. At this moment, everyone was shocked. "Is this really a child?" Dr. Liu shouted in panic. "Fifth young master, no more bleeding." He looked anxiously at David, whose face was livid, but he was also worried. If George died of blood loss, How could the Yi family escape unscathed? Bring me the agreement, David ordered coldly. After signing his name, he looked directly at George and said, "Do you think I will tolerate you if you threaten us with this? If you leave, I want to see how you survive." George took the agreement and sneered, "Thank you, Mr. David. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. I have learned to live on my own since I was 3 years old, and it will be the same in the future." Having said that, he turned and left. When Wang Ma saw George leaving, she burst into tears. "Fifth Master, why did you do this? It's just bluffing. He'll come back to beg us sooner or later." David didn't care and waved his hand for people to continue eating breakfast. After leaving the Yi family, although the pain on the back of George's hand was almost unbearable and blood was dripping, he felt more relaxed than ever before in his heart, as if he had escaped from hell on earth. "After I leave, no matter who begs me, I won't look back." He immediately went to the clinic to bandage his wounds and quickly ate something. He had not eaten since last night, and he was dizzy due to the excessive blood loss. While waiting, he sent a message to Olivia Xia. Xia, I left the Yi family. Olivia didn't reply, so George sent another message to Johnson. "I left the Yi family." Johnson was his companion in the orphanage and the only person who could understand him. Then he calculated his 5,000 yuan savings, deducted the rent and food expenses, and the remaining 3,000 yuan would be used to start business. Grandpa's inheritance can only be inherited when you're 19 years old, so I have to rely on myself during this period. George's plan after rebirth is very clear. This time, he is no longer the foolish boy who is at the mercy of others. Johnson came over, saw George's determined eyes, and patted him on the shoulder. "George, do you have any plans for the future?" "The college entrance examination," George replied with a smile. "Then start a business and make the first pot of gold." Johnson was a little surprised. "Starting a business? You have never done it. Will you lose money?" George smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, it's no problem." Suddenly, he noticed a couple dressed in Hong Kong and Taiwan style walked into the noodle shop. Their clothes caught his attention. Oh, non-mainstream is becoming popular. George's eyes lit up, and he had a plan in mind. He decided to use the $3,000 to start a clothing business and accumulate his first pot of gold. Let's go to the provincial capital to purchase goods. Provincial capital? The train station is in chaos. Johnson was a little worried, but still accompanied George. In one afternoon, George bought a large number of goods with rich colors and avant-garde designs. These clothes will definitely sell well in the future. Johnson was stunned. $3,000 for these? Are these clothes for human beings? George smiled and said, "It's out of date. The trend will never keep up with the fashion. But if you grasp it, you can make a fortune." "Are you sure you can make money?" Johnson was still skeptical. George is confident. "We can make at least 10,000 a day. The speed is fastest in the early stage, and the market will soon be saturated." Johnson's eyes widened. 10,000? That's an astronomical figure for me. The two rented a stall and started selling. Johnson seemed a little uneasy, but George was as steady as a rock. Soon, a young couple came over and were immediately attracted by the clothes on the stall. "Mr. Lung, this dress looks great. I like this logo. Forget about love." The cold young man nodded and looked at George. "Boss, how much is it?" 100, no bargaining. George responded indifferently. Johnson was shocked that someone actually liked this fancy dress. "Are you sure it's worth 100? It's worth it. After all, it has personality." George smiled. It represents the trend. In the end, the two spent 500 yuan on several pieces of clothing. Johnson could hardly believe his eyes. 500 yuan. We made 500 yuan. George smiled and said, "With their promotion, more people will come to buy. Today's first pot of gold has begun." He was also very happy as he was getting closer and closer to the 150,000 yuan he owed the Yi family. As evening approached, everyone in the Yi family returned home and sat at the dining table waiting for dinner. Aunt Wang served a sumptuous meal that was delicious and tasty. "I'm hungry, let's eat first." The third sister, Ella, picked up her favorite braised lion's head, but quickly spit it out. "This is too disgusting. Who made it?" Others also tasted the dishes, and their faces turned ugly. "My conches are too hard. Do you know how to cook? Why is there green onion in this dish? I've told you this many times." David couldn't help but pick up his favorite braised pork, but after taking a bite, he spit it out. "What's wrong with this braised pork? Aunt Wang, come out." Aunt Wang rushed in and explained, "Master, Madam Miss, the meals were usually prepared by the fifth young master. Now that he is gone, The food the chef cooks may not suit your taste. George, the thin and stubborn boy, appeared in everyone's mind, and they suddenly remembered that he had run away from home. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. No one spoke, but they endured the discomfort and continued to eat. Their reputation would not allow them to give up. Mother Wong was secretly delighted. This was exactly the trouble they had brought upon themselves. After go to the hotel and get the chef. David could only rely on the chef of the five-star hotel. I didn't expect George to threaten us, Maria said angrily. He dared to threaten us with food, and he will definitely threaten our property next. As soon as he finished speaking, there was lightning and thunder outside, and heavy rain poured down. Angela looked out the window and gloated. It's raining heavily. Where can George go? I think he will have to be back in an hour. Yeah, the Yi family is such a big family. Who can give up being a young master and go out wandering in the rain? Ella said sarcastically. It's just bluffing. The big families on TV love to scheme the most. Who knew that we sisters are united? But this bastard is always trying to sabotage us. Her words made David glare at her, but he said nothing. Yuki looked out the window, feeling a little uneasy. She suddenly remembered George stabbing her hand with glass that morning, and his eyes were cold, very different from usual. Mom, let's let Afu go look for him. He's injured, and the doctor said he needs to rest. There was a hint of concern in Yuki's tone. Lucas also spoke up. Yeah, after all, we are a family. But the next words made everyone even more angry. At worst, we can take turns apologizing to him. Apologize? Maria sneered. We are not wrong. He is too ignorant and ungrateful. She slammed the table and said, no one is allowed to go look for him. If he wants to come back, he can come back by himself. If not, get out of here. I don't believe that we can't cure him. He came back with a bruised face. He must have been in a fight again. It would be better if he died outside. Is native. Angela also disdainfully said, with him away, I can have some peace and quiet for a few days. George is too ignorant. No matter how we teach him, he will always be a waste. Yuki felt a little uneasy, but she also felt that he was indeed too rebellious. He must have money to run away from home, right? Maria said grimly. Come back to us when he runs out of money. Annie Wong, starting from next month, all his pocket money will be deducted. Mother Wong was silent for a moment, hesitating and not daring to speak. Why are you silent? Did you give him money again? Maria was keenly aware that something was wrong. Did you give him a lot of pocket money again? Wong Ma smiled bitterly. Madam, 3 years ago, the fifth young master had no pocket money. At that time, the master said that the fifth young master grew up outside and was afraid that he would develop bad habits, so he would not give him pocket money for 3 months. As a result, he has not given any pocket money for the past 3 years. What? Maria and Yuki were shocked and put down their chopsticks and bowls. It turns out that George has no money. Where does he live and what does he eat? Maria still didn't believe it. Did he steal your things again? Aunt Wong shook her head. 3 years ago, the fifth young master stopped eating with everyone. He worked part-time during the day and sometimes skipped dinner and brought back instant noodles. He wore school uniforms and had a pair of shoes that took him 3 years to mend. Last time I saw the sixth young master lost his Nike shoes and wanted to give them to the fifth young master, but the second young lady stopped him and said that she would not give them to him even if he threw them away. The more Wong Ma spoke, the more anxious she became. She couldn't help but say, I know it's not easy for the fifth young master. Seeing him working so hard, I feel really bad. Yuki recalled the past and felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She remembered that on her birthday last year, George used his savings from his part-time job to buy her favorite lipstick, but she ended up throwing it away in disgust. That lipstick cost more than 5,000 yuan. How could he afford to buy it? Yuki's eyes twinkled and she asked, how much does he make as a part-timer? It seems to be 18,000. 18,000? Buying a lipstick that costs more than 5,000. Yuki was stunned. George was reluctant to eat or wear anything, and even reluctant to buy instant noodles, but he bought her a lipstick. She suddenly realized that in the past 4 years, she had never really understood him or even paid attention to anything about him. Especially when she thought about what she had said. The Yi family did not treat him unfairly. She felt deeply ashamed. Just come back and say sorry, that's all. You're so stupid that you don't even bother to tell me you have no money. How can you compare to Xiaoxiu? You can't accomplish anything big with that brain. David lit a cigarette, let out his resentment, and felt a little more at ease. You have to change your bad temper. We're doing this for his own good. Maria changed her tone and looked at Yuki. You go to school to pick him up tomorrow. Yuki nodded with a dizzy head. She suddenly asked, Sister, how much pocket money do you have per month? 1 million. I'll give you 100,000. Where's my brother? He doesn't have a penny, but he's giving us money instead. The air froze instantly. She looked at everyone, and a certain cognition in her heart quietly collapsed. I'll go to his room and see. Maybe he's back a long time ago, but he just doesn't dare to come out. She ran upstairs, her heart beating faster and faster. She stopped in astonishment in front of the door. It was a converted nanny room, as cramped as a prison cell. George! No one responded. She pushed the door open and walked in. It was spotless. The room was as small as the shadow of her bathroom. The wall is covered with sticky notes. My eldest sister likes hard noodles, and she wants to make porridge after eating a lot of fish and meat. Second sister wants beets, but not too sweet. She's on a diet. My brother doesn't eat onions. Dad loves braised pork and wants dessert. Mom likes spicy food, spicier than usual. Each piece of paper is written neatly, skillfully recording the family's dietary preferences. She remembered that 3 years ago, when he was learning to cook, he was scolded badly, but he never argued and just smiled foolishly to please. That smile has now become the most painful thorn in her heart. Her eyes finally fell on a lipstick on the desk, the one she had thrown away. My eyes suddenly became hot, and tears finally burst out. In the early morning, there was a constant stream of people in front of George's stall, and a rare relaxed smile appeared on his face. After leaving the Yi family, the days of living for myself are so free and beautiful. He sent a message to Olivia. There was a party at the orphanage today. Thinking of Olivia, his anticipation burst forth. But unexpectedly it came on stage quickly. Across the street, a group of girls dressed extravagantly were standing. Leading them, Lily. Did you step on dog poop when you went out? He frowned, cursed in a low voice, and turned away. In her previous life, she was love-brained and caused trouble several times for Xia Haonan, but he was the one who cleaned it up every time. Taking drugs, driving under the influence, and even nearly losing his life once. And she not only never thanked him, but also watched coldly during the final fire. You ruined my love. Go to hell. It was extremely ironic. Now that he had a new life, he didn't want to be involved again. Hey, why are you pretending to be mute? Didn't you hear me? Lily led people over and spoke in a commanding tone. He looked at me coldly. Pack those clothes. My friend wants them. Give me money. What did you call me? I'm your sister, and you're asking me for money? She froze, a look of embarrassment and anger appearing on her face. I never introduced my identity to you before, and you took the initiative to deny me, which was fine. But now you are turning against me. Businessmen follow rules. Pay the money and take the goods, or get out. Lily's face turned pale. She thought about what happened last night. George didn't take up a single cent in the house. Okay, I'll take these. At her command, several girls started grabbing clothes. Clang! George suddenly pulled out a clothes rail and looked at her coldly. Lily, from now on, we cut off all ties. If you dare to touch me again, I will fight you to the death. Don't even think about making me kneel down and beg for mercy again. Don't even think about slapping me again. Don't even think about locking me in the basement again. Drinking, taking drugs, getting into trouble, it's all your fault. I wish you would die soon. He swung the club and smashed the iron frame. The sound was so piercing that it made people tremble with fear. At that moment, Lily saw the unfamiliar George, the brother who used to be submissive, but now full of murderous intent, like a dying wolf. Chapter 7. She is such an unsatisfactory sister. Lily, let's go. It's just a few clothes. At this time, Xia Haonan on the other side of the road spoke. Originally, he wanted to help, but he was frightened by George's aura. Plus, George said it was none of their business, and he suddenly felt very happy. After all, he also knew that there was someone next to Lily who often disrupted their dates. George, this is what you said. Stop meddling in other people's business and telling tales in front of Mom. Lily calmed down. She became very happy and got on Xia Haonan's motorcycle. Go away. George sneered, wishing he would never return to the Yi family, let alone see anyone from the Yi family. Suddenly, he remembered that on Lucas' birthday in his previous life, Lily suddenly received a call. She wanted to leave the birthday party, but was stopped by George. Fortunately, George stopped Lily at that time because Xia Haonan had a motorcycle accident that day and broke his leg. It's today. In the past, George would definitely stop her. But in this life, George will no longer care and let Lily regret it herself. George shouted indifferently. Lily, let me remind you one last thing. Don't ride a motorcycle. Otherwise, you will be in a very miserable situation. Shut up. I will live a free and happy life without you. Don't ever come back. Lily didn't listen at all and rode away on her motorcycle. Xia Haonan had long flowing hair and looked very handsome while driving the car. He smiled and said, Lily, so he is your brother. I always thought he was a servant in your family. It's strange. He is obviously your brother. So why are you more mean to him than a servant? He's a bastard. He steals, fights, and is a mess. Don't be too polite to him. Lily looked very proud. I often slap him in the face. Oh, by the way, during the college entrance examination, I deliberately hid the books and slandered him for stealing them. As a result, the whole family scolded him, with my second sister scolding him the most fiercely. I picked up a chair and smashed him, and his head was bleeding. He was lying on the ground, shaking. Later at night, my second sister and I locked him in the basement wine cellar. He cried all night because the wine cellar was very dark. Aunt Wong said there were ghosts. It was so funny. Also, I stole my dad's antiques and sold them for money to buy you this motorcycle. And then I put the blame on that bastard. My dad beat him with a belt all day, chuckle. Another time, it was raining heavily outside, and my sisters and I deliberately tricked him into going to the garden and then locked the door to prevent him from coming back. He was outside in the rain for the entire night, crying and begging for mercy, saying, I was wrong, sister. Please forgive me, ha ha. Just when she was talking about her happiness, suddenly, Lily's face changed drastically. Haonan, be careful, be careful. Xia Haonan was driving too fast and failed to turn in time, so he crashed heavily into a tricycle on the side of the road. Bang! The motorcycle overturned, and the two men fell down. Snap! Lily's mind went blank. She just felt as if something happened to her right leg. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. My leg seemed to be broken, and there was a lot of blood on my body. I was so scared. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. At that moment, she thought of what George had just said. Don't ride a motorcycle, otherwise it will be very miserable. She regretted why she didn't listen to George. At this time, Yuki returned to number 1 middle school in the city. Her eyes were red. She hadn't slept last night. Every time she closed her eyes, she thought of the lipstick she had bought with her frugal life, and how George had pierced his arm with a photo frame just to break up with her. At first, she thought George was acting to gain everyone's attention and sympathy. But I don't think so now. The Yi family is a cage, and the Yi family treats George like a dog. George is gone. If it were her, she would have left long ago. How could she have endured it until now? What she wanted most now was to find George and find out what happened. After all, he was still her brother. George? He's not in our class. He's in class 2. Teacher Yi, what do you want to see him for? After arriving at the office, Yuki also asked her senior high school teacher, but the teacher's words made her very embarrassed. George goes to the same school as her, but she doesn't even know which class George is in. As a sister, she is doing a very unqualified job. When Yuki arrived at class 2 of grade 3, she found out after asking that George did not come to class today. Teacher Yi, are you looking for George? At this time, a young girl was standing by the balcony with a very cold expression on her face. The girl is very cute, tall, with beautiful features, just like a little star. Yuki knew her. She was Olivia, the best student in the senior year. As far as she knew, Olivia was the school belle. Yuki looked at Olivia and said, Do you know George? Yes, I know that teacher Yi is his sister. Olivia said in a bad tone, I know where George is, but I won't take you to find him because you have severed your relationship and George has escaped from the cage and the sea of suffering. I just want to see how shameless, cold-blooded, and shameless you can be. I tell you, don't bully brother George anymore. If I get angry, I will make you pay the price. Yuki was shocked and said anxiously, This must be a misunderstanding. Can you take me to find George? Everyone in the family is thinking about him. At home, they all know they are wrong. She said the last sentence with a guilty conscience. After that, he asked about the relationship between Olivia and George, and learned that Olivia and George were both children from an orphanage. Yuki had no choice but to suggest, since he won't help me find him, then, can you take me to the orphanage where he grew up? Olivia thought about it and finally nodded. On the way, Yuki also wanted to know everything about George because she had never cared about him before. Who would have thought that after asking Olivia, Olivia actually knew it? Because after leaving the orphanage, Olivia has been texting with George. Yuki also hurriedly asked for these text messages. She wanted to know how George felt in the Yi family. Xia, I'm finally going home. I'm so happy and excited. My parents are from the upper class, and my sister and brother are all very well educated. I'm afraid I won't do well and make them unhappy. The Yi family is so big and beautiful. Wait a minute, I need to clean my shoes. I made the floor dirty. If that happens, my parents won't want me anymore. I'm afraid of being alone. Mom and Dad are so nice to me. Mom even bought me a cake. And Grandpa, he kept hugging me. I was so touched. At this moment, Yuki felt his eyes getting hot. I still remember when George first came home. He was timid and cautious, like a puppy caught in the rain. Everyone laughed at George secretly, saying that he was stupid and too timid and would definitely not achieve anything when he grew up. But now Yuki realized that the reason why George was cautious and timid was because he was afraid of losing the hard-earned family affection. Xia, my parents are angry today. They said I lost my fourth sister Lily's book. But I saw fourth sister secretly hiding the book. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. But I didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear that they would be even more unhappy. Xia, it's okay. Last night passed. I admitted my mistake. Fourth sister has forgiven me. Seeing these text messages, Yuki remembered it again. Lily was in her senior year of high school. Her books went missing. Lily was so angry that she smashed George with a chair while her family watched coldly by the side, including her Yuki. Later, George was locked up in a basement wine cellar for a night. It was said that the wine cellar was haunted. In the dark wine cellar, coupled with the beating during the day, George felt helpless, scared, and even more pitiful. But the next day, George told Olivia that everything was fine, and he said it lightly. What kind of mood does one have to be in to say such strong words? Chapter 8. If you don't love him, please let him go. Xia, today is my birthday. My parents bought me a very big cake, and my sisters bought me many gifts. This is my first birthday since I was little. I love my parents, my sister, and my brother. You must come and eat the cake tonight. Xia, I'm sorry. It turns out my brother's birthday is on the same day as mine. Tonight is his birthday. Maybe, Mom and Dad. You don't remember my birthday. I'll remember it next time. I wasn't angry. I didn't have money to buy presents, so I just tried to make everyone happy. There was a lot of cake on my face, and everyone was very happy. Xia, my dad's antiques disappeared today, and he said I stole them. I feel so bad. Dad hit me. It hurts so much and it's so cold. If I die, they'll calm down. I'd rather die. In my next life, I don't want to get lost again because I got lost and everyone was worried about me. It was my fault. Yuki read the text messages one by one. Her hands holding the phone were shaking, and her heart was aching as if it was being pulled out. She was present at many of these events and had experienced them personally. The thing that impressed me most was Lucas' birthday. The cake was 2 stories high. When a whole family congratulated Lucas, George was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that his family was not congratulating him. At that time, Yuki scolded George, saying that he did not sincerely wish his brother well. Now she finally understands how lost and sad George was at that time. You know, that day was also George's birthday, and he even said that he loved his mom, dad, and his sister and brother. However, no one remembered George's birthday. He has never celebrated his birthday since he was a child. It turned out that these were what happened to George after he returned home. But as a sister, she didn't think anything was wrong at all. So cruel. Why? You all are blaming Brother George for everything. It wasn't his fault that he disappeared when he was 3 years old. He didn't get lost by himself. You lost him. Now you brought him back, but you are abusing him, bullying him, and ignoring him. Why? If you don't love him, why bring him home? At this time, Olivia questioned Yuki in a cold voice. Yuki opened her mouth and wanted to explain something, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. She just felt suffocated. At this moment, the sound of children shouting interrupted Yuki's thoughts. When he looked up, he saw that they had arrived at the orphanage. I saw several children fighting in the orphanage, and some children were shyly staying in the corner. This is completely different from the world that children imagine. The children in the orphanage are like angels abandoned by God. They're always waiting for their parents to pick them up every day. Olivia seemed to be back in the orphanage and sniffed. Unfortunately, some family members came, but some did not come back. The family that came here, but they didn't cherish them. The harm they brought was greater than being in an orphanage. Look at those children. They have been lonely and pitiful since childhood. They cry for their parents every day. They will have psychological trauma when they grow up. And those children who fought, after going through a period of loneliness and confusion, began to learn not to cry and learn to protect themselves and their friends. They regarded other children as their sisters and brothers and stood up to protect them. Olivia was talking about were the kids who were fighting. Brother George experienced loneliness and confusion, so he learned to protect himself and his friends. He protected me and Johnson. After returning to the Yi family, he also silently protected you. He once said that his eldest sister was too busy with work and had a tense face every day, so he wanted to learn how to cook, make porridge for his eldest sister, and be her happy pill. The second sister is the kindest teacher, so he wants to protect her and be her knight. The third sister is a beautiful star, the goddess in George's heart. Fourth sister is like a naughty little princess who will be deceived. He wants to protect fourth sister and escort her into the wedding hall. In Brother George's heart, you are everything in his life. But in your hearts, he is just a lowly wild dog. By the way, Mr. Yi, he wants to be your knight and protect you. Did you know that? Olivia turned and looked at Yuki. Her pretty face was cold, extremely cold. Yuki's face was already stained with tears. She bit her lip and said, "Knight, protect me." Teacher Yi, how many students have you offended in number 1 middle school? Yi Weilin from class 3, Zhou Limin from class 4, and Li Yi from our class. Too many. They have been wanting to take revenge on you for a long time. They have been waiting for you to finish school again and again, waiting for the opportunity to beat you up. Why haven't these come yet? Because the knight behind you is protecting you. That knight took the initiative to find them after class and defended your safety with blood and sweat. In every fight and every injury, he never retreated. Olivia took a step forward, speaking one sentence at a time. Her face was already filled with tears without her noticing. Yuki's heart exploded, her expression froze, and her teeth were clenched tightly. No wonder George gets into fights. He always comes back with blood and wounds all over his head. It turned out to be for her. And what about her? She only disliked George for fighting and having many bad habits. And after George came back, she punished him by making him kneel down and admit his mistakes. There was another time when George's shoes were broken and Wang's mother wanted to give Lucas shoes to George, but she stopped him. She is like an executioner. She is like a devil. She is deeply sinful. How could this happen? How could this happen? Why didn't he say anything? Yuki squatted down, hugged her knees, and kept crying. She graduated from a prestigious university, and she is also a teacher. But are her actions worthy of the title of teacher? Who of you believes what he said? No one, not one. Olivia said coldly. I'm telling you this today, not to defend my brother or to stand up for him, but to tell you that my brother doesn't owe the Yi family anything. It's you who owe him. After saying that, she turned around and walked away, but suddenly she stopped. By the way, my brother also said that he wanted to become the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination and make his sister proud of him. That piece of information was about the Yi family. It was the last one. There was no more after that. Maybe I was heartbroken or sad. If you don't love him, please let him go and stop pestering him. Yuki didn't even know when Olivia left. She sat down by the flower bed and looked at the children in the orphanage. She finally understood why George was so cautious and kept trying to please everyone after he came back. It turns out that he is cherishing the hard-earned family affection, but they are trampling on this family relationship and destroying the boy like demons. At this time, the phone rang. Yuki, go to the First People's Hospital quickly. Lily was in a car accident. Come back quickly. At this time, Lily was lying on the bed, feeling severe pain, which made her cry continuously. She broke a bone. Although the bone was straightened, once the anesthetic wore off, the pain was so severe that she wished she wanted to die. What bad luck. Why did a car accident happen out of nowhere? George's advice earlier. I really regret it. No, how could I regret towards George, that follower, that annoying guy? I must not compromise with him. At this time, David and others pushed the door and walked in. They obviously knew about the condition. Lily, weren't you in school? How did you get into a car accident? I heard that a boy was driving you. Who was that boy? David scolded him harshly. Meh. Lily knew that his family was against him being with Xie Haonan. Otherwise, they would not have let George supervise him. It's George. He didn't have class today, so he drove me for a ride. Lily shirks responsibility and lies without blinking an eye. Chapter 9. First Birthday. George, the traitor. Maria's temper ignited like gunpowder, and she cursed. Originally, let's forget about what happened yesterday. I also promised him to come back, but now he can't come back anymore. Angela shook her head indifferently. I didn't expect that he is so young, but he is so cruel. Sister, you can only judge a person by his appearance, but not his heart. You even harmed your own sister. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Ella snorted coldly. You usually pretend to be well-behaved in front of us, but in your heart you wish we would die. I think it would be best to call the police. As soon as the words fell, Yuki and Lily said at the same time, "Don't call the police." Lily naturally didn't dare to call the police. After all, the matter would be clear once it was investigated. Yuki felt that she owed George too much, and it was only natural for George to do this. Moreover, she didn't want the relationship between her family and George to become strained. She also wanted George to come home. After all, they were all family. Angela suddenly asked, "What about George? How come he's okay?" Lily stammered, "He was selling clothes at a stall on a pedestrian street, and I just happened to run into him." "What a bastard." Ella was angry. "After my sister broke her leg in a car accident, he ran away and even went to set up a stall to buy clothes. It's better to raise my little glutinous rice dog than to raise him." David and his wife and Angela were also angry. Angela said, even more viciously, "I'll call the Urban Management Bureau and confiscate his clothes. I'll leave him without food and a place to stay tonight. And then he'll know that rebellion is useless." "Don't." Yuki's eyes turned red. The Yi family treated George like a dog, and now they want to block George's future. How can they be so cruel? George doesn't owe us, the Yi family, anything. He takes care of himself for food and shelter, and even cooks for us. We often bully him and treat him unfairly. Now we are adding insult to injury. This is too much, Yuki argued. Maria immediately glared at Yuki. "Yuki, he caused your sister's broken bones, and you actually spoke up for him. We treat him well in normal times, and we discipline him strictly for his own good." Angela and Ella both nodded, not noticing anything wrong. "Isn't he treated badly?" Yuki suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Only then did she realize how cruel her relatives were. "But then I thought, wasn't I like this before?" Even on the day when George broke off relations, she had the same idea as everyone else, and felt that the Yi family did not owe George anything. Because of George's silent contribution, it is already taken for granted. Only when you lose everything do you realize its value. "All right," David then said, "tonight is Xiaoxu's birthday. Many distinguished guests are coming. Let's prepare for the birthday celebration first." After that, the family went through the discharge procedures. "Second sister, what's wrong with you today? Your eyes are red, and you've spoken up for George several times." On the way back, Ella asked curiously. Yuki bit her lip and said, "Actually, George is quite pitiful. After so many years in the orphanage, he feels like he has entered heaven when he comes back. He treats us like honored guests. Unfortunately, we have not been good to him at all. Is there?" "Ella di seguiris." Yuki was sad, but she said nothing more. When giving becomes the norm, everything becomes natural. Soon, the largest hotel in the city. Tonight is Lucas' birthday, and many distinguished guests have been invited. It is said that all the big shots in the city are here. Yuki looked at the bustling hall, feeling sad, and asked, "Mom, Lucas' birthday is today. George, when is your birthday?" As soon as these words were spoken, the lively family fell silent. "Why are you bringing up this traitor? It's not his birthday yet," Maria said unhappily. Yuki sniffed. "Isn't it your birthday yet? I guess you've never had a birthday before." David knocked on the table and said, "George was always there on my birthday in previous years. Go and call him back. We can talk about Lily's matter after he comes back. After all, setting up a stall is not presentable. If it gets out, it will bring shame to the Yi family." "Dad, I'm going." Yuki stood up immediately, very happy. George now, and wants George to come home even more. She believed that George must want to go home too, so she just needed to give him more care in the future. At this time, George and Johnson happily returned to the orphanage. "Business was pretty good today. I made another $10,000, and I went to pick up the goods in the afternoon." Unfortunately, the trend of following trends changes very quickly. Once the streets are filled with non-mainstream clothes, the profit margin drops significantly, and it's not worth doing it anymore. But before that, it's enough for George to make a lot of money. After entering the orphanage, a lovely girl came running over. She was wearing a pink dress and a ponytail, giving people a youthful and lively feeling. "Aren't you Olivia?" George and Johnson were both surprised. Olivia is the school belle of #1 middle school. She has top grades and is definitely the child of a wealthy family. Why did she come to the orphanage? "It's me, Xia." Olivia smiled at George. "Huh? You are Xia." George stared. Because Angela forbade George to associate with his friends in the orphanage, George never knew what Olivia looked like. He actually knew that the school beauty was called Olivia, but he had never thought about it in this way. You've grown so tall and look prettier, and we're from the same school. That's amazing. George smiled and ruffled Olivia's hair like he did when they were little. Olivia's cheeks were so red that they looked like blood was dripping out. Although George didn't know her before, she had been secretly observing George. Brother George, happy birthday to you. Olivia took out her left hand, holding a big cake. Birthday. George was stunned. Brother, it's your birthday today. You must have forgotten. That's right, you've never celebrated your birthday, but Xia Xia always remembers it. Olivia said with a smile, but her eyes were red. She could never have imagined that she would be the one to celebrate her brother's first birthday with him. She took out another pair of shoes and handed them to George. Brother, this is your birthday present. You will have new shoes to wear in the future. After saying that, she took George's hand and walked in. She saw that all the children in the orphanage were waiting, and everyone had an expectant smile on their face. Turn off the lights, the dean said with a smile. Today is our George's birthday. I saw the candles on the cake lit. The candlelight in the night illuminated everyone's face and warmed George's heart. Happy birthday to you. A childish voice was heard, and George also recalled everything from his past life. For the sake of his family and the Yi family, he burned everything like a moth to a flame, but in the end he was abandoned and betrayed. However, there are actually people in this world who love him, just like the candlelight in the night. Although weak, it burns for him. George's eye without him knowing when. Olivia felt sad and quickly held George's hand. At this time, there was a figure standing outside the gate of the orphanage. It was Yuki who was stroking her mouth and trying not to cry. She witnessed everything in the orphanage. This is George's first birthday. Ironically, it was not his sister and parents who accompanied him, but a group of strangers. Chapter 10. The night was lost by himself. Oh, birthday present. Yuki thought of something again and looked at herself with empty hands. My heart felt like it was grabbed. She wanted to make amends, but what did she give George on his first birthday? She forgot. She didn't take it to heart at all. On the other hand, Lucas' birthday was the most grand, with the biggest cake, and she even gave him a bicycle worth hundreds of thousands. For a moment, she felt so guilty that she couldn't breathe. It took her a full 10 minutes to muster up the courage to walk over. At this time, the birthday song has been sung, the candles have been blown out, and the cake is being cut for the children. Yuki's arrival surprised everyone. The dean had met Yuki during the day and immediately greeted Yuki politely, and George looked at Yuki with a disgusted expression. He didn't expect to meet Lily during the day and Yuki at night. Why does the Yi family seem like the ghosts of the wrong people? George, I have something to say to you. Yuki said with courage. I have nothing to say to you. Also, you're not my sister. Don't yell at me, lest others misunderstand you. Finally, you are not welcome here. Please leave. George's words were like a sword, piercing Yuki's heart. She felt very uncomfortable, but she also felt that she deserved it. Just a few words, okay? She also spoke in a pleading tone for the first time and walked to the corner. Brother George, go. Olivia advised. Some things are better to be cut off cleanly, so that they won't keep pestering you. George thought about it and finally walked to the corner. George, my second sister also knows about your affairs in the Yi family. Second sister knows that I was wrong. Over the years, my parents and sisters have been very partial to me. But second sister promises you that I will treat you well in the future. Come home. Yuki looked at George with red eyes, as if she was looking at her own night. Mom and Dad have forgiven you. Although Lily's car accident was related to you, Mom and Dad don't hold it against you. Do you remember this lipstick? You gave it to my second sister. It is the most precious birthday gift she has ever received. She smiled and held a lipstick in both hands. For some reason, she was very happy at that moment. It was like her brother was coming home, and the knight who protected her was coming back. George looked at the lipstick indifferently, knowing that Yuki must have been to his room. After he took it, he looked at it carefully, then threw it on the ground and stepped on it lightly. It's already broken. There's no point in taking it back. This cold sentence was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fire of hope in Yuki's heart. She was anxious and wanted to speak, as if she had endless things to say. But George interrupted her directly. Why should I go back? Will I be bullied by you guys when I go back? Will I go back and cook for you? Will I go back and take the blame for you? You just treat me like a wild dog. Yuki couldn't stop her tears from falling. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Yuki, stop pretending in front of me. You're the same as them. Remember when Lily's book went missing? She beat me the hardest, but you scolded me the hardest. And it was you who suggested locking me up in the basement wine cellar. The irony is, as a teacher, how could you be so cruel? By the way, Lily's books are in the utility room. If you don't believe me, go back and check for yourself. The last thing is, you are still wrongly accusing me until now. Lily's car accident was related to me. That's what she said, and you all believed it without even a doubt. When did I get a motorcycle? When did I learn to drive a car? Stop disgusting me. Get out now. George pointed at the door indifferently. Yuki's heart exploded. She felt as if she was suffocating, and she looked at George tremblingly. George, I am your sister. George ruthlessly rejected her. Since yesterday, you are no longer one, and you will never be one. Get out. Yuki wanted to beg a few more times, and even wanted to pull George away, but was driven away by George's cold eyes. After walking out the door, she looked back. Her eyes were red and tears kept dripping. She knew that she had lost the knight who was protecting her. At this time, George returned to the group and ate cake with everyone. For some reason, his mood began to improve. He didn't know why Yuki suddenly regretted it and begged him even more bitterly. But the missed family love was more precious than gold. So let Yuki cry slowly. The most important thing is that he knows that Yuki is hypocritical and selfish by nature, and it is definitely not that simple. Whose birthday is it today? It's so lively. At this time, a man in a suit came in and looked at the dean. The family voice is here. The dean immediately came over to greet him and kept chatting with the man. It's him, Alex. Johnson was immediately surprised. He also grew up in an orphanage and later started his own business. Now his business is very big. The director said that he comes every month to bring food and clothes to the children. George had also heard of this person. It was said that he started from scratch and was worth hundreds of millions. He was known as one of the 4 richest families along with the Yi family, Zhou family, Lin family, and Mo family. In his previous life, Alex started to invest in real estate. But unfortunately, something happened to his family. His property was transferred, and he eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building. I didn't expect that such a great man also grew up in an orphanage. Oh, real estate? If I remember correctly, the area around the orphanage will be developed in a while, and the land price will skyrocket. This is worth investing in and buying in advance. However, if you want to acquire this area, you will need a lot of money, at least several million. It seems that I have to prepare more funds as soon as possible. Xiao Yi, happy birthday. I didn't prepare any gifts, so I'll give you this red envelope. Alex chatted with the dean for a few words. He came over and handed George a red envelope. Although it was the first time he met George, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity since they both came from an orphanage. George took the red envelope, felt it roughly, and guessed that there was 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is a lot of money in this era. He took out 2 of them and gave the rest back to Alex. Uncle, it's nice of you to think of it. Thank you. Alex was immediately surprised. Other children took whatever they had, but this child actually gave him 800. He was not greedy at all. Where are you studying? How are your grades? If you have any difficulties, tell me, and I will definitely help you. Thank you, Uncle. I can handle it myself. George responded politely and suddenly thought of something and reminded, Uncle, when you go back, be careful of the people around you and try not to sign certain contracts. Oh, and check the children too. It's best to let an outsider check. I remember that in the previous life, Alex's wife and her lover secretly transferred their property, causing Alex to lose everything overnight. Later, he found out that even his son was not his. The series of blows caused Alex to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Alex immediately frowned and looked at George. George smiled and said, It's better to be on guard. If you think the words are unpleasant, just pretend you haven't heard them. Alex nodded slightly, said a few polite words, and left. Chapter 11. We can let go of our prejudices towards outsiders. But what about George? Not long after, Alex returned to the company's office. Chairman, the cooperation contract with Chuangrong Group has been prepared and is waiting for the chairman's signature. At this time, a man wearing glasses walked in and put a contract on the table. Alex nodded and was about to sign when he suddenly remembered George's reminder and immediately became more cautious. After all, this contract involves 200 million yuan. I will think about it again. Chairman, you have been inspecting for 3 months, and everything has met your standards. Once this contract is signed, our group's net profit will be 100 million yuan a year. Okay, you go out first. As soon as the man with glasses left, Alex's eyes became gloomy, and he took out a phone to make a call. Is this the private detective agency? Please help me check on a few people, Luo Tianping, Mulan, and Mo Junjia. Especially Mo Junjia. I want his birth certificate, blood type, and everything else. After hanging up the phone, Alex lit a cigarette and felt a little anxious. Luo Tianping is the man with glasses just now. He has been following Alex for more than 10 years. Everything about Alex is handled by Luo Tianping. If it were usual, Alex wouldn't think anything was wrong, but after George reminded him, he also felt something was wrong. Because if Luo Tianping wanted to hide something from him, or even deal with him, Alex would have no idea. So this time he entrusted the matter to a private detective agency outside. Fortunately, money talks, and the information Alex needed was quickly delivered. Mo Junjia is not my son. My wife Milan and Luo Tianping have been hooking up for a long time. You guys are so nice, very nice. Alex looked at the information and punched the desk in anger. The private detective also found out that Luo Tianping and Mulan were working together to seize Alex's property, and the contract not long ago was a trap. At this time in the hotel, it's so lively here. Lucas' classmates, important figures in the city, and so on were all celebrating for Lucas. Yuki looked at this scene and thought of George in the orphanage, and felt even more upset. She found Lily and asked coldly, Lily, tell me honestly, was the car accident caused by George? Second sister, what are you doing? Lily was very surprised. Normally, her second sister would definitely believe what she said. Why did she doubt her? Ella also came over and looked at Yuki curiously. Second sister, isn't George back yet? Yuki wanted to cry after hearing this, and she held back her sadness and said, He's not coming back. He's never coming back. He doesn't recognize me as his sister anymore. It's all Lily's fault. George wasn't the one who caused the car accident, but she wrongly accused him. This isn't the first time she's done this. Ella didn't expect that Yuki knew about it. She wanted to say something, but saw David and Maria coming over with dark faces. They obviously heard what Yuki said. Lily, is that Xie Haonan? David is not a fool and has already guessed something. Dad me. Lily was in the wrong and lowered her head, not daring to speak. What drug did Xie Haonan give you? For him, you even skipped school and ignored your family. He is just a gangster. David was furious. Lily immediately argued. This is your prejudice against him. He is a very good person and very motivated. You look down on his background and have always disliked him. How dare you talk back? David was so angry that he wanted to teach Lily a lesson. Dad, we are a famous family, not an ancient feudal family. Since the fourth brother has confidence in Xie Haonan, we might as well give him a chance. As long as he makes achievements, our Yi family can accept him. Angela came over at this time and said to Lily, We in the Yi family are not harsh people. We can put aside our prejudices and give Xie Haonan a chance. I hope you won't let your parents down. David is still very fond of Angela and always supports her decisions. After a cold snort, he acquiesced. Yuki got goosebumps when she saw it. You can put aside your prejudice toward an outsider, but what about George? No wonder George said that the Yi family treated him like a stray dog. Dad, since we misunderstood George, we also owe him an apology. Yuki said quickly, What's there to apologize for? It's not a big deal. Maria glanced at Yuki and said dissatisfiedly, If he doesn't come back tonight, I don't think he will ever come back. He didn't even come back on his brother's birthday. Such an ignorant child is not worthy of being a member of the Yi family. He even set up a stall to sell clothes. The money must have been stolen. Yuki, I'm telling you, you are not allowed to give him money, and you are not allowed to bring him back secretly. Yuki's eyes were red, and she didn't dare to speak. At home, Maria is the most powerful one, and she has the final say. Big sister Angela has also learned her temper. Let's talk about George after Xiaoxiu finishes the college entrance examination. David interrupted at the right time and said, When the time comes, I want to ask that rebellious son, what did my Yi family do to him? Why does he make me worry all day long? Can't he learn to be as obedient as Xiaoxiu? While they were chatting, many important people came to celebrate, so David and others had to cheer up and go to greet the guests. These bigwigs include those from the education department and principals of various schools. The Yi family is a well-known figure in Yuhai City, and bigwigs from all sides will give him face. Xiaosu, you have to get 700 points in this college entrance examination. You are the top scholar in our city. When you pass the exam and become the top scorer, we will set up a banquet at the Rice Hotel to congratulate you. These big shots all spoke up. They also knew Lucas' grades. He was ranked in the top 3 among the city's key high schools. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. If he put in a little more effort, he might even be the top student in the city. Uncle and aunt, I'll do my best. Lucas was very calm. This child, all the bigwigs are optimistic about Lucas. David and Maria were finally in a good mood. They were very confident in Lucas. He would definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination this time, and the Yi family would also be honored. The birthday banquet is finally over, and the next few days will be spent preparing for the college entrance examination. Xiaosu, during this period of time, I have turned down all my schedules and will stay at home with you. After returning home, Ella looked at Lucas lovingly. Thank you, third sister. Lucas nodded obediently. If I get admitted to Tsinghua University, can you agree to one condition of mine? I want you to sign for all of our classmates. Ella is a star, young and beautiful. Many classmates like Ella and have asked Lucas to get her autograph many times. Ella smiled and said, of course, if you come back with the top scorer, I will take a photo with every student in your class. Third sister, you are so nice. Lucas almost jumped up with joy. Xiaosu, I called the Transportation Bureau and other departments. Noise is prohibited in our area during this period. We will fully support you in your sprint for the college entrance examination. The fish oil and other nutritional supplements that my mom asked someone to buy overseas have also arrived. Starting tonight, you have to drink a bowl of bird's nest porridge every day to replenish your nutrition. Angela is also making arrangements in an orderly manner. The whole family is working hard for Lucas to take the college entrance examination. Yuki sniffed and couldn't help but said, Mom, George is also taking the college entrance examination. He lost a lot of blood yesterday, and his nutrition is not enough. Maria immediately scolded. Why are you mentioning him? Is he good enough for the college entrance examination? I don't think he can even get into college. Yuki originally thought so, but when she went to see George today, she specifically asked the teacher and learned that George's grades were among the top 10 in the same grade. It's just that he's often malnourished and doesn't take extra classes. Otherwise, he could have been in the top 3. But Yuki knew why George didn't take extra classes, because he had to rush back to cook for everyone. Chapter 12. Only after losing something do you know how to cherish it. After returning to the room, Yuki sat by the window, looking out, feeling very sad, as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. If she could go back in time, she would definitely treat her brother well instead of regretting it after losing everything. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then Ella pushed the door open. Sister, what's wrong with you? Ella had already noticed that something was wrong with Yuki. In her impression, Yuki is a teacher and has always been very strong, but tonight her eyes were red. Obviously, she had been crying. Ella, don't you think we are biased towards George? It was Lucas' birthday. I bought the biggest cake, gave him the best present, and even invited some famous people. What about George's birthday? He's in an orphanage, and it's his first birthday. The only people with him are the orphans. We never celebrated his birthday. He's like a dog to us. Yuki looked at Ella as if she had countless words to say. Ella's face changed slightly, and she explained, Lucas is much more obedient than George. This is what Lucas deserves. George only knows how to lie and steal. He has too many bad habits. Yuki smiled bitterly. Really? What happened tonight has proved that Lily was wrongly accusing George. George has been wronged so many times in the years he has been with us, but we never believed him and always thought he was the worst. For example, when Lily was taking the college entrance exam, her books were stolen by George, and we all believed Lily. But just now, I found Lily's books in the utility room. Lily had hidden them on purpose. Yuki started to cry as she spoke. What hurts me the most is that Lily and I are birds of a feather. That night, we locked George in the basement wine cellar. No matter how much George begged and cried, I felt very happy and relieved at that time. I was really so cruel. Ella frowned and thought carefully it was indeed true. Originally, this was a matter of course, but after Yuki brought it up, she felt it was a bit too much. How about this, when he comes back, we'll make it up to him? Ella said. Yuki shook her head. He won't come back. Really not. I'm 100% sure. I'm a teacher and I hate fighting and violence. So every time George comes back from a fight, I punish him. But today I found out that he fought to stop those bad students from bullying me. He is the knight who protects me. I remember when he first came back to the Yi family, after he learned that I was a teacher. He looked at me with respect and admiration. Because in his heart, the teacher is fair and sacred, but I destroyed this image with my own hands. Ella, I know a lot, including you. You are a goddess in his heart, a flawless goddess. You are the light in his heart. He collected all your TV dramas and songs, and he can sing them word for word. He wanted to watch you sing in the audience countless times, but in the end, he could only watch you on TV. He also said that his greatest wish is to perform with you on stage, even if it's just a small supporting role. Remember you promised him an autograph? Ella's pretty face changed slightly. She didn't expect that in George's heart, her status was so high. Goddess, the light in my heart. As for the autograph issue, Ella still remembered that it was the year George just came back that he once begged her for help. But she put forward a condition, that is, George should go to the dessert shop in the east of the city to buy dessert, and the dessert shop is on the road to the crematorium, and he is not allowed to bring his mobile phone on the way there. George happily agreed and walked to the crematorium. When he arrived, he found that the dessert shop closed at 6 o'clock. George had to walk back alone. It was raining heavily on the way, but because he didn't have a mobile phone, he got lost and was soaked in the rain. He finally returned with the help of the police station. This incident finally caused everyone to laugh. Ella, you know what? Those autographs are for the kids in the orphanage. George promised them. Because those children have seen you on TV, you are also the light in their hearts and the hope of their lives. But in the end, George didn't get the autograph, so he had to explain with a wry smile. After leaving the orphanage, he cried outside the gate for a very long time. Ella heard these words. She felt a little guilty. She didn't notice it before, but after Yuki reminded her, she realized that George had been trying to please and follow them. Don't you find it strange? I didn't feel guilty before. Why do I feel guilty now? That's because we never take to heart the unrequited efforts. You only know how to cherish something after you lose it. Seeing Ella's expression, Yuki knew that Ella was feeling guilty. So she pulled Ella out of the room, holding a flashlight, and headed to the wine cellar in the basement. Second sister, there seems to be a ghost in here. Ella is a little scared. Is there a ghost? Every time we punish George, we lock him up here, and for the whole night. Yuki was a little scared. She went forward anyway. After opening the door of the wine cellar, she saw a large number of famous wines inside. Looking at the wall again, I saw a lot of words carved on it using hard stone. Sister, I'm sorry I was wrong. Sister, I'm sorry I was wrong. Sister, I'm sorry I was wrong. It is so densely packed that it cannot be carved in one night, but may take more than 10 nights, or even dozens of nights. Both of them could imagine a little boy, crying in the dark, carving words of apology, just hoping that his sisters would forgive him. The most horrifying thing is that the boy was wrongly accused, and he did nothing wrong at all. We are all sinners. Yuki touched her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. Ella's heart was also roaring, as if she was meeting George for the first time. The two didn't know how they left the wine cellar. After returning to the living room, they just happened to meet Lucas coming out. Although Ella was not as sad as Yuki, she was also in a complicated mood and asked, Xiao Su, how do you and George feel about me? Lucas nodded and smiled. He's very good to me and to my brother too. Yeah, it's very good. Ella smiled bitterly. Xiao Su, you saved me back then. In my heart, you are the most important. Because of this, I have always been partial to your brother, and I hate him. But I found that he's actually a good guy. Lucas' heart sank slightly. George's behavior in the past 2 days made his parents and sisters hate George even more. But now, Sister Ella seemed to be wrong. Lucas consoled him. After the college entrance exam, we will go pick on my brother together. We are all family, and there is nothing we cannot get over. Ella smiled and said, Well, there is nothing that can't be overcome, Kai. Xiaoxiu, you're still considerate. Okay, go and have a rest. Lucas left obediently, and in the night his eyes were cold. Chapter 13, Mom, you were just hard on the outside, but soft on inside. Back in the room, Ella hugged Xiao and Womi and recalled every word of Yuki. George in the past. She thought George was too stupid and had too many bad habits like stealing. Especially when compared with Lucas, George was simply the worst. But after George left, she discovered what George had experienced at home. The more she thought about it, the more headache she felt. Even though she comforted herself that George deserved it and that there was no need to care about him, Her conscience still tortured her, and she began to feel the same sadness as Yuki. Maybe just like what Yuki said, they are all sinners. Yuki and Lily haven't appeared recently. George is having a great time and feels like he has left this family behind forever. There are more and more non-mainstream clothes on the street stalls, and they are all following the trend. George has no plans to make them anymore. Fortunately, the first pot of gold was good, earning a huge profit of 80,000 yuan. On that day, George bought a lot of vegetables and cooked them himself for Olivia and Johnson. Both of them praised the food and said that George's cooking skills were better than those of a five-star chef. They said that after graduation, he could become a chef or something and would never starve to death. After dinner, George divided the money equally. "Brother George, I didn't do anything. I can't take this money." Olivia refused. "If you feel embarrassed, then I will invest in the next business, and then we can split the profits." George thought about it and gave Johnson 40,000 yuan. "George, I'm just helping you. The capital is yours, and the idea is yours. How can I take so much?" Johnson also refused. George said with a straight face, "As long as it's cooperation, we will split it in half. Besides, you skip classes to set up the stall with me, so you have to take the money anyway." Johnson had no choice but to nod and asked, "What business shall we do next?" "Put it aside for now and prepare for the college entrance examination. This is a very important turning point in life," George said seriously. In his previous life, for Lucas, he had not studied, which resulted in his college entrance examination results plummeting, and he failed to even get into university. In this life, he wants to live for himself and get into a school he likes. "Come on, let's study together. I think this question will come up, so please pay more attention. There will also be this question." George pointed out the questions that would definitely appear in the college entrance examination. Of course, he didn't dare to guarantee it. After all, many things might have changed if he lived his life again. For example, Lily broke her leg, and she severed ties with the Yi family. These things did not happen in the previous life. Dinkling. At this time, a strange phone call came in. George answered the phone. He heard a magnetic voice. "Xiao Yi, this is Alex. We met in the orphanage. Do you remember me?" "Remember." George knew that Alex must have taken care of the housework. "I remember that in the previous life, Alex committed suicide by jumping off a building a few days before the college entrance examination. But there is no news of suicide now. Thank you last time." People are most likely to let down their guard around things that are familiar to them, but danger often comes from around them. "What's your bank account number? I plan to repay you." Alex didn't say much, just hinted at George. George hesitated for a moment and immediately reported his bank card number. The reason he helped Alex was because Alex had been taking care of the orphanage, so he didn't ask for too much. Originally, Alex wanted to give George 5 million, but George refused and only wanted 1 million. Of course, this amount of money is small change for Alex, but it is a huge sum for George. "There's one more thing I need Mr. Tomo's help with. I want to find a suitable clothing factory." George actually had a rough plan in mind. "I want to be a physical entity. The physical entity is the most stable and can withstand great risks. Although the clothing industry has low profits and fierce competition, it is stable enough, especially as foreign trade becomes more and more developed in the future. There will be many orders by then. Once you become big enough, creating your own brand will be a very profitable business. This is a small matter. You will take the college entrance examination soon. After the exam, I will send you the information of the garment factory." Alex hung up the phone briskly. Next, George began preparing for the college entrance examination. On the Yi family side, in order to prepare for the college entrance examination, the whole family is also preparing very seriously. David turned down many social engagements and went home early every day. Angela also took a rare few days off to accompany Lucas. Ella and Lily tutor Lucas every day, but since her family no longer stops Lily, she often calls Xiaonan. It seems that she plans to show everyone some results after the college entrance examination. Yuki saw all of this, and what made her sad was that George had been away from home for many days, but no one cared except Ella. Moreover, Ella occasionally mentioned George to Maria, but Maria would curse at her in return. It would be best if he starved to death outside. He could make a living by setting up a street stall. It would be a shame for him. Forget it. I never expected anything from him. After the college entrance exam, he will definitely not be able to get into college. He will either go to work as a screwdriver in a factory or come back to beg us. Ella finally didn't dare to ask. "My parents are very angry now, So let's wait until the college entrance examination is over before we talk about it. On this day, Maria called Yuki and said, Yuki, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. I asked Aunt Wong to cook some bird's nest porridge. You can give it to George. Mom. Yuki was surprised and then extremely happy. It turns out that Mom is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. If she takes the initiative to put aside her pride this time, George will definitely come back. Yuki picked up the bird's nest porridge, drove the Maserati, and rushed to number 1 middle school as soon as possible. As long as George can come back, everything will be over. We will treat him well in the future. Well, George has returned from the orphanage. Family is the most important thing in his heart. This time he feels his mother's care, and he will definitely cry with joy. Yuki was thinking with anticipation, and when she arrived at number 1 middle school, she just saw George and Olivia walking into the school. George, wait. Yuki parked the car and trotted over. George's face darkened instantly. He didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked away quickly. What bad luck. I finally had a few days of peace and quiet. Why is Yuki here again? Wait a minute. Seeing that George ignored her, Yuki immediately stood in front of George. I know you are resentful towards us, but please give us a chance. This is the bird's nest porridge that Mom made for you. She actually cares about you and your college entrance exam. She just says it with a hard mouth, but is soft-hearted. Yuki laughed as she spoke. She knew that George would be very happy to see the bird's nest porridge. Very happy. I remember one time, Maria came back from shopping and bought a cake for George. George was so excited that he cried. He held the cake and was reluctant to eat it. He only licked it carefully the next day. Chapter 14, I have no parents. I am an orphan. Yuki, stop pretending in front of me. However, George's next words once again poured a bucket of cold water on Yuki. Are you still thinking about the cake my mom bought me and how I was so happy for the whole night? George said coldly. Yes, I was very happy at that time. But now I laugh at myself for being stupid because Maria wanted to buy a cake for Lucas, but found that the cake she bought was expired, so she gave it to me to eat. The irony is that I treasured it. Now you're sending me bird's nest porridge. It's like a weasel wishing me a happy new year. You have no good intentions. Maria is not a good person. She is so vicious that she will get her comeuppance sooner or later. Also, I have no grudge against you. I just hope that we can go our separate ways and stop bothering me in the future. After saying that, George turned around and left with Olivia. Yuki's eyes suddenly turned red. I thought it would be a perfect ending, but I didn't expect George still refused to forgive them. And what she said was very hurtful, like snow in June. How could my mother have bad intentions? George, Mom is not that kind of person. She carried me for 10 months, and she's still your mother after all. George, what do you want in exchange for coming home and forgiving us? Sister, please, I really beg you. Yuki shouted tremblingly. George stopped walking, his handsome face showing a hint of mockery. Sure, kneel down and beg me to go back in front of all the teachers and students of number 1 middle school. Can you do it? Yuki opened her mouth. You can't do it. I'm 100% sure you can't do it. George shook his head sarcastically. Because you're a very hypocritical and selfish person. Your hypocritical repentance now is just a self-consolation. After saying that, he turned and left. Yuki wanted to chase after him, but she couldn't take a step. She stood there crying, holding the lunchbox of bird's nest porridge. Teacher Yi, what's wrong with you? At this time, a teacher came over. I'm fine. I just thought of something sad. Thank you. After all, they were at the school gate. Yuki was still afraid of being gossiped about, so she gave the lunchbox of bird's nest porridge to the teacher and drove back. Bird's nest porridge. The male teacher looked at the bird's nest in the lunchbox and smiled happily. After returning home, Yuki had to tell her mother what happened, but she hid those words from George. After all, they were too hurtful, and her mother would definitely be very sad if she knew. Maria looked unhappy after hearing this, but she didn't say a word. Lily immediately added insult to injury, constantly saying bad things about George, and even told him not to come back ever. When David came back, Lily also complained to him. David was naturally very angry and guessed that George wanted him and his wife to go and beg for it back in person. It's really lawless. He used to be quite obedient, but how come all his bad habits suddenly broke out? David still believes that George is just being vindictive. The next day, the college entrance examination officially began, and candidates began to enter the examination room one after another. Olivia and Johnson were both very nervous, but George had experienced it once before, so he was very open-minded. After entering the examination room, I opened the test paper and found that the questions were exactly the same as in the previous life. This is not difficult. Half an hour later, George handed in his paper and left. At this time, at the gate of number 1 middle school, a large number of parents were waiting for their children to come out, and there were also reporters interviewing because the city attached great importance to this college entrance examination. Wow, it only takes half an hour to hand in the paper. He must be a poor student. He just cooked a random meal and came out. That's right, the students all complain that there is not enough time. Many parents looked at George with disdain. A beautiful female reporter ran towards George and interviewed him immediately. Hello, you're the first one to leave the examination room. Is the test too difficult? You only have one chance to take the college entrance examination in your life. Are you going to waste it like this? The female reporter wants to tell young people through the program that there is only one college entrance examination in life, so don't miss it. The test questions are not difficult. George glanced at the female reporter and said. The female reporter continued. Then why did you leave the examination room so quickly? Even if you finished, you should have checked it carefully. I've checked it. It should be foolproof. Oh my, this is the first time I've seen such a confident candidate. How many points do you think you can get this time? The top scholar, George said and left. The female reporters were stunned. Number 1 scholar? What a joke. There are so many high schools and so many candidates in the city. You can imagine how difficult it is to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. A student who walked out of school in half an hour after taking an exam still wants to become the top student? Soon, on the second day of the exam, George was still the first to walk out of the examination room, with his hands in his pockets and a calm look on his face. A completely different style from the nervousness and caution of other candidates. Why is it you again? You were the first one yesterday, and you're the first one today, too. Are you so confident? The female reporter saw George again. George said, It's okay. I've already finished the test and checked it several times. The female reporter couldn't believe it. But you still came out in half an hour. If you do this, won't your parents scold you? I have no parents. I am an orphan, George said calmly. The female reporter was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect George to have such a miserable background. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm an orphan and I'm fine. I hope my parents won't show up again. Even if they die of illness or get hit by a car, they must never come looking for me, George said with a straight face. I understand. Abandoning your own children is definitely not a good parent. I wish you success in the college entrance examination. The female reporter also hates irresponsible and biased parents. They were on a local TV station. So many people saw it. At this time, the Yi family was waiting for Lucas to come back. Lily's fracture hasn't healed yet, and she's sitting in a wheelchair, fiddling with the TV remote control. Suddenly, a scene from the college entrance examination was broadcast on the 100-inch TV. George walked out with his hands in his pockets, looking invincible. Oh my, this is so embarrassing, Mom, look. Lily screamed in glee. I can't get a good grade if I leave the examination room in half an hour. My life is ruined. It's ruined. Maria stared at the TV and scolded sarcastically. Angela was also full of sarcasm. He always thinks his parents are partial and treat Xiaoxiu better. How can he compare to Xiaoxiu? Xiaoxiu is the top scholar, and he is just a pile of mud. As the general manager of Yi Group, she has a strong personality and believes in the law of the jungle. George is timid, honest, and stupid, which is why she has never liked George. Ella shook her head helplessly, although she felt guilty towards George. To be fair, George was indeed not as good as Lucas. At this time, Yuki also came back from work. After seeing the scene on TV, she felt like she was suffocating. However, the next scene on TV made the whole family suffocate. I have no parents. I am an orphan. My parents, please don't show up again. Even if they die of illness or get hit by a car, please don't come looking for me. This is George's answer to the reporter's interview. Chapter 15, Bird's Nest Porridge, Food Poisoning. Boom, boom, boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. The 4 sisters and Maria were so shocked that their faces turned black and their teeth were chattering. You have to know that this is a TV station. They disowned them in front of the whole city and even cursed them to die of illness or be hit by a car. So vicious. He didn't even want the bird's nest my mom gave him. And now he's cursing us. When he comes back, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Lily was the first to curse. Angela's good mood was completely destroyed in an instant. Is this still the brother who used to adore her and cook porridge for her every day? It's like he has become a different person, a very bad person. Second sister. Ella's eyes were moist, and she turned to look at Yuki. Yuki couldn't control her tears anymore. Although George's words were vicious, for some reason, she couldn't hate him at all, and could even understand what George did. Because all of this was caused by them. They are sinners. Their sins are grave and unforgivable. At this time, Lucas also came back with his school bag. After learning about the situation, he seemed surprised too. Brother, how did it become like this? There must be some misunderstanding. I remember that the day before the college entrance examination, my mother was worried about my brother and asked Wangma to make bird's nest porridge for him. This sentence once again aroused the anger of Angela and Lily. Maria remained silent for a full 10 minutes before she spoke. Xiao Su, your brother is hopeless. You should study hard for the exam. We can talk about everything after the college entrance exam. The college entrance examination was over very quickly, and all the candidates felt liberated, waiting quietly for the scores to be announced. Johnson and Olivia were very happy because the questions George reminded them to pay attention to were actually published. They are confident that they will get good results in this college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, Olivia returned home temporarily, leaving George and the other person to think about their next business venture. Garment factories are still the top priority. Based on George's knowledge of fashion trends in his previous life, he knew that for many popular items, there would be no shortage of sales as long as there were clothing factories. Once the funds from sales come back, he can create his own brand, ensure the quality, and then go global. What we are lacking right now is a garment factory. While we were waiting, the day for the college entrance examination results to be announced arrived. Early in the morning, luxury cars drove into the city's largest Rockies hotel. The third floor has been reserved by the Yi family today to celebrate Lucas' success in the college entrance examination. The business tycoons, official leaders, leaders from the education department, etc. from Yuhai City are all here. They also believe that Lucas will become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, or in other words, the title of top scorer is already a foregone conclusion. Haha, Mr. Yi, I'm celebrating my son in advance. The gate of Tsinghua University has been opened. The principal of North Middle School said with a smile that Lucas was a student of North Middle School. If he could become the top student in the city, it would further prove the teaching level of North Middle School. In fact, even the principal of George S. No. 1 Middle School came to congratulate Lucas. The scores will be announced soon, and reporters will come in to interview you. You'll be able to see it on TV tonight. The head of the education department also came over, looked at David's family, and thought to himself that a good father will have a good son. Thank you so much for your help. David responded politely. The head of the education bureau smiled and shook his head. What's the trouble? Our city has a top scholar. We have to make it public. It can inspire future students. Lucas, who was in the spotlight, behaved very appropriately. He greeted people politely, neither arrogant nor humble, and was full of confidence in the results that would be announced soon. This makes Angela very satisfied. Lucas is not very old, but he can already stand on his own. His future is limitless. Ella was naturally very happy. After thinking for a while, she looked at Maria and said, Mom, the college entrance examination is over. Can we let George come back? Maria's face froze and turned a little cold. It was obvious that she was still holding a grudge. Third sister, why are you like the second sister? Always speaking for George. Aren't you angry about what he said in front of the reporters? Lily was very dissatisfied with George and said unhappily, besides, today is Xiaoshu's celebration party. Is he coming here to embarrass himself? How many points did he get in the college entrance examination? He must have failed. There's a saying that goes, there is no harm without comparison. Ella sighed immediately and said lovingly, Lily, you have wronged George in many ways. I know all of them. No matter how angry you are, it's not your turn. Lily immediately stuck out her tongue guiltily. Go call George back. Maria nodded in agreement after hearing what Lily said. She also wanted George to see Lucas's grades. Go pick up your second sister, by the way. She's also going to have summer vacation. Good. Ella left quickly. When I arrived at school, I found Yuki first. She was tidying up the office and preparing for summer vacation. After finishing the rest of the work, the two left together. Suddenly, Ella saw a young man walking into the school gate and smiled. That's George. Mom has promised George to go home. Yuki glanced at George but didn't hold out much hope. She said dejectedly, Will George go back? He said he has no family. He's an orphan. Second sister, are you planning to give up? We are a family, let's go. Ella encouraged Yuki. She knew Yuki had come to George more than once, but this was her first time, and the effect should be better than Yuki's. The two quickly stopped George. George's face was immediately filled with anger. His good mood from early in the morning was completely ruined. Why did Yuki like to pester him? And this time she even called Ella. Yuki was a little afraid to look at George and lowered her head and said, "George, Mom promised to let you go home." George obviously didn't give a good look. "Go away, come and bother me again, or don't blame me for being rude," Yuki said aggrievedly. "Although I've said it many times, but I still want to say, what do you want in order to forgive us?" George didn't want to talk nonsense with these people anymore. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and sneered. "By the way, where's the bird's nest porridge you gave me before the college entrance examination?" "What's wrong?" "I gave the bird's nest porridge to my colleague." Yuki didn't understand what George meant. "You'd better call your colleague and ask." George only said one sentence and ignored it, as if he was looking at an enemy. This made Yuki feel a little uneasy. After thinking about it, she quickly called Teacher Zhou. "What? You're in the hospital? For days? Food poisoning?" Yuki was shocked when she heard Teacher Zhou's reply. Teacher Zhou also said that his diarrhea was caused by eating bird's nest porridge. Of course, Mr. Zhou did not blame Yuki, because he felt that Yuki would not harm him. So he thought that maybe the bird's nest was expired, and it was just an accident. Yuki quickly asked a lot of details, and after hanging up the phone, her pretty face turned pale. George's mother, but Mr. Zhou got food poisoning after eating it and was hospitalized for several days. If George ate it, can he still take the college entrance examination? Mom, is harming George? This horrific news made her break out in a cold sweat, as if she had seen a murderer. The most horrifying thing is that she was an accomplice because she was the one who gave the bird's nest porridge to George, and she even disliked George for not appreciating it. No, this is horrible. Chapter 16. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, George. Yuki, it seems that you already know it. Is there anything else you want to say? You think you're wrong, you regret it, and you beg me. So, I will go back. Otherwise, morality is on your side, and I am the inhuman person. This is what you think in your heart. Unfortunately, no matter what you do, you are still an accomplice. You can't wash yourself clean. Stop trying to comfort your hypocritical conscience. George looked at Yuki coldly. His words were full of hurt. In his previous life, Maria framed him with bird's nest porridge in order to prevent him from succeeding in the college entrance examination, which resulted in his poor performance in the college entrance examination. So when Yuki brought the bird's nest porridge, he guessed something. This also made him very angry. After all, he had severed ties with the Yi family, but the Yi family had no intention of letting him go. Yuki looked extremely painful and kept shaking her head. Stop talking, I really didn't." Obviously, George's words touched her deepest heart. Her earnest pleading and regretting to George was to turn herself from an abuser to a victim. But now she found that she was hurting George again. She was still the abuser and Maria's accomplice. "Get out of here as far as you can. It would be best if you all died of illness or got hit by a car." George didn't want to talk any more nonsense and turned and left. At this time, Ella didn't know about Yuki. She held George's hand and said, "George, please don't say these hurtful words to us anymore. I'm really heartbroken. Please come home with me. You want an autograph? You want a photo? I'll give it to you." Unlike Yuki, this was her first time asking George for help, and she believed that George would definitely not treat her in cold blood. Unexpectedly, George's face turned cold, and he pushed her away, causing Ella to fall to the ground with a thud, with her palms scratched. Fortunately, she was wearing big sunglasses, and no one recognized her. Otherwise, it would have caused panic. However, the severe pain in her palm almost made Ella cry. She remembered correctly. She was George's goddess. In the past, George looked up to me and cared about me a lot. Even if I was tired from walking, George would still ask me how I was doing. A minor cold would make George ask me 1,000 times if I felt better. But now George is so cold-blooded that it makes people feel strange and chilling. It was as if the toy that belonged to her suddenly disappeared. I only heard George say coldly, "Ella, don't you know what you have done? Now you have the nerve to say that I hurt you? This is retribution for your actions. You forgot about your dog, Shaun Wami. When he fell ill, you blamed me for putting grapes in his dog food and made me kneel down and apologize to him. Haha, a human being actually apologizes to a dog. You are not even as good as a dog. How could you think of that? Ella's pretty face turned pale instantly. Of course she remembered this. When Xiao Nuomi fell ill, she was so angry that she forced George to kneel down and apologize to Xiao Nuomi. If Xiao Nuomi didn't forgive George, George would never be allowed to get up for the rest of his life. Later she found out that it was actually Lily's prank. She secretly put grapes in the dog food and then put the blame on George. But after finding out the whole story, she did not apologize to George, nor did she punish Lily. Maybe she thought at that time that what was past, and there was no need to look back. Besides, George was not angry. George, I'm sorry. I didn't value you before, and I'm willing to make it up to you. Ella finally shed tears under her big sunglasses. George smiled and said, Okay, then drive Lucas away. I'll be back right away. He knew that this request was impossible to agree to. Sure enough, Ella's face changed drastically. No, Xiaoshu saved my life. I can't chase him away. Everything else is fine except this condition. Lucas has never bullied you, and he always speaks for you. Why do you want to chase him away? Is it because Lucas is more obedient and has better grades than you, so you hate him? George said disdainfully, He is excellent because I restrained my brilliance and made him successful. Forget it. I am too lazy to argue with you. If you pester me again next time, I will definitely not be polite. After saying that, he took Johnson away. He knew that many things were actually Lucas's doing behind the scenes, but he didn't say it out loud because no one would believe him. So from the beginning, George didn't expect Lucas to be kicked out. He was just making fun of them. After all, in the future, Lucas will cause them great misery. George! Ella cried out in pain and clenched her fists tightly. Why are you targeting Lucas? He is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. He is better than you. Are you jealous of him for this reason? Both of you are my brothers. One of you saved my life, and the other one I owe you. At this time, a message came from her mobile phone. It turned out that the college entrance examination scores were announced. She specifically set up text message reminders so that she could check her scores as soon as they came out. She quickly took out her cell phone and checked the official website. Her hands were shaking with nervousness as she held the phone. Even though she knew that Lucas would definitely be the top scorer, she was still very nervous, extremely nervous. However, after seeing the city's test score rankings, her brain buzzed and turned pale, and her cell phone fell to the ground with a click. I saw on my phone that the third place in the city's test score was Lucas, and the second place was Olivia. The city's top scorer in the college entrance examination, George. No, how could this happen? It's impossible. It's definitely impossible. Ella screamed, and her face looked extremely ugly. Ella, are the college entrance examination scores out? Yuki also ran over, picked up the phone, and looked at it, and instantly felt suffocated. George, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. She knew that George's grades had always been good, but his progress had been affected by cooking for them. But she didn't expect George to be so outstanding. After leaving the Yi family and being freed from their burden, George really soared to the sky. Second sister, George just said that Lucas's excellence is because George restrained his brilliance and made Lucas successful. I just thought it was impossible. Xiaoxiu is so outstanding. How can George compare to him? But now I find that George has really blossomed since he left the Yi family. Could it be that George has really been giving in to Xiaoxiu all along? Ella looked at Yuki in pain. She was reluctant to admit this result, but facts told her that maybe it was true. Yuki helped Ella up, not knowing what to say, and suddenly remembered what Olivia said. George wants to become the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, to make his sister proud and himself proud. But now, she is no longer worthy of sharing this joy and glory. At this time, George walked towards the classroom because the teacher was calling him back. But he was in a bad mood, very bad. Even though they have severed all ties, Yuki, that bitch, still keeps looking for him. And this time she even called Ella over. They have no intention of letting me go. I just want to live for myself. It has nothing to do with you guys anymore. Why do you have to pester me? Do you really have to force me to take revenge on you? George thought coldly in his heart. Although he had severed ties with the Yi family, the incident with the bird's nest porridge made him realize that the Yi family might not let him go. He must have the ability to protect himself. Chapter 17. After leaving the Yi family, he spread his wings and flew high. George, congratulations. You're not only the top scorer in the city, but also the top scorer in the province. The teacher is so happy. After returning to the classroom, Teacher Liu came running over immediately. The other students also looked at George with respect. George is an orphan. He studies hard and is a very kind person. Now, he becomes the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is what he deserves. Let's go. The teacher has booked a floor at the Rice Hotel and is inviting all the students to dinner. It's like a celebration party. George, kindly again. George's face changed slightly. Teacher, this is too expensive. Teacher Lou smiled and shook his head. Why should I spend money? You're the top scholar. I have taught so many classes of students, many of whom went to Tsinghua University and Peking University, but this is the first time that you are the top scholar. In the past, the top scholars were all occupied by key high schools. So this is also a feast of honor for teachers. When the principal finds out, he will have to treat you to a meal. George had no choice but to nod, and the group ran towards the Rice Hotel. Teacher Lou's family is quite influential in the city, and they quickly booked the second floor of the hotel. Not only did they invite the entire class, but also the entire grade, and many teachers also came. At this time, the third floor of Rice Hotel was also very lively. Everyone was still drinking, eating, and chatting. Lucas held a glass of wine and chatted with the big shots one by one. When the big shots asked Lucas about his thoughts on the future, he would also talk about his ambition to apply to Tsinghua University, his desire to start a business in the future, his views on business, etc. This made many people nod in appreciation. Having such thoughts at this age is much better than their peers. Not to mention that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Mr. Yi, your son will definitely be able to take over your business in the future, or even make it bigger. The head of the education department said, with a smile. David shook his head modestly. It's a good idea, but we still have to take our time. For young people, ideas and practice are two different things. The scores are out. At this time, someone shouted, Haha, Mr. Yi, we have to prepare to set off fireworks tonight. Reporters are all here. Get ready to interview our young champion. The wealthy people from all sides, the principal smiled expectantly, took out his mobile phone and looked at it. And the next moment, they were all silent. David and Maria were the most nervous and were also looking at their phones. The next moment, their faces turned ugly at the same time. Lily quickly opened her phone and screamed in disbelief. Xiao Su is not the top scorer. He is third, and the one above him is Olivia, and the top scorer is George. How is this possible? He must have cheated. The whole hall was dead silent. How lively it was just now. How awkward it is now. Lucas was still toasting the head of the education department, holding the wine glass, standing there trembling. George? How could it be him? George's grades have always been worse than mine. How come he suddenly surpasses me? And it happened in the college entrance examination. How could he face people? A rage burned in Lucas' heart, making him want to kill George. George has already left the Yi family. Why is he still targeting me and surpassing me? It's so uncomfortable. Principal, Teacher Lou, and the others are on the second floor, preparing a celebration banquet for George. Do you want to go over there? At this time, a teacher looked at the principal of number 1 middle school and said, the principal of number 1 middle school's face changed slightly, and he showed a happy smile. Go, of course I will go. Their school has a top student. I would go there even if I break my legs. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I'll be back in a while. Greeted David again. David felt like he had lost all his dignity in this life. He pretended to be calm and said, Okay, I'll wait for you here. Go slowly. Principal Lee left immediately. Seeing this, other principals were also eager to make a move, especially the city's top leaders and other bigwigs. They also smiled and said that they wanted to go to the second floor to meet the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Old Yi, don't worry about it. The top scorer in the college entrance examination is here. I have to go there. I work for the Education Bureau. This year's Education Weekly will publish the top scorers in the college entrance examination. So I will definitely go there. I'll treat you to dinner later. Every farewell was like a dagger inserted into David's heart, killing him and piercing his soul. The most distressing thing is that the top scorer in the college entrance examination is from the Yi family, but no one knows about it. Not a single person. And all this is their fault because they never announced George's identity and never brought George to the banquets of important people. 10 minutes later, all the big shots had left. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the waiters were walking back and forth, as if they were silently laughing at us. Everyone in the Yi family had a grim face and felt very uncomfortable. Xiaosu, come here, Maria called out, letting Lucas sit next to her. Lucas had a smile on his face the whole time, seemingly not caring, but everyone could see that he was the one hit the hardest, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. This celebration party was held for him, but everyone left. It's okay, it's just the college entrance examination. Maria's eyes were red, and she wanted to say something to comfort him, but she didn't know how. Yuki and Ella also came back. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything and could only sit there dejectedly. This bastard actually became the top scholar. Angela gritted her teeth. She had always looked down on George, but now George seemed to have slapped her hard in the face. Look at the TV interview. Lily suddenly pointed at the big TV in the hall. Who interviewed George was still the same one from last time. She was naturally very surprised and shocked. I remember you. You walked out of the examination room in half an hour. At that time you said you would become the top scorer, and you really became the top scorer. You are amazing. Your IQ must be very high. Besides, you are an orphan. Orphans have to endure the most in life, but I didn't expect you to do better than your peers. You are amazing. This kind of interview was like adding insult to injury, severely stimulating everyone in the Yi family. They thought of Lucas, who took good care of them and gave them everything they wanted, and George, who had to cook for his family and even set up a stall to make a living. One is treated like a prince, the other is treated like a beggar. However, the one who laughs last is George. He is like an indestructible cockroach. I'm Mr. Liu of the top student George. George is a very good kid. He is humble, hardworking, and never puts on airs. He has no parents and is an orphan, but he is better than anyone else. He is like a young eagle. After his unremitting efforts, he finally spreads his wings and flies high like an eagle. When Teacher Liu was interviewed, he also expressed his views on George, which were full of care and appreciation. Turn it off, turn it off. Maria's migraine came back, and she screamed hysterically. Lily quickly turned off the TV and gritted her teeth in anger. He has no family. He is an orphan. Every time she heard this sentence, she was greatly irritated, as if it was mocking them. Yuki and Ella were also very uncomfortable. They lowered their heads, bit their lips, and remembered those words very well. He soared into the sky like an eagle. Yes, after leaving the cage of the Yi family, he spread his wings and flew high. Chapter 18. It's not that I don't want to retaliate. It's just that the time has not come yet. An hour later, the celebration banquet gradually came to an end. People in the whole city were watching the TV and sending their best wishes to George. He was their top scorer, and I heard that his score was also the highest in the province, which showed that the teaching level in Yuhai City was also very high. Those top bosses didn't go back to the third floor in the end. After all, they knew that going back would be like rubbing salt into David's wounds. In the end, they made a phone call and left. Most of the guests in the private room on the third floor had left, leaving only David and his family. At this time, a figure slowly walked up. It was George. At this moment, Maria and everyone else were looking at George. After leaving home, George has grown taller and not as thin as before. Even his face looks less tired, and he looks quite energetic. He is just like the male lead in a TV drama, so handsome and elegant. And he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, so confident and calm, all of which makes him seem excellent. This is completely different from the impression they have of young people who are submissive, timid, and cowardly. Yeah, George. Even Angela, who had always had a prejudice against George, felt as if she didn't know this young man. George, you finally agreed to come back. Yuki's eyes turned red, and she stood up happily. George suddenly came to them, and she guessed that George must have forgiven his family. That's right, they're all family, and there is no such thing as an impasse. Besides, George is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, which has proved his excellence. He deserves everyone's attention. Snort. David thought so too. He snorted coldly, still refusing to lose face. Maria's face turned pale. After taking a sip of water, she said, "Are you willing to come back? You've been so popular during this period, and your second sister is in a bad mood every day. You also said in front of the TV station that you are an orphan and don't recognize us. Have you had enough of your nonsense?" "No." George spoke lightly, looking at everyone in the Yi family with disgust. "I just heard from the principal that you are all here. Since you are here, some things should be settled. I'm here this time to pay you back the last 150,000 yuan I owe you." After saying that, he took out several stacks of money from his school bag and put them on the table. What? Everyone's eyes widened. George didn't just give in and go home. He severed ties with her completely. "George, what are you crazy about? It's okay if you did it once, but you did it a second time. What do you want to do?" David was so angry that he walked out from the table, came in front of George, and wanted to slap him. He has endured for a long, long time. According to his expectations, George would have a miserable life outside after running away from home and would eventually cry and beg to come back. But the opposite happened. George became more and more successful, which resulted in David being the loser. Later, David thought that George had won and should have felt relieved, so he should come back. However, who knew that he was still thinking about severing ties with him? This kid didn't even treat their parents as human beings. Hit me if you dare. George suddenly grabbed the bottle next to him and raised it up. See if my bottle dares to smash it down. You. David stopped and stared at George. He didn't expect George would dare to threaten him like this. That cold look and the sneer at the corner of his mouth showed that he didn't regard him as his father at all. It's so uncomfortable. It feels like my heart is being cut by a knife. He also found that George had grown taller and stronger. If they really fought, he might not be able to beat this guy. Maria was also surprised and suddenly shouted, George, where did you get $150,000 in just a few days? Did you steal it? Don't tell me you earned it by setting up a stall. That's impossible. In short, I will never agree to let you leave the Yi family. Maria, how I make money has nothing to do with you. Besides, I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. George's face was very cold. He lifted his hair and pointed at the scar on his forehead and said, This scar was caused by David kicking me and hitting the leg of a chair when I left the Yi family that day. Pointing to the scar on his wrist, he said, This is the scar from when I pierced my wrist with glass. The blood I shed at that time was also returned to the Yi family. I don't owe you anything anymore. What qualifications do you have to keep me here? David saw the scar on George's forehead. The anger in his heart disappeared and was replaced by guilt. At that time, Lucas was pushed down by George because he broke his grandfather's photo frame. He was heartbroken and kicked George over. He was the one who caused this injury. He was so furious at the time that he completely forgot that George was also his child. Maria's face was still livid. I don't care anyway. I won't agree. You can't leave. George grabbed the money on the table and threw it hard at Maria. Did I ask you to agree? The agreement has been signed and the money has been paid. I'm here to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. Maria, don't think I don't know the despicable things you did. It seems like they are kind enough to give me bird's nest porridge. If I eat it, then the top scorer in the college entrance examination will not be me. But Lucas, you want me to come back, so you want to continue to frame me, right? There are many things that I know clearly. I will tell you one thing. Evil will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution. It's just that the time has not come yet. Maria was hit in the face by a stack of money. She was very embarrassed. She was originally furious, but George's words made her whole body tremble, as if she had fallen into hell. She didn't expect that George actually knew it. George not drink the bird's nest porridge? David was about to lose his temper when he saw George throwing money at Maria. But George's words surprised him again, and he asked, George, what's the matter with the bird's nest porridge? Ask your good wife yourself. George sneered and strode away. This time, Maria didn't dare to stop George anymore. She lowered her head, had a gloomy face, and sat there trembling. Maria, tell me. David walked quickly towards Maria. Dad, this is what happened. The day before the college entrance examination, Mom prepared bird's nest porridge for George, but the porridge seemed to be expired. After I gave it to a colleague, he was hospitalized for several days. Yuki gritted her teeth and explained. David's pupils narrowed sharply. You mean, if George eats bird's nest porridge, he won't be able to take the college entrance examination? That's what I meant, but Mom definitely didn't mean it. Yuki lowered his head and said. David was shocked and stared at Maria. Maria, you'd better give me an explanation. What's there to explain? I don't know why the bird's nest porridge is expired. It was cooked by Aunt Wong. Maria raised her neck and looked at David angrily. She has been married to David for many years, and David rarely yells at her, almost never. But today he actually yelled at her for George. How abominable. David stared at Maria. His face was terribly gloomy. In the end, Yuki and the others thought that the matter was over. After all, Dad loved Mom very much. He would give in to Mom no matter what she did, and even forgave her. But the next moment, David slapped Maria in the face. The beating was very hard and very loud. Chapter 19, if you say I am bad, then I will be bad to the end. You, hit me for George. Maria stroked her cheek, as if she couldn't believe it and was about to go crazy. David didn't say a word, just turned around and left. Although Maria didn't say it on purpose, he knew that his wife had never given George bird's nest before. This time she suddenly gave him birds' nests. There must be some secret hidden in it. Therefore, it is most likely true that Maria framed George. In the past, Maria favored Lucas, and he actually knew it, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, it was just a small matter. But the college entrance examination is a crucial matter in life. How can Maria be so cruel? Dad, how could you? At this time, Angela and the others finally reacted and were extremely shocked. This was the first time they had seen their father hit their mother since they were little. And just like their mother said, it was because of George. It hurts. Lucas's painful voice suddenly came from outside the corridor of the hall. Maria and the others immediately ignored David and ran out of the hall, only to see George standing in the corridor with Lucas behind him. He was stroking his cheek as if he had just been slapped, looking so pitiful. George, you hit your brother. Angela guessed what was going on and ran to comfort Lucas. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxiu. I will protect you. Lucas saw that everyone had arrived. He immediately stopped crying and shook his head, saying, "It has nothing to do with my brother. I was the one who said too much. My brother gave me a good beating." Xiaoxiu, what happened? Ella couldn't help but feel sad when she saw Lucas' pitiful look. I just congratulated my brother on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and then I spoke well of him on behalf of everyone else, hoping that he would come back. Because being the top scorer in the college entrance examination does not represent everything in life. When my brother comes back, he can take charge of the Yi family group, and his future achievements will be even greater. But my brother seemed very unhappy and slapped me. Lucas said pitifully, "Don't blame my brother. He is still angry now. It's normal for him to hit me." When everyone heard this, they became furious. "George, have you become so evil? Xiaoxu wished you to become the top scorer and was thinking about you, but you hit him instead. I know you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. You are very proud of yourself. You are riding on Xiaoxiu's head. You are a mean person who has achieved success." Angela couldn't help scolding, and then looked at Lucas and said, "Xiaoxiu, don't worry. With my elder sister here, George will never be able to enter the Yi group." Lily also scolded, "You are just a top scorer in the college entrance examination. You will only be a high-level employee in the future. What are you proud of? You will still be a slave to entrepreneurs." George heard what everyone said. He shrugged his shoulders and looked at the pitiful Lucas. Just now, Lucas caught up with George and gave him his blessing, but George didn't bother to pay attention to him and just left. However, just after taking a few steps, I heard a slap behind me. When I turned around, I saw Lucas stroking his mouth, accusing me of slapping him in the face. It's still this kind of bitter drama. It was useful to me before, but now it does no harm to me. Then, George walked towards Lucas step by step. "George, do you want to apologize? Xiaoxu will never forgive you." Angela thought George would admit his mistake like he did before. George ignored her, looked at Lucas and smiled. "Lucas, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I know better than anyone what you have done and what your purpose is. Let me guess what you're thinking now. Because I became the top scorer in the college entrance examination and the focus of the whole family, you sensed the crisis, so you thought of the self-torture strategy to attract the attention of the Yi family again, right?" Lucas was still pretending to be pitiful, but his pupils were trembling. Because everything George said is right. He clearly noticed the change in Yuki and Ella, his attitude, and felt guilty towards George. Plus, as he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, the whole family changed their opinion of George. This can't go on. He wanted to turn the situation around and regain control of it. So he resorted to the strategy of inflicting pain on himself. But unexpectedly, George actually saw through it. Horrible. George go through. Why'd he change so much? If you had played this kind of trick in the past, I would have been so scared that I would have knelt down and begged for mercy and blamed myself for being a sinner. Well, this is moral kidnapping. But now, when I don't want morality, no morality can hold me back. George said with a smile, a very relaxed smile, but it was like the devil's smile. The next moment, he slapped Lucas in the face. Bang! There was a crisp sound of slap, and a clear slap mark appeared on Lucas' face. He was stunned. Maria, Angela, and others were all stunned. They never expected that George not only did not admit his mistake, but also slapped Lucas in front of them. "Lucas, since you've accused me of hitting you, it would be unreasonable for me not to hit you. Anyway, in everyone's mind, I'm just a wild kid who came back from outside. I fight, steal, and have lots of bad habits. Not bad, not bad. Everything is just as you imagined. That's who I am. George said this nonchalantly, then turned and walked away. Since you guys say I'm bad, then I'll be bad to the end. The whole family looked at George's tall and thin back until he disappeared in the corridor. They seemed to have no reaction at all. George gave them now was that he was no longer submissive, no longer obeyed them, and showed no mercy at all. How dare he? Maria gnashed her teeth in anger. After returning home, the family was silent. Maria went back to her room angrily, and David went to work at the group without looking back. In short, everyone had their own ideas. After Wanma ran out, she made a cup of coffee for Angela and hurried to do housework. She has lived in the Yi family for more than 10 years, and this is the first time she has seen the family so depressed, as if there's a layer of haze hanging over everyone's head. Lily sat in a wheelchair and cursed. George, you are a monster. You broke my bones, took away Xiaoxiu's top score in the college entrance examination, went against my father, and even slapped Xiaoxiu. It's unreasonable. A man like him is not worthy of being my brother. It would be best if he died outside. The last vicious remark finally made her breathe a sigh of relief. Yuki's eyes turned red, and she couldn't help but ask, "What happened to George?" Your fracture has nothing to do with George. George won the top spot in the college entrance examination through hard work, and he went against his father and slapped Xiao Su. Haven't you slapped George enough before? Now George just slapped him back, and you're so excited? He is a demon, but we also cultivated him. After hearing this, Lily looked at Yuki in shock. She thought that after what happened not long ago, Yuki must hate George very much, but who knew that she actually spoke up for George? She angrily said, "Back then, I shouldn't have brought this bastard back home. He is nothing more than a stray dog." Chapter 20. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Yuki was sad and wanted to say something, but Angela interrupted them. Okay, don't quarrel over George. He has caused enough trouble. It's good that he's gone now. The house can be quiet for a while. After saying that, he looked at Yuki and said, "Second brother, have you ever thought that George is trying to sow discord between his sisters? I hope you can wake up a little bit." Yuki opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing and went back to her room. No matter what George had endured at home, it was all natural. If George dared to resist even a little, he would be a demon and a traitor. This is family favoritism. The scariest thing is that they never think they are wrong. Sister, George is just the top scorer in the college entrance examination, a high-level worker. That's all he can achieve in his life. Lily is still mocking George. Angela nodded. Lily, George did this to show his anger or for other purposes. I will find out sooner or later. By the way, how are you and Xia Haonan doing? Lily's face changed slightly. She made a bet with David that as long as Xia Haonan could make a career, the Yi family would allow Xia Haonan to be with her. For this, the Yi family even deducted her pocket money, leaving her with only 10,000 pocket money every month. Big sister, please help me. Xia Haonan can't lose. By the way, don't you hate George? Xia Haonan has to be better than George. Lily immediately pulled Angela's arm and acted coquettishly. Angela sighed. I can't help you with money, but I can tell you a surefire project. There is a Luoli garment factory in the southern suburbs that is about to go bankrupt. Go and buy it immediately. There is news that the area is going to be acquired, and you can sell it for several times the price at that time. Is it a sure win? Lily was very happy. 100%, but don't let the news spread out. It came from within. Sister, I love you. I know you are the best to me. At this time, Ella has come to Yuki's room. So many things have happened in the past few days that she still finds it hard to digest. Especially when Lucas was slapped by George. She didn't know who to help. If it were in the past, she would definitely help Lucas because Lucas saved her life. But now she owes George too much and is an unforgivable sinner. This made her feel very embarrassed and miserable. Ella, I really can't accept it. Mom is actually harming George. It's so vicious and cruel. How can she do this? Yuki sat on the bed, wiping her tears with a tissue. Ella thought about the bird's nest porridge, and her face changed slightly. This is a misunderstanding. Maybe the bird's nest is expired. It's not a misunderstanding, it's true. Yuki shook her head. Dad already knew, otherwise why would he slap Mom? He did it because he was 100% sure. Because of this reason, George went against Dad, and Dad didn't dare to teach George a lesson. Moreover, George slapped Xiaoxiu, and Dad tolerated it. Because Dad is also in the wrong and feels guilty. Or maybe he realized that George is no longer a child, but an adult. Ella swallowed her saliva after hearing this, and a terrifying chill rose in her heart. In order to help Lucas become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, her mother actually did this. Horrible. If Lucas and George have a conflict in the future, will Maria poison George to death? It's very likely, 100% possible. You have to know that in Ella's heart, although Maria is strong, domineering, and in charge of everything, she loves children very much. But now this image has been subverted, just like the vicious old woman on TV. Ella, do you think George is not his parent child? Yuki suddenly looked at Ella and said. Ella exclaimed, stroking her mouth tightly, and kept shaking her head. Impossible. When George came back, Grandpa took him to do a DNA test, and it has been proven that he is related to us by blood. Yuki's face was filled with fear, as if she couldn't breathe. If that's the case, then Mom is even more terrifying. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How could a mother do such a thing to her own son? In the next few days, the Yi family gradually regained its vitality. David didn't know what means he used, but he finally coaxed Maria into peace, and the couple were now talking and laughing. Lily kept comforting Lucas, saying that he was just the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a high-level employee, and that he would eventually have to work for tycoons like them. So there was nothing to be proud of. After hearing these words, Lucas' mood gradually improved. Maria wants to take Lucas out to relax during the summer vacation and go back to her parents' home in the provincial capital. Yuki was also on summer vacation, so Maria asked her to go along as well. David was also there. After he slapped Maria last time, he was afraid that Maria would complain to her parents, so he had to follow with a wry smile. Lucas, remember to call me when you get there. Ella thoughtfully arranged everything for Lucas. If you get bored at Grandma's house, I'll buy you a plane ticket to the Maldives. You haven't dived for a long time. Come and have some fun. After saying that, he pushed Lucas into the Toyota Alpha. Yuki was the last one to get on the bus. She smiled at Ella and said, Xiaoshu can't swim and doesn't like swimming. He prefers skiing. Let's take him to Courchevel in a few months. Ella nodded after hearing this and was about to ask her assistant to order new ski equipment when suddenly her beautiful eyes froze. Lucas can't swim? So who saved her during the flood a few years ago? She remembered that year when her family went on a trip and they encountered a mountain torrent. Ella was washed away by the flood, and she thought she was going to die. But at the critical moment, a figure carried her out of the water and swam towards the shore. She didn't see clearly who it was, but she vaguely remembered the person who saved her. That person had a strong back, like a hero. At that time, there were two people on the shore. Afterwards, she found one of them to ask, and finally learned that the person who saved her was Lucas. So over the years, she has been grateful to Lucas and regarded him as everything in her life. Felt guilty towards George these days. As long as it came to Lucas, she would always stand on Lucas' side. But now she suddenly realized that Lucas couldn't swim? Lucas never told me that. No, she had never asked either. Ever since she questioned the eyewitnesses at the scene and learned that Lucas was her savior, she had never checked again. Ella returned to the villa in a daze until the car disappeared from her sight. Suddenly, she saw Wang Ma watering the flowers and ran over to ask, Annie Wang, can't Xiaoshu swim? Of course the sixth young master can't swim, and he's afraid of water. Except for Xiaoshu and the young lady, everyone else in the family can swim, especially young Master George, who is the best at swimming. Okay, thank you. Ella got the affirmation. Her mind went blank. Since it wasn't Lucas who saved him, why would Lucas admit it? What on earth happened here? Xiaolu, check for me right now. When my family was traveling and encountered a flash flood, who saved me? There were 2 eyewitnesses at the time. Who was the other one? Ella quickly called her assistant. Chapter 21 George, we win. On the other hand, since George returned the 150,000 to the Yi family, he has completely no connection with the Yi family anymore. Next, he wants to live for himself, start a business, and make more money. Alex also called and said he found 2 small garment factories for George, both of which were on the verge of bankruptcy and met George's requirements. One of them is in the southern suburbs. Although the price is a bit expensive, Alex has heard that this area is about to be developed. Once the government steps in to acquire the land, the price will increase several times. The other one is in Western Union. Although the price is cheaper, the follow-up work is quite troublesome because the workers' wages are in arrears. Mr. Mo is a big shot and often deals with official people. The information he provides must be effective. Johnson was immediately very happy. George knew that Alex was doing him a favor on purpose to repay him for his reminder, but he remembered that in the previous life, the southern suburbs had not been developed, and it was the orphanage area that was eventually developed. Go check it out. George took Johnson and set off, and soon arrived at the Luoli garment factory. The person in charge was Mr. Liu. Although he saw that George and the other two were young, he was very polite and was obviously anxious to sell this garment factory. George walked around the factory and was barely satisfied, except that the equipment was too old and worthless, and there were not many workers. Then discussed the price with the person in charge. The person in charge offered a price of 1.2 million, and George finally negotiated it down to 800,000. Although he had 1 million in funds, he had to leave 200,000 for raw materials. And even so, George did not sign the contract immediately. Johnson anxious. Lily, want this factory for 1.2 million. Just when the two parties reached a verbal agreement, Lily and Xia Haonan walked in with a few people. George's face darkened instantly. He always felt that the people of the Yi family were like scabby dogs, and they could be found everywhere. He said coldly, "You really didn't check the almanac before going out. It's unlucky. George, don't give me that. I feel sick just by looking at you." Lily sat in a wheelchair and cursed. "You are so arrogant. You cursed me to have a car accident, caused a quarrel among my family members, and even dared to slap Xiaoxiu. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson." George coldly, but he knew that business was more important. Besides, George was also trying to seize Luoli Garment Factory, so perhaps he had heard the news. This profitable business must not be left to others. "Boss, how is it?" Xia Haonan asked immediately. Mr. Liu looked at George and said with embarrassment, "Of course, it's okay, but Mr. Yi and I have already reached a verbal agreement." A verbal agreement means there is no signed contract. Lily planned to strike first. "I will sign the contract right away and give you the money right away. I'm telling you, he's just a dog, and I don't have any money to give you." George looked at Lily coldly, his face full of disgust. "Lily, you are so disgusting. You knew I was going to acquire the garment factory, so you came here to make trouble, right?" "Yeah, I'm here to cause trouble." Lily smiled proudly and said, "Is being the top scorer in the college entrance examination so awesome? In this world, only being rich is amazing. I'm telling you right now, I've got this garment factory for sure. If you don't agree, bite me." Johnson was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up and cursed, "You bastards, you made George suffer so much, and now you are still chasing and bullying George. You won't even give us a way to live." But Xia Haonan came with a few thugs. With a wave of their hands, the thugs grabbed Johnson and pressed him on the table. "George, right? Let me remind you, whoever stand in my way of making money is my enemy." Xia Haonan also threatened coldly, "You have to give up this garment factory even if you don't want to. Otherwise, I will kill you with my sword. I guarantee that your friend will not see the sun tomorrow." "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Johnson was suppressed. He remained fearless. George's face looked very ugly, so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He didn't expect Lily and Xia Haonan to be so overbearing. "Mr. Yi, I think we should just give it to them." At this time, Mr. Liu interrupted and looked at Lily and said, "You can buy it, but it must be 2 million. Once the money is in place, I will sign the contract immediately." He could also see that there seemed to be a lot of people trying to compete for this crappy garment factory, so he naturally took the opportunity to raise the price. 2 million. Lily's pretty face sank. She currently has only 1 million in startup capital. The Yi family obviously would not help, let alone allow anyone else to help her. Otherwise, the bet with David would be lost. With 1 million in funding, if Xia Haonan achieves results, the Yi family will recognize Xia Haonan. 2 million, right? Okay, I agree. Xia Haonan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lily whispered, "Brother Haonan, where did you get the 1 million? I plan to borrow it from Brother Hua." Xia Haonan has thought it through. He will have to sell the factory for double the price. As long as he sells it for 5 million, he will have made 3 million. Maybe it can be sold for 10 million. This is a business that is sure to make money. Brother Hua, he's from the underworld. The interest rate is very high. Lily knew that Brother Hua was a real gangster. Xia Haonan said with deep affection, "For you, I am willing to take risks. As long as I can prove to your father that I, Xia Haonan, am capable, he will accept me, and we can be together in the future." Lily was so moved that she burst into tears. "Haonan, you are so nice." Soon, brother who was loan shark arrived. Xia Haonan and Mr. Liu signed a contract immediately. After the entire factory belonged to Xia Haonan, Lily and Xia Haonan hugged each other happily. George saw that the situation was settled and there was no need to stay any longer. So he took Johnson and left. At this time, Lily came running over pushing a wheelchair and said sarcastically, "George, I have good news for you. This factory area is about to be developed. By then, the value will at least increase tenfold." Originally this money belonged to you, but now it belongs to me. George was too lazy to pull, so he just wanted to bypass Lily and leave. Lily still pestered George and said proudly, "As long as Xia Haonan makes achievements, the Yi family will accept him. No one can stop our love. By the way, in Dad's eyes, Xia Haonan is more promising than you. Otherwise, why would he give a chance to Brother Haonan, but not to you?" "George, we won." Lily even made a scissors hand gesture to deliberately disgust George. Neuropathy. George was not angry. He sneered, "Lily, I said I won't care about you anymore. It's up to you to decide whether to live or die. Just don't regret it in the future. Also, don't be happy too soon. Your retribution has not yet arrived." After saying that, he took Johnson out of the office. Lily suddenly felt nauseous as if she had eaten a fly. She thought George should be very angry and hysterical. So how could he be so calm? "Lily, your brother is very calm and doesn't look like a high school student at all. I find him disgusting." Xia Haonan was just swept by George's cold eyes, and he was in a bad mood. He smiled at the gangsters behind him and said, "Brother Daozi, teach him a lesson for me. I'll pay for the bar expenses tonight." "It's a deal." Several gangsters happily agreed. Chapter 22. The change in mentality is like a wild beast showing its fangs. George and Johnson were just walking out of the door and were about to call a car to leave when suddenly several thugs rushed up and surrounded George and his companions. "Little brother, I admire you a lot. You lost a business worth millions, but you were able to stabilize it. You are really capable of doing great things. It's a pity that we are taking money from others and helping them get rid of disasters, so we can only beat you up." The thug named Daozi sneered. "Don't worry, we promise not to hit you in the face." "You dare." Johnson didn't expect that Xia Haonan and his men had robbed a large sum of money, and he actually wanted to teach them a lesson. George's face was also cold, but he was not too surprised. In his previous life, he constantly helped Lily and supported her to become a business leader. But when he was eventually burned to death, Lily not only did not save him, but she hated him even more. So it's no surprise that Lily wouldn't let him go. This woman is an ungrateful person. Then, George took out 3,000 yuan and said, "This money is for the brothers to buy some cigarettes and alcohol. Anyway, Xia Haonan doesn't know whether you have made any efforts or not." Brother Daozi and his men were stunned for a moment. They were not brothers with Xia Haonan. The only reason they could help Xia Haonan was because Xia Haonan had hooked up with the daughter of Yi family. Besides, Xia Haonan really didn't know whether they had taught George a lesson. "Little brother, you know how to behave yourself. Okay, this money can be regarded as protection money." Brother Daozi took the 3,000 yuan and turned around and left with his brothers. George also took Johnson away. The last incident with the bird's nest porridge and what happened just now made him realize that the Yi family would never let him go. He must have more money. Then he can not only protect himself, but also take the initiative. "Yi family, you forced me to do this." George's mentality also gradually changed, like a wild beast with fangs bared. "George, fuck, I feel so frustrated." Mr. Mo said that the factory can make at least several times more money. On the way, Johnson was still unhappy. George was not too depressed and sneered, "Don't worry, Luoli Garment Factory will not be officially acquired. I am 100% sure that Lily took the garment factory for nothing, and it eventually became a bad debt. Wait, they will have a lot of trouble." Really? Johnson was a little bit unconvinced and thought it was just George's self-consolation. After all, Alex's boss said it will be levied. Not long after, the two arrived at a garment factory called Hongyan. The price was cheaper than that of Luoli Garment Factory. George inspected it for a while and bought the factory and equipment for 700,000 yuan. The only difficulty of this garment factory was that it owed the workers wages, and the funds needed for the follow-up were not small. George could only give him a promise that as long as the workers continued to stay and work, their monthly salary would be increased by 20% compared to before. Starting from the first month, not only were salaries paid as usual, but even the outstanding wages were settled within half a year. The reason why George did this was mainly because he still had 300,000 yuan left to buy raw materials. If he paid all the wages, the garment factory would not be able to operate. As long as the factory can operate, George is confident that with his eye for fashion in his previous life, the clothes he produces will have no shortage of sales. Moreover, non-mainstream clothes have already been widely followed, but most clothing factories have not yet responded, so George has to be the leader of the trend. George, the workers in the workshop don't agree. Soon, Johnson ran back bitterly. This garment factory closed down because it had no sales. It's too difficult to open up sales in just 1 month. Moreover, they saw that we were high school students and didn't believe us at all. They thought we were just here to cheat them out of money. George quickly walked to the workshop and said to all the workers, 1 month, just 1 month. If you still don't get paid, I will sell this factory and I will never owe you a penny. You don't want to go around looking for jobs and become unemployed workers. You have children at home and wives waiting for you to eat. Why can't you wait a month? In a month, you may not be able to find a job outside. If you continue to stay here, you'll have a stable job and the salary will be the best among your peers. If you have watched TV, you should know that I am the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. If I delay your salary, how much impact it will have on me? You must know this better than I do. The workers immediately looked at George carefully and gradually recognized him. It was him, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The TV station interviewed him, and the top leaders of the education department were present at the time. He is an orphan with no family, but he became the top scholar through his own efforts. He is risking his own reputation. If a young man dares to do it, why shouldn't we dare? Just because he's an orphan, I know he's definitely not a bad person. The workers discussed among themselves, and finally they all believed George. George was grateful to these simple workers, and then called the workshop director, designer, and others to start the next work. He drew many samples of clothing and asked the factories to make them according to them. We want to capture the young people's market, which is the main force of sales. The price should be between 50 and 200 yuan, not too high or too low. The quality of the clothes doesn't have to be the best, but the style must be the most fashionable. George explained the business philosophy. Nowadays, young people are still pursuing style, but in a few years, they will pursue quality. By then, garment factories will definitely focus on high-end clothing. Of course, the garment factory had already made its first pot of gold by then and was growing bigger and bigger. After all matters are taken care of, the rest will be left to the deputy factory manager, workshop director, etc. George, I was terrified when the workers protested just now. I didn't expect you to convince them with just a few words. Amazing. On the way back, Johnson felt a little scared, but also admired George's calmness and confidence. And Alex also called and was very sorry to learn that Luoli Garment Factory was taken away by Lily. Angela, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, is a big shot. She has been my rival for many years. She also has connections, so it's not surprising that she knows the official news. It's impossible to win against her at the moment. Alex comforted George. After all, George must be very upset after losing millions of dollars in business. George didn't care. That's not certain. It depends on who laughs last. Alex was stunned for a moment. He didn't know George was from the Yi family. He thought he grew up in an orphanage. But how could a child from an orphanage compete with the Yi family? At this time, in the Yi family's living room, Lily chatted with Xie Haonan on the phone for a while, then looked at Angela, who walked in and shouted as if to take credit. Sister, you are off work. Guess who I met today? It was George. What a coincidence. He also wanted to acquire Luoli Garment Factory, but I snatched it away in the end. Ha ha ha. Millions of dollars went in my pocket just like that. He must be so pissed off. Angela frowned after hearing this and asked curiously, although the garment factory has gone bankrupt, it still needs millions. Where did George get so much money? Could it be that he cheated it in the name of the Yi family? It's a loan, right? Lily was very proud. Anyway, he almost succeeded. In the end, he said sourly that I shouldn't be too happy because I would get my comeuppance. Ha ha, so sour. Ella suddenly put down her work and frowned. Lily, you are going too far. George finally found a way out by setting up a stall to sell clothes. Why are you blocking him? Chapter 23. He talked about retribution, and now it has really come. I will ban him and make him have nowhere to go in his life, and then kneel at the gate of the Yi family to beg us. Lily snorted coldly. Besides, it was my elder sister who reminded me to buy the garment factory. This business is a sure win. Ella immediately looked at Angela, who seemed to be very happy after seeing George being humiliated. George is ignorant. Why should I help him? I would rather help Xia Haonan than help him. Unless George can admit his mistakes, apologize to his parents, and promise to change his bad habits. Ella couldn't help but sniff. Bad habits? The eldest sister wants George to continue to be the Yi family's dog and continue to bully and humiliate George. At this moment, Angela received a phone call. Then her face changed drastically, and she just stood there. Sister, what's wrong? Lily suddenly became a little curious. Angela's face was very unhappy. Just now there was news from the city that the southern suburbs will no longer be developed. Huh? Then, what about my garment factory? Lily's eyes widened. It hit my hand. Angela's voice has changed. Lily was so shocked that she almost fell off her wheelchair. 2 million was gone just like that, and she still owed brother whole 1 million. Big sister, didn't you say it was a sure win? If David knew that she was bankrupt now, she and Xia Haonan would never be together again. Angela shook her head. How did I know it would be like this? Big sister, you can just say you didn't know, and it will be all right. You're pushing me into the fire pit. How can you do this? I know 2 million is a small matter for you, but it is a big deal for me. You have to compensate me. Lily is about to cry. Angela reminded, I can give you the money, but Dad can find out, and then Xia Haonan will lose the bet with Dad. Idiot. Huh? What should I do? Wow. If I had known, I wouldn't have wanted that crappy garment factory. It's all George's fault. He was talking about retribution, and now it's really coming. Lily sat in a wheelchair and kept crying. No wonder George wasn't unhappy when I took away the garment factory. He must have guessed it in advance. Big sister, how come you can't even compare to George? Ella wanted to laugh secretly when she saw this. Who could blame George for this? But George was right. Don't be happy too soon. Lily should know how to regret it now. Angela felt upset and angry when she heard Lily's words. She was the general manager of E Group, but she lost to George, a piece of trash. This is such a shame for her who is so proud. But how could George get the news earlier than her? Was it a coincidence? At this time, Xia Haonan also called. Lily, brother who had just heard a rumor in the city that the southern suburbs will not be developed. What should I do? I still owe brother whole 1 million. Lily, you promised that we would make money for sure. But where is the profit now? What do we need a crappy garment factory for? I can't even make underwear. How can I make clothes? I get it. You just deliberately didn't want to be with me. So you tricked me into borrowing brother who's money. Lily, I didn't think you were so vicious. Lily trembled all over after hearing this. Brother Haonan, no, I don't have such thoughts. Please believe me. Xia Haonan regretted it so much. Lily, this money was borrowed in my name. You're the eldest daughter of the Yi family. You are fine, but I am not. You have to solve it for me immediately. Otherwise, Brother Hua will beat me to death, please. Don't worry. 1 million is a small amount of money for the Yi family. I will definitely solve it for you. Lily hung up the phone. She looked at Angela and said, Sister, my pocket money has been taken by my father, and I have never saved any money. You're the only one who can help me. Please help me. She actually has quite a bit of pocket money, but with her personality, how can she save any? Angela sighed and said, Lily, I still say that I will give you any amount of money, but you have lost the bet with Dad. Dad will not allow you to be with Xia Haonan. You should think it over carefully. No, you can't ruin my love. Angela, it turns out you are harming me. Lily was suddenly hit hard, pointing at Angela and yelling, I know, you're the one who did all this. Don't think I don't know you. You're the most cunning and sinister. You like to control everything. I tell you, no one can steal my love, otherwise we will no longer be sisters. Angela was so angry that she felt dizzy. She never expected her sister would say these words to her. Ella also gasped and wanted to stop the fight, but she didn't know how to start. She suddenly thought of George. If George is at home, it is George's job to supervise and protect Lily, including taking the blame. But now that George is not at home, there is no one to take the blame for the eldest sister. If this doesn't work, then go ask George for help. Angela was also upset by Lily. I won't beg him. I'd rather die of starvation or exhaustion than beg him. He must be very proud and arrogant right now. I want to vomit when I see his face. And he will definitely say that Brother Haonan is not even as good as him. This is absolutely not acceptable. Lily shook her head stubbornly, but she also thought of George's previous 2 reminders. One was the car accident, and the other was the acquisition of the garment factory. Every time she didn't listen to the advice, she would be in trouble. If it was before, George would definitely stop her, protect her, and not let her encounter such a big trouble. Of course, she thought so, but she refused to admit defeat. I'll go. Ella sighed and said helplessly, no matter what, he is our brother. We shouldn't just stand by and watch him die. Lily immediately looked at Ella and said happily, second sister, just let George buy the garment factory with 3 million. Hasn't he always wanted a garment factory? Ella raised her eyebrows. Lily, don't go too far. You bought the garment factory for 2 million, and you sold it to George for 3 million? Do you still have a conscience? 2 million then. Lily pouted. Ella reluctantly agreed and was about to go find George, but suddenly she remembered something and walked towards the room where George used to live. Speaking of which, this was the first time she came to this room after George returned to the Yi family. But when she arrived at the door, she was a little afraid to go in, because Yuki had already told her many things, such as the notes with family flavors on the wall. And looking at the room, she thought of the wine cellar in the basement, which was dark and had sentences of apology carved on the walls. Call. Ella took a deep breath and finally pushed the door open. At first glance, a rag doll on the table caught her attention. Yes, he still has the doll I gave him. He keeps it in his room. Ella's eyes instantly turned red and she wanted to pick up the doll, but she was a little scared. This doll was given to her by one of her fans. This fan liked Ella very much, so the doll contained a dead person's hair and a curse, just to make Ella fall in love with him wholeheartedly. Ella learned about the situation. She wanted to throw away the evil doll, but she happened to meet George and said to him, George, I have never given you anything. This doll is a gift from my third sister. Her thought at the time was that the evil thing should influence George. Who would have thought that George would stay until now? Every day, every night, I sleep with a rag doll with dead person's hair on it. Chapter 24. He has changed and become even better. George, why are you so stupid and stubborn? We think you're just a dog. Ella now fully understands Yuki's guilt. She once forced George to kneel down and apologize to a dog. She once tricked George into buying sugar water from the crematorium, and she and her second sister locked George in a wine cellar. Too many. We are all sinners. Her eyes fell on the doll, where a family photo was pasted. However, George's portrait was crossed out, and he was the only one missing from the family. At this time, Hongyan Garment Factory is working overtime to catch up with the production. George took Johnson to many stores and stalls to sell his clothes. The styles are nice. Okay, I'll order this batch of clothes. Yes, that's it. Several young people asked us if we have jeans with small chains. These clothes and pants are very popular now, but I can't find where to buy them. I have to say that George has a good eye. After the clothing styles are put on the market, most vendors agree to purchase them. Moreover, when facing some hesitant big customers, George also promised that there would be no inventory pressure, and the bill would be settled every half a month. If the goods are not sold out, they can be returned at any time. Now that these big customers have no worries, Hongyan Garment Factory has received more and more orders. Recently, Olivia also came from home to help and invested 100,000 in Hongyan Garment Factory. Miss, the master asked you to go to France to participate in a fashion show. Look, if you don't want to go, just tell them that I need to study for my lessons and what I'm doing, etc. Don't tell my brother. I'll fire you. Olivia left. She gave the housekeeper many instructions. The butler could only nod with a wry smile. He also checked and found out that the young lady went to help out in a small garment factory. For a garment factory like this, the Xia family could easily invest tens of millions to make it big. But when he proposed this idea, Olivia sternly rejected it and did not allow her family to interfere, otherwise she would run away from home. In the end, the housekeeper had no choice but to go along with Olivia. With Olivia as 100,000 investment, George can also pay part of the wages in advance. In addition, the workers are happy and hardworking when they see that the factory is doing well. The current sales volume is high because of the styles, but this batch of styles will soon be followed by a large number of people. Next, we will produce new styles according to the clothing samples I gave us. In addition, we will open another production line to produce high-end and high-quality clothes and create our own brand. This is the long-term plan. George conveys his business philosophy in every meeting. The deputy factory manager, workshop director, and others listened to it word for word, but they felt that creating a brand was too expensive and it would be better to just stick with the current products. The quality might be a little worse, but they could make small profits, but quick turnover. Only George knew that times are always changing, and those who cling to small profits may be eliminated at any time. In his previous life, he had seen too many cases like this, such as Meters Bangway and so on. Brother, don't be too tired. Your health is the capital of the revolution. Olivia has been taking care of George, cooking for him, and so on. Although her cooking skills are not as good as George's, they are also very good. Thank you, Xia Xia. George was very grateful to Olivia. If he were in the Yi family, besides working and studying, he would have to cook for the Yi family, protect Lily, etc. How could anyone cook for him? After dinner, George took Olivia to explore the market again. At the entrance of Moore Shopping Mall, George, who was talking to a guest outside the car window, and praised Miss Ella. After George acquired Hunging Garment Factory, he solved the problem of unpaid wages for workers and opened up the market. Currently, the factory is doing very well. Ella came to see George on purpose and was immediately incredulous. How come he succeeded in his first business? That garment factory was going to go bankrupt. She was shocked to find that George was much better than Lily. In terms of starting capital, Lily had 2 million, but ended up losing money. George's starting capital was at most 1 million, perhaps borrowed in the name of a top scorer in the college entrance examination, but his business kept getting bigger and bigger. After leaving the Yi family, George was no longer hungry and couldn't eat. Instead, he became more and more successful. He has changed. He has grown taller, stronger, and more outstanding. Ella also looked at the busy young people outside the car window. George used to be as thin as a sick cat, but now he is strong and even a little handsome. If my eldest sister and my parents knew all this, they might not be happy for George, but would be even angrier. Assistant Xiao Lu said again, Ms. Ella, when George went to acquire Luoli Garment Factory, he seemed to have listened to Mr. Alex's reminder. Mr. Alex and George are from the same orphanage, so I guess Mr. Alex is helping him. Ella felt jealous. Alex was also one of the 4 richest people in Yuhai City. Although he was not as rich as the Yi family, he was an example of a self-made man. He helped George, obviously because he was optimistic about George's future. Of course, George did not disappoint Alex. Looking back at the Yi family, they only looked down on and exploited George and didn't think that George could achieve anything. Xiao Lu continued, Miss Ella, we have found one of the witnesses who witnessed your rescue 4 years ago, but he left Yuhai City a long time ago, and his account had an extra 3 million 4 years ago. Ella frowned slightly. Is it this witness who said that Lucas saved me? Yes, it's him. Xiao Lu nodded. But Master Lucas can't swim, so why did the eyewitness prove that Master Lucas saved you? Moreover, there is suddenly an extra 3 million in the account. I am suspicious. Hearing this, Ella felt dizzy and had vaguely guessed something. This person was most likely bribed by Lucas. She felt terrible, very terrible. Why did Lucas lie to himself and even bribe witnesses? Xiao Lu added, we already have a clue about the other witness. He is in the antique business. I'll go see him. Ella doesn't care why Lucas lied to her for the time being. She just wants to find a real savior. This is her hero, the one she will never forget, even in her dreams. George, who was resting on the roadside. George and Olivia saw Ella at first sight, pretended not to see her, and were very angry. George, me. Ella clearly had a lot to say, but she didn't know how to start. Go away, don't bother me. George didn't want to listen to her at all. Ella felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She knew that George had not forgiven her, including Yuki. But if she were to face the same experience as George, she would not forgive anyone. You're here to stand up for Lucas. Seeing that Ella didn't want to leave, George said coldly. No, that's all in the past. Ella said anxiously, I'm here for Lily. She knows she was wrong and regrets taking your garment factory. She hopes you could take out 2 million to buy it back. Lily is still young and doesn't understand. Please help her this time. Chapter 25. The longing is gone. Only disappointment follows expectation. George laughed immediately, feeling extremely ironic, and pointed at Ella and said, Ella, our big star, I didn't expect you to be so shameless and shameless. Do you still think of me as the one who protected you from the wind and rain? Ella took a step back in fear when George pointed at her nose and scolded her. The assistant Xiao Lu beside her turned pale. Ella is a big star. Who would dare to point at Ella and scold her? It was only because Ella was wearing sunglasses that no one recognized her. Otherwise, the fans would have drowned George out long ago. George continued. Lily stole the garment factory herself. She was so proud of herself when she stole it, and she wanted to make me look bad. Now you say you made a mistake and regret it, and you're pretending nothing happened? You even want me to buy it back for 2 million? You have shit in your heads, right? I can tell you clearly that I will never forgive you and Yuki, and Lily will be very miserable in the future. I'm happy to see it. Ella was very sad and immediately took out a family photo, hoping to impress George with her sincerity. George, this photo was taken when you first returned to the Eve family. George's expression changed slightly. This family photo was taken when George and his family went on a trip for the first time. It is also the only photo of George and his family together. Once upon a time, George treasured this photo as a treasure because he had just returned to the Yi family at that time and was full of longing and expectations for his home. But now, the longing is gone, and there is only disappointment after expectation. It's all over. George took the photo and tore it in two. Take away the part that belongs to you and turn around and leave. George. Ella clenched her fists in pain. I thought that taking out the photos would evoke the last warmth in George's heart. However, it still failed. George didn't care about them at all. Olivia suddenly came over and whispered, Ella, you and Yuki are both hypocritical people. Lily had a car accident, and Yuki believed it was her brother who did it. She wanted her brother to go back and apologize to Lily. What about you? Lily's investment failed, but you asked your brother to take the blame for Lily. You often say bad things about me behind my back, and even created a group to discuss how to play tricks on me. I know all of this. I also know that the doll you gave him contained a dead person's hair and was cursed. But he doesn't care. In order to protect his third sister, he would rather have nightmares every day and sleep with a rag doll in his arms, hoping that all the bad luck will befall him. Brother used to be so kind and foolish, but now he has finally stopped. From now on, I will enjoy brother's love alone, and I will make up for the love you owe him. After saying that, Olivia jumped up and down and left happily. As long as George doesn't return to the Yi family, it will belong to her. So he knows everything. Ella just felt a breath stuck in her throat. The four sisters actually created a group where they laughed at George, tried to play tricks on him, etc. I didn't feel anything before, but now I just feel it's insane. What's sad is that George knew the doll was evil, but he still kept it by his side just to prevent Ella from being affected by bad luck. At this time, George was about to return to the factory after leaving Moore Mall, when suddenly a man on the road caught his attention. The man was probably in his 60s, with gray hair on his temples. He was wearing a black suit and was standing next to a Mercedes. It's him, George remembered. The owner of the largest White Swan Hotel in Yuhai City, Mu Jianlin. In his previous life, Mu Jianlin had business overseas, and because of poor management, he put the White Swan Hotel up for sale. There were many people bidding at that time. Even the Yi family participated, but in the end it was acquired by a wealthy man from the provincial capital. After the White Swan Hotel changed hands, Yuhai City also officially developed that area. The hotel is located in the core area, and it is also the largest hotel in the city, with its market value soaring to more than 1 billion. Mu Jianlin, a collector of antiques, sold it to a wealthy man in the provincial capital because the wealthy man found the original Chao Yuan Xianzhong II. It was even reported in the newspaper at the time. George's heart was beating wildly. Later, the rich man announced that he found the treasure in an antique shop in this city. Thinking of this, George asked Olivia to go back to the factory first, and he immediately rushed to the street of cultural relics. He wanted to get the famous painting before it was bought. It's right here. Soon, George found an antique shop called Kinjiati, according to his memory. After entering, he saw that there were not many people inside, only a young man in a suit. The young man was 1.83 meters tall and very handsome, with the kind of feminine beauty very much like the male protagonist in a TV series. At this moment, the young man was looking at a painting. George took a look and his heartbeat quickened instantly. Oops, I'm still late. Because the painting the young man was looking at was exactly the procession of the immortals to the Yuan dynasty. Boss, I really like this painting. How much do you want for it? 200,000. This is the minimum. Boss, I really like this painting, but it's a fake. The real one is in the hands of a wealthy man in Magnesium Country. So 200,000 is too expensive. Sir, if it's genuine, you can't buy it even for 200,000. You're right. How about this? 150,000. Sir, it's at least 180,000. I can't help it. Although this painting is an imitation, it is a high-quality imitation and is worth the price. My friend brought it back from overseas. After some bargaining, the young man finally gave up and left with a smile. George witnessed the young man disappear with his own eyes, and his heart was finally at ease. It seems that I am not too late. So he walked quickly to the painting and said with a smile, "Boss, you don't have to put this painting away. I want it." "Young man, this painting costs 180,000 yuan. Are you sure you want it?" When the boss saw that George was a high school student, he was a little bit unconvinced. After all, who would be stupid enough to spend 180,000 yuan to buy a fake one? Unless they are really into ancient paintings? "I'm sure I'll pay right away." George transfers money quickly. The boss was shocked at once, and after receiving the payment news, he finally confirmed it. "Hey, I remember you. You were the top scorer in the college entrance examination." George on TV, and he had had some contact with George. "No wonder you looked familiar to me at the beginning. By the way, when I was traveling in Yunmen Mountain, I happened to encounter a rare mountain flood. I was there at the time. Do you remember me?" Remember. George dealt with it casually because the situation was so chaotic and he couldn't remember so many people. "Young man, you saved a lot of people at that time." The boss laughed and said, "There aren't many kind-hearted people like you these days. It's just what I can do." "Okay, boss. Thank you." George was afraid that his boss would go back on his word, so he didn't want to say too much and just picked up the painting and left quickly. Especially after leaving the antique shop, my heart felt like it was going to explode. What he was holding were not ordinary calligraphy and paintings. If calculated based on the value of the hotel, they would be worth at least tens of billions in the future. Chapter 26. The new life is given by George. "Miss Ella, it's George." At this time, a business car stopped on the side of the road. Assistant Xiao Lu exclaimed. She didn't expect to see George again. Ella is sending a message in the group, telling Lily that George does not agree to acquire the garment factory. As for what Lily should do next, she doesn't want to care now. George just now. She was filled with shame and self-blame. Then, she did something shocking. Quit the group. This group mainly mocked, teased, and bullied George. It included not only the four sisters, but also her cousins. She no longer wanted to be associated with them. George, after hearing what her assistant Xiao Lu said, Ella's face changed, and she almost rushed out of the business car and called out to George. "Ms. Ella, it's useless for you to look for him now. He won't forgive you. Time is the best medicine to forgive a person. Wait." Assistant Xiao Lu stopped Ella. Ella nodded with red eyes, then followed Xiao Lu out of the car and entered the antique shop. The owner of the antique shop was still happy about having made a big deal. After all, the painting was a high-quality imitation, brought back by his friend from overseas, so it should be very cheap. "Hello, boss." When Xiao Lu came in, he immediately greeted her. A few years ago, a flash flood suddenly broke out in Yunmen Mountain. My friend was washed away by the flood and was later rescued. You happen to see it all on the shore. Can you tell us who saved my friend?" After saying that, he looked at Ella, and Ella also took off her big sunglasses. The boss looked at Ella and suddenly said, "It's you. Of course I remember you, because the person who saved you saved many people, so I still remember you clearly." Ella's breathing quickened instantly, and she took out Lucas's photo and asked, "Yes, is it him?" The boss smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. This young man was also there, but he was rescued." "The young man who rescued you, yes, he just left." Ella's heart felt as if it was grabbed tightly. It wasn't Lucas, it wasn't him. She shook her head, feeling very excited inside, because she never expected that the savior she had been looking for several years was actually here just now. "Boss, can you tell me who he is?" Ella asked expectantly, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Just now, George walked out of the antique shop. "Miss Ella, could it be him?" Assistant Xiao Lu also guessed it, and quickly took out George's photo and asked nervously, "Boss, is it him?" "That's him, the top scorer in the college entrance examination." The boss's words made Ella feel like she was falling into the 18th level of hell. "I remember that when the flash flood came, he was the first one to save you. He was almost washed away by the flood several times, but he still insisted, even at the cost of his own life. That child is so kind and righteous." The boss recalled what happened back then and kept talking. Ella's face was as pale as paper. "I was nearly washed away by the flood several times, and even my life was in danger." These words were like a knife, piercing deep into her conscience. Wow. Ella burst into tears and cried very sadly. She had guessed a lot, but she never expected that her savior would be George. Her new life was given by George, and her hero is also George. It all seems like fate has arranged it. But what did she do? George had only been treated with indifference, humiliation, and ridicule. Instead, he gave his kindness to Lucas. He was very, very good to Lucas and very, very bad to George. She is the goddess in George's heart, that ray of light. Why is there only darkness left for George? Ella just wanted to slap herself hard. At this moment, she felt that she was more sinful than Yuki. Ella left the group. Yuki also left the group at some point. They left silently and withdrew from the small group that bullied George. Angela witnessed this scene and felt upset. She didn't know why Yuki and Ella had changed so much, so she went to ask Ella. But Ella had been staying in her room since she came back and hadn't come out for a whole day and a whole night. Although she guessed that Yuki and Ella felt guilty towards George after he broke off their relationship, the Yi family didn't do anything to George. In short, these household chores are very annoying. However, this is not the end yet. Lily also hates Angela now, because if it weren't for Angela's help, how could she and Xia Haonan lose so much? Angela, don't think I can't see through you. You deliberately let Dad give Haonan a chance, and then took the opportunity to strangle us, just to make me give up Haonan. I'm telling you, I love Haonan. I won't give up on him. You have to pay for us no matter what. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my sister. Lily's angry words made Angela's mouth dry, and she became even more upset. With no other options, she had to find other ways to help Lily, at least to prevent David from finding out, but she couldn't guarantee how long she could keep it secret. After all, David is her father, the real head of the Yi group. If they really want to investigate, nothing can be hidden from him. But even so, Lily still hates Angela, because before paying back the money, Xia Haonan was severely beaten by Brother Hua, and this account was blamed on George and Angela. Lily would never be like this before. By the way, George used to be in charge of supervising Lily. Whenever Lily got willful and had a tantrum, George was the one who took it all. Now that George is gone, Lily is taking her anger out on me. Angela also figured out the reason. But even now, she still feels that it is George's responsibility. George is like a disaster, because ever since George severed ties with his family, the Yi family has become a mess. At this time, the secretary called and said, "Boss Yi, everything has been settled with the White Swan Hotel," but Mr. Mu Jianlin suddenly changed his mind. In addition, someone from the MO family in the provincial capital is also eyeing the White Swan Hotel. Angela felt even more headache and urged, "Find out as soon as possible what Mr. Mu needs and how much the price is." The White Swan Hotel is a hot commodity. If she can acquire it successfully, her position in the Yi group will be further enhanced. On the other hand, George was in a very good mood after returning to the garment factory. After getting the famous painting, now he just needs to find the seller. Of course, he can also hand the famous painting over to Mu Jianlin and get the White Swan Hotel. However, the current market value of the White Swan Hotel is 100 million yuan. How could he have so much money to acquire it now? Eat your meal one bite at a time. Sell the famous painting to someone with money. Alex is a good one. Send him a text message to see if he wants it. George sent a tentative text message. Because of the success of the famous painting and the booming performance of the factory, George also organized a barbecue party in the factory as a reward for the workers who worked overtime. Chapter 27. The young factory manager is to be feared. The whole factory was bustling with activity, and everyone was very happy. Since George took over the garment factory, the treatment in the factory has become better and better, causing many people outside to be jealous, and they can't wait to work in the garment factory. And all this was brought by a high school student. So secretly, everyone was very grateful to George. Without George, they would still be laid off workers or even unable to find a job, and their children and wives at home would have no food to eat. All right, George's grilling skills are very good. In a short while, a large number of meatballs, chicken wings, etc. were grilled. Olivia and Johnson were eating with big mouthfuls, especially Olivia, whose cheeks were bulging like a cute little hamster. Eat slowly. No one will snatch the food from you. We won't be hungry anymore, and we won't be chased and beaten by others. Seeing the two of them, George thought of his childhood days. Life was really hard back then. In order to avoid starvation, I stole food everywhere. I was caught like a thief and even chased by a dog. I remember one time when they were escaping, Olivia fell into the river and it was George who saved her. In the end, both of them were caught by the villagers. Thinking of this, George also took out a tissue to wipe Olivia's mouth. Olivia was stunned for a moment. Looking at George's south face close to her, her heart was beating like a deer and her pretty face turned red. George realized that Olivia was no longer young, but a young girl full of youth. so he quickly withdrew his hand. Go see how everyone is eating. He felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Olivia blushed and shook her head. It's okay. Then she followed George to see how everyone was eating, and she felt a little happy in her heart. When she was a child, if her brother had not jumped into the river to save her, she would have drowned. Also because of saving her, her brother was caught by the villagers and beaten severely. At that time, in order to prevent himself from getting hurt, his brother protected him very tightly. She will never forget this memory for the rest of her life. Even though she has relatives now and a good family background, in her heart, George is still the closest one. At this time, Olivia received a phone call, and she had to find a quiet place to answer it. Xia Xia, why didn't you go to France? Your sister has been waiting for you in France. I'm in Yuhai City now. Where are you? Brother, I'm back in the provincial capital. Don't come looking for me. Olivia was a little nervous because she didn't want outsiders to disturb George's life. Besides, George still treated her as child. If he knew her family background, he would no longer associate with her. Xia Xia, I'm so unlucky. I saw a painting yesterday and thought I could make a lot of money if I could buy it, but someone else bought it first. Oh, I'm so depressed. Brother, I won't talk to you anymore. I want to learn the piano. Don't hang up, wait. At this time, a Rolls-Royce drove into the factory, and then a couple got out. So, Chin, this is where you used to work. I saw a middle-aged man supporting a woman, looking at the huge factory area, with several bodyguards following behind him. The woman was very beautiful, well-dressed, and looked around with nostalgia. Yes, when I first came to Yuhai City, I worked in this factory. This factory helped me a lot, and I have many good memories. The middle-aged man had obviously investigated the Hongyan garment factory. He smiled and said, "It is said that the factory manager of this factory has been changed. He is quite capable and managed to save the bankrupt garment factory. Moreover, this factory manager is very young and was the top scorer in the college entrance examination." At this time, everyone in the factory looked at the person who suddenly arrived in surprise, and then the security guard immediately came over. However, the bodyguard behind the middle-aged man stopped several security guards. Judging from the appearance of these bodyguards, they were obviously not simple. Haha, don't be nervous. I'm Lin Dong. I just came here to take a look. The middle-aged man smiled at everyone. Although he was old, his brows were dignified and his aura of a superior was very strong. It's him, Lin Dong. Some old workers in the factory recognized the middle-aged man. This Lin Dong is a well-known figure in Yuhai City. He made his fortune by monopolizing the market in his early years. His business kept growing bigger and bigger. At the peak of his career, he had tens of thousands of people under his command, making him a godfather-level figure in the underworld. Later, he cleaned himself up, founded the Wandong Group, and even held an official position, transforming himself into a philanthropist. So Chin, several old workers greeted the woman next to the middle-aged man. The woman's name is Chiu Suiting. She also worked in a garment factory and had a good relationship with everyone. No wonder she came today. It turns out she came to visit the old factory. Kaifeng, Yulan, you are still in the factory. The woman also recognized several old workers and asked her bodyguard to take gifts from the car to give to everyone. Lin Dong walked over with the woman, looked at George, and said, "This must be the factory manager. He is indeed young." "Hello, Mr. Lin." George already knew about this person from the deputy factory manager. That's amazing. He's the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he's also the top scorer in the province. Lin Dong gave people the impression that he was easy to talk to. This factory was originally bankrupt, but it was revived in your hands. The young are formidable. You know, even I can't revive this garment factory. Although he is very rich, the most he can do is buy a garment factory, but he has no idea how the garment factory should be produced and operated. So it's a miracle that George can run the factory so well. I heard that you are an orphan with no family, but you have come this far on your own. I admire you very much. If you have any troubles in this factory in the future, just call me." Lin Dong continued, and after waiting for Chiu Chin to reminisce with her old colleagues, he left. "Boss Lin, you are planning to discuss business, right?" George suddenly shouted. "Better be careful, like wear a bulletproof vest or something. It's better to be safe than sorry." Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, but didn't care. He smiled and left. George shook his head secretly, remembering that in the previous life, Wandong Group finally collapsed because Lin Dong died in an accident a year later, shot to death by his enemies. So George also casually reminded that, after all, there is still a long time before a year. At this time in the car, George outside the car window. Dong, you just said he is an orphan? It's amazing. An orphan became the top scorer in the college entrance examination and revitalized the garment factory, so that my old coworkers have not lost their jobs. He is simply a little living bodhisattva. Lin Dong was slightly stunned. This was a bit exaggerated. Chiu Tzu-chin continued. By the way, if our child hadn't died, he would be the same age now. Lin Dong suddenly felt very guilty. They were being hunted by their enemies that year, and Chiu Tzu-chin's efforts to protect him caused the death of their child. This was a lifelong pain for both of them. Later, when they wanted to have a child again, it was difficult for her to get pregnant because Chiu Tzu-chin was seriously injured. Lin Dong said, I checked him out. George is actually from the Yi family, but the Yi family is very strange. They abandoned him when he was a child and later brought him back to raise him. But they treated him very badly, bullying, humiliating, ignoring, and torturing him back and forth. So he left the Yi family. Chapter 28, Mr. Mu's painting. David is son. Chiu Tzu-chin was surprised and angrily said, This is too much. Such a good child is abused. I have seen all the children in the Yi family. None of them is good, and none of them is more promising than George. Alas, after Yi Jindong's death, the Yi family fell into decline. Lin Dong also knew George's grandfather. Since he is an orphan, he is not as good as us, because he is the same age as our children. Chiu Tzu-chin suddenly suggested, then realized that this decision was a bit rash, and said with a smile, By the way, what did the child just say to you? Lin Dong repeated what George said. Chiu Tzu-chin smiled and said, This child really knows how to care for others. Dong, although you have cultivated yourself over the years, you still have to be wary of some enemies. Just do as he says. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly and had to ask the driver to bring a bulletproof vest. In fact, he didn't care, because he was a man of few tricks and had already dealt with his enemies completely. Besides, he was discussing business with an old friend this time. So what danger could there be? Not long after, the two arrived at the agreed hotel, only to see that the security here was very good. But as expected, an accident happened. An enemy pretended to be a waiter and opened fire brutally after approaching Lin Dong and his companions. In the end, the waiter was beaten to death by Lin Dong's men, but Lin Dong and Chiu Tzu-chin escaped because they were wearing bulletproof vests. Dong, you have negotiated so many business deals outside, and every time it went smoothly, but this time something unexpected happened. Fortunately, you listened to that kid. After Chiu Tzu-chin realized what was happening, tears welled up in her eyes. That child is our lucky star. No, he is sent by God to help us. He is our lost child. Lin Dong's face suddenly changed. He had died several times and believed in nothing, but he believed in fate. Could it be that George is really the reincarnation of the child? Master Dong, this killer is Black Tiger. We killed him 10 years ago. I didn't expect that he is still alive and has waited 10 years to come for revenge. One of his men came running over in a hurry, also feeling a little scared. He was able to survive such a disaster. God is really watching over him. Lin Dong and Chiu Tzu-chin looked at each other and believed in the arrangement of fate even more. At this time, in Nanfeng Group, Mr. Mo, we found out that Mr. Mu Jianlin did not sell the hotel to Yi Group. We also found out that Mu Jianlin seemed to be looking for something and looked very anxious. Mr. Mu Jianlin is going abroad tomorrow. We will entertain everyone at the White Swan Hotel tonight. Mr. Mo is also invited. The female secretary wearing glasses said to Alex. Alex smiled. Originally, Angela was the biggest hope for acquiring the White Swan Hotel, but who knew that she also failed? The White Swan Hotel is the top project of the Yi Group, and it is also Angela's first battle to prove her worth. She hasn't succeeded yet. This gives all the entrepreneurs in Yuhai City an opportunity. But what exactly is Mr. Mu looking for? Alex knew that this thing must be very important and related to the acquisition of the hotel. But what made him helpless was that when it came to intelligence and connections, he could not compare to the Yi family, and he was afraid that the Yi family would get there first. At this moment, the sound of a text message came from his mobile phone, and he opened it impatiently. It was George who sent the message. Mr. Mo, I have a painting that Mr. Mu Jianlin should want very much. Are you interested in cooperation? Painting? Alex's expression changed slightly. Until now, no one knows what Mr. Mu Jianlin is looking for. How did George know? George reminded me last time to be wary of the people around me, and I finally eliminated the traitor around me. I reminded George to buy the lolly garment factory, but he didn't want it, and eventually the land was abandoned by the government. And the Hongyan garment factory is thriving under his management. Alex thought about all the things George had done and chose to believe him. Even though he was just a high school student, his vision was as good as that of a famous entrepreneur. He immediately called George and agreed to cooperate. Xiao Huang sent a few suits to Hongyan garment factory. Then, Alex told the secretary, "Hurry up, George must arrive at the hotel before 7 o'clock." The secretary quickly did as he was told, secretly shocked in his heart. Who was this George that made the boss take him so seriously? At this time, Yi Group, Angela was wearing a purple suit and black high heels, looking capable and cool. She frowned slightly and said, "What on earth does Mr. Mu want?" At this time, a suitor called her. After she answered the call, a smile finally broke out on her cold and beautiful face. "As expected of you, Master Xiao, you have found such news." It turns out that Mr. Mu was looking for a painting. Now the painting has been bought by a young man. Secretary Fan, check the surveillance cameras of the antique shop immediately. Even if you need to check all the surveillance cameras in the surrounding area, you must find out who bought the painting. As for the traffic police, ask Captain Ma to help. The Yi Group has always had hotel business, but lacked a leading hotel, so the White Swan Hotel is the most suitable and must be acquired. Moreover, she is optimistic about the location of the White Swan Hotel, which will definitely appreciate in value in the future and will become the first choice hotel for foreign businessmen to rest when entering Yuhai City. Therefore, whoever gets the painting will pay any price, even if Angela comes to visit, pours tea, and bows to him. Just after I finished explaining, David called me. Although David is on vacation in the provincial capital, he is still thinking about the group's affairs, especially the White Swan Hotel, which is currently the top priority. "Dad, don't worry. I already have an idea, and I will never let you down." Angela, Dad has always been confident in you and is waiting for your good news. On the other side, George looked at the factory's financial statements and knew the Hongyan garment factory had completely stabilized, and a new production line has been set up. Start to create your own brand. "George, we're already big bosses now. As long as we run the garment factory, things will get better and better in the future. It seems that there's no need to take the risk of creating a brand." Johnson felt like he was dreaming. He never thought that he would earn so much in such a short period of time. "The pattern is small. We want to make more money." George laughed and said, "Not only in the field of clothing, but also in food, e-commerce, mobile phones, new energy, and so on." "What is e-commerce?" "Is an online game?" Johnson asked curiously. George shook his head. He couldn't explain it for the time being. E-commerce is just starting out now, and not many people know about it, so no one thinks it's anything special. It will only be at its peak in 1 or 2 years. However, Taobao has already come out, so it is difficult for it to enter this field. But there are other e-commerce companies that can do it, such as Sharing, Didi, Short Videos, or Pink Sixy. Moreover, online games are still very popular, so you can also invest in this area. Of course, there's also real estate, which will continue to prosper from next year and will bring huge profits for many years to come. At this time, Alex called and George smiled after answering the call. It seems that Alex is planning to take action. Chapter 29, like George, but a little different. Not long after, Alex's secretary arrived, carrying many luxury items such as suits and leather shoes. She was very beautiful, wearing a black dress and flesh-colored stockings, and she exuded femininity. She was very polite to George. "Mr. Yi, our boss said that we will take you to the hotel before 7 o'clock. Let me help you change your clothes." "Thank you, I'll be there soon." Olivia stepped in front of the secretary first, full of hostility towards the secretary. The secretary smiled, left the office, and went back to the car to wait. What a beautiful sister. Johnson is still a high school student and has no resistance to this type of queen. When you have money, you can also find a secretary like this. George didn't feel anything. He just wanted to make money and had no interest in love between men and women. Olivia quickly picked out a suit for George and finally chose a white suit. "Xia xia, isn't this a little too dazzling?" George is a little uncomfortable with this. Olivia laughed and said, "You just have to be more high profile and become the most dazzling person in the audience because you're going to the upper class. At times like this, you have to be confident so that others will think you are capable." George thought about it and went into the bathroom to change into a suit. Johnson and Olivia's eyes lit up. I saw that George's height had reached 1.8 meters. He was not so thin anymore and had a good frame. He looked very handsome in a suit, like a gentleman. The only flaw was that his skin was a little dark, due to too much sun exposure. George, so handsome, just like a rich young master. Johnson also changed into a suit, but he still couldn't compare to George in terms of temperament. A group of people got into Alex's car and rushed to the White Swan Hotel. In the car, the secretary also looked at George a few more times. She also thought George was very handsome. This type of puppy should be the favorite of rich women. Olivia snorted and glared at the secretary without any fear. The secretary had no choice but to look away tactfully, feeling that Olivia was like a little lion protecting her cubs. When they arrived at the White Swan Hotel, Olivia seemed to think of something. "Brother George, I won't go in. I'm a little scared." George thought Olivia had low self-esteem because she came from an orphanage, so he immediately encouraged her. "I'm not going. You guys go. I'll wait for you at the factory." Olivia pulled George's hand and acted coquettishly, then glared at the secretary. "Don't try to hit on my brother, or I'll make you pay. Do you hear me?" I understand. The secretary did not dare to offend Olivia and kept smiling. She felt that this beautiful little girl was not afraid of inferiority at all. After all, this little girl was not afraid of her at all and had a superior temperament. As a secretary, she was the best at observing people's expressions, so she was very sure of her intuition and naturally did not dare to offend Olivia. George and Johnson had no choice but to enter the hotel, then found a seat and sat down, waiting for Alex. At this time, at the other table, Angela, wearing a purple evening dress, as beautiful as a white swan, was chatting with several rich young men. These young masters all have a crush on Angela, but they're also afraid of her because Angela not only has a terrifying family background, but also has great power. Under Angela's management, the Yi Group's business is booming and has been awarded many times by the city. Angela has also become the city's youngest business star, like a noble queen. That young man is so handsome, with dark skin and a white suit. What a perfect match. At this time, several rich young ladies nearby were whispering. Most of the young masters have fair skin and live a life of luxury, so young men with slightly darker skin are quite conspicuous. Angela also looked over subconsciously, and suddenly her beautiful eyes froze. "How is that possible? Are you dazzled?" "Secretary Fan, please help me check if that is George." Angela thought she had seen it wrong. For such a high-end occasion, George would not be qualified to attend, let alone the current George, even when he was in the Yi family. The George of my impression, but also a bit different. Secretary Fan looked at him for a while and said with certainty, "Mr. Yi, he is George. How come he has changed so much?" Angela felt unbelievable, as if she was dreaming. At the same time, a lot of memories flooded into her mind. "Sister, is this joke funny? It's killing me. Isn't it funny? What about this? This rabbit is so funny." I remember when George first returned to the Yi family. He was like a follower, telling jokes to me every day. It was so annoying. "Get away from me." Angela scolded George more than once. Every time, George left feeling aggrieved, with red eyes and about to cry, but he would still come back the next day and tell many jokes that were not funny at all. "Big sister, you are in charge of such a big company. You have to socialize frequently. I will make porridge for you." "Roll. How's the porridge today? Roll. Where's the preserved egg and lean meat porridge? Get out of here." Angela always poured out the porridge George cooked in front of him and yelled at him to get out. Until one time, when she came back from a social event, she drank a lot of wine. Everyone in the family was asleep, but George was still there. He made porridge for her. I remember it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. She was very hungry at the time, so she ate whatever she could. Then she found that the porridge George cooked was delicious, and she felt very comfortable after eating it. That night, she also smiled at George for the first time and even gave him a compliment. Who knew that smile would make George happy for a whole month? "Big sister, you're off work now. You must be tired. I made some bird's nest and shark's fin porridge for you. Take your time to eat. I'll wash your feet." Ever since she got used to George's porridge, Angela eats a bowl of it every time she gets off work, and even lets George wash her feet and give her a massage. However, although George was very considerate and caring towards her, in Angela's subconscious mind, George was as humble as a dog. She even didn't want George to come in and dirty the floor of the group. Because a man who can only cook porridge and make people happy will only be a useless gigolo in the future, and is the person Angela despises the most. But I have to say, after George left home, Angela never had the heartwarming porridge again. These are Angela's impressions of George, very bad. But now it's completely the opposite. Confident, calm, and handsome. That's George, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. A handsome young man walked over. Mr. Xia, do you know him too? Angela recognized the other person, the eldest son of the Xia family from the provincial capital. He had a strong family background and was said to be the biggest competitor of the White Swan Hotel. Mr. Xia smiled and said, I've heard of him. His college entrance examination score was the highest in the province, and it was even higher than my sister's. So I paid attention to him. I heard that he was an orphan. Orphan. Hearing this, Angela felt a little annoyed. What made her most angry was that even the young masters of the provincial capital's aristocratic families knew about George. But in her eyes, George was just a wild dog who knelt down and licked his relatives. Secretary Fan, please entertain Mr. Xia. Angela gave a warning and walked over in her high heels. As she got closer, she found that she could no longer see through George, because the image of that annoying guy was getting farther and farther away and finally disappeared. Instead, it is an image of a dignified, elegant nobleman. Chapter 30. George, you are so sensible. Angela. George also saw Angela coming. Although he was a little surprised, he soon realized what was going on. With the power of the Yi family, they will definitely attend a cocktail party like this. George didn't have a good impression of Angela. In his previous life, the Yi group's capital chain was broken, and he used his grandfather's inheritance to help. After that, Angela was afraid that he would rob the Yi family's property, so she kicked him out of the Yi group. Later, when the fire broke out, although Angela didn't hate him as much as Lily, she was the first one to escape. There was no looking back, no lingering feelings, as if George was just an insignificant dog. Angela arrived with the aura of a queen, looking at Johnson and saying, You, go sit somewhere else. Chen George, I'll go first. Johnson was shocked. The main reason is that Angela is so beautiful, unique, like a coal goddess. George, who asked you to come here? Angela sat down and crossed her legs lazily. George didn't give her face and said coldly, Where I am is none of your business. Get out. Angela's pretty face was instantly covered with frost. I don't know what kind of magic potion George gave Yuki and Ella, causing them to be depressed. But this method is of no use to me. Of course, even after all that had happened, she still felt that George was playing hard to get. Because of everything George had done for her, the men pursuing her would do the same. These men occasionally act a little bit stubborn and try to retreat in order to advance. But in fact, they want to win more love. Of course, George's tricks really work. Look, Yuki and Ella were fooled. The Yi family is so rich, George will definitely not give up. And of course, there is the so-called family affection. George, a lot of things have happened in the Yi family during this period. I won't go into details. Yuki and Ella are both my sisters. I don't want to see them fighting each other all the time. So, I hope you won't bother them anymore, and stop playing those childish tricks. Angela spoke like a noble white swan. George glanced at him. Mr. Yi, you seem to be mistaken. I never took the initiative to find them. They kept pestering me. Angela looked disgusted and took out a check and threw it on the table. I don't want to waste time with you. Fill in the numbers yourself. Take the money and get out of here. George chuckled, picked up the check on the table, asked the waiter to bring a pen, quickly wrote the number on it, and threw it back. Angela looked at George's actions with contempt. After all the fuss, it turned out to be all for money. Then I looked at the check carefully and my heart beat faster because it was written with 1 billion. It must be intentional. How dare he play tricks on her, Angela? George, you are so ignorant. Angela was furious. Don't think I don't understand your heart. You seem to have quarreled with your family, but you actually always want to come back. You can fool others, but not me. While I was playing tricks on others, you were still fighting for food in the orphanage. George said calmly, Whatever you say, it's you who asked me to fill it out, but you didn't admit it after filling it out. Why are you pretending to be so generous? Get out. George, I gave you a chance today, but you missed it. You will lose both your money and your life, and gain nothing. Angela left angrily. As soon as she returned to her seat, Secretary Fan said happily, Mr. Yi, we found the person who bought the painting. Moreover, we checked the background of this person. He seems to be George. What? Angela's beautiful eyes narrowed. Could there be a mistake? Where's the surveillance footage? Send it to me. Secretary Fan immediately conveyed the surveillance footage. Angela opened her phone and felt suffocated instantly. It was George who walked out of the antique shop with a painting in his arms. Secretary Fan reminded, "Bossy, Mr. Moo is leaving tomorrow. If we can't reach an agreement tonight, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. Besides, Mr. Xia from the provincial capital is here too. I'm afraid he'll offer a higher price." Angela smiled after being shocked. "Don't worry. The White Swan Hotel is now under my name because the painting is actually in George's hands. God is really helping me." Secretary Fan frowned and said, What is George's current relationship with the Yi family?" "He is my brother. I know what he is thinking better than anyone else. Besides, it is related to the business of the Yi group. Can he not hand it over?" Angela was extremely confident. She stepped on her high heels and came to George again. "George, let me ask you, did you get a painting?" George was slightly surprised and said coldly, "So what? What does it have to do with you? You just left and came back. Do you want to learn from Yuki and Ella and shamelessly pester me?" "You." Angela was so angry that she would never have lowered herself to come if it weren't for the painting. She said coldly, "I don't want to waste time talking to you. Hand over the painting. It's very important to me, very important. As long as you help me this time, I can do your homework for your parents. And now Yuki and Ella won't make things difficult for you. Only Lily is left. Lily always listens to me. As long as I ask her, there will be no problem on her side. In addition, I can also reward you 1 million and let you work in E-Group." These words were like a reward from above. When Angela said these words, she also raised her chin like a proud white swan. George was stunned. Angela is as confident, proud, and narcissistic as ever. This painting is worth 1 million? 10 million is not too much. George the most was that Angela spoke in a congratulatory tone. Roll. George was too lazy to explain anything. "George, don't waste your last chance." Angela was slightly surprised and snorted. "Do you want more? I tell you, at home, your status can never exceed Xiaoxiu and the other sisters. At most, I will give you 2 million and arrange a job for you in the board of directors so that you can enter the core of the E-Group. The only requirement is that you're not allowed to enter my office." George finally couldn't help it. "Angela, I used to admire you a lot. You are so young, but you are in charge of the huge E-Group. You manage everything in an orderly manner. You are beautiful, well-educated, and do things in a decisive and efficient manner. You are really my idol. But now I realize that you are just a self-righteous person. Is it because you have been in a high position for many years and everyone is fawning on you? So your personality has become abnormal. So many things have happened in the Yi family. I severed ties with them and gave them blood to repay them. You actually thought I still wanted to go back. Do you want that painting? Sure, kneel down and beg me. I'll give it to you if I'm in a good mood. If you can't do it, then get out and stop disgusting me." Angela was scolded by George and was completely stunned. "My own brother actually wants me to kneel down and beg? Too outrageous." Chapter 31. George, you've gone too far. Angela angrily knocked on the table and reminded, "George, you make me very unhappy. Do you know that?" "Ha, you're not satisfied? That's funny. Am I your father? Why should I care so much about you? The more dissatisfied you are, the happier I am." George sneered, not wanting to continue pulling, and stretched out his hand and shouted, "Waiter, someone is harassing me here. Are you guys just not going to do anything about it?" "George, okay, I'll see how you end this." Angela saw the waiter coming. She didn't want to make too much noise, so she walked back angrily. The Yi family is a bunch of psychopaths. George looked disgusted. However, there are some very important things about Angela. When Grandpa was still alive, Angela was the one who beat and scolded Grandpa the most. The reason is still unknown, but George guessed that Angela is the eldest daughter of the Yi family and has always felt that her grandfather favors boys over girls. And Grandpa is the only relative George has in his life. Angela has beaten and scolded him, and George also wants to stand up for Grandpa. But at the moment, George knows he can't beat Angela, whether it is financial resources, connections, etc. "Mr. Yi," he refused. "What should we do? If Mr. Mu really wants that painting, then our acquisition of the hotel will fail." At this time, Secretary Fan became a little anxious after learning about the situation. However, Angela was very confident. Although she had just failed, she still felt that she had captured George's heart. Don't worry, George did so much just to get his family's approval. How could a person who has served the family for 4 years and constantly flattered and fawned change in one day? The family affection and the Yi family's property engraved in his bones are the dreams he has been pursuing all his life. He is still playing hard try to gain more status in my heart. Before the party is over, he will come to me and hand me the painting in person. Secretary Fan thought about it and agreed. The Yi Group is a huge company, so who would be willing to give it up? George was not welcomed in the Yi family, so he chose to destroy and then rebuild, threatening his family with breaking off the relationship, just to get more. As time passed, an old man wearing glasses walked in. Everyone present stood up and greeted. Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu has a distinguished background. His ancestors were all overseas Chinese. They donated a lot of supplies during the anti-Japanese war and donated many schools in the 1970s and 1980s. We are all old friends. Mr. Mu greeted politely. I will leave tomorrow, and I probably won't be back for a few years. I am very pleased to see the changes in my hometown this time. I hope everyone can work together to create a better home. Everyone stood up and applauded. Mr. Mu smiled and wanted to sit down. Suddenly, George stood up and said, Mr. Mu has contributed a lot to Yuhai City. As a person from Yuhai City, I also want to repay Mr. Mu. I have a painting called Chaoyuan Xinjiang 2, and I hope to give it to Mr. Mu. When he took out the famous painting, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mu Jianlin didn't even sit down. He pushed his glasses on his face and was very excited. The procession of the immortals to the Yuan dynasty is an authentic work. Is it real? He had been looking for this painting and thought he would be disappointed this time, but he didn't expect it to appear in the end. It's true. George came out with the painting. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and some official bigwigs even smiled excitedly. Mu Jianlin had also asked them to find the painting, but they hadn't found it. Now that it has appeared, it has finally put Mu Jianlin to rest. At this time, Angela was still talking to David on the phone. She had already said that the White Swan Hotel was 100% successful, but she did not mention that it had anything to do with George because she did not want George to share her credit. David was naturally very happy, and he would reward Angela well when he came back. Angela was talking on the phone when she saw George stand up. She immediately stopped talking and looked at George excitedly. George took out the painting at this time, attracting the attention of the whole audience. He must have mentioned the Yi Group next. I have to say, George still likes to make people happy as before, but this time he just used a unique method. Then, she saw George walking towards her. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. George, you've been back to the Yi family for a few years and finally made some contributions. From today on, the eldest sister also agrees to acknowledge your existence in public. Angela stood up quickly and straightened her dress. She was already thinking. George's next sentence was that this painting was presented to Mr. Mu on behalf of the Yi Group. At this time, George had come in front of Angela, but he didn't say anything, let alone look at Angela. In the past, Angela looked down upon George with a look of disgust on her face. Now, George even disdains to look at Angela and is full of disgust. This painting is presented to Mr. Mu by Mr. Mo on behalf of Nanfeng Group. George's next words caused countless eyes to look at Alex. Many wealthy entrepreneurs even showed envious eyes. Alex, you are so lucky. What? Nanfeng Group. Angela has tidied her clothes and is ready to face the envious gazes of the business tycoons present. She could even imagine that after tonight, word of Angela's reputation would spread throughout the business circles of Yuhai City. The youngest business leader in Yuhai City, he is extremely resourceful and can do anything. But all this disappeared like a dream. George, you never planned to give the painting to the Yi family. Give it to Angela. How abominable. George thinking, was he really willing to give up his family and the Yi family's property? Or is George taking revenge? But this revenge was too painful. It was heartbreaking, and it shattered the Yi Group's business layout this year. It also greatly destroyed Angela's ambition. George, do you know what you're doing? Angela is going crazy. Mr. Yi, many people are looking at you. Please sit down quickly. Secretary Fan quickly reminded. Angela then realized that many people were looking at her. Everyone probably thought that she, Angela, had won. Now, they suddenly realized that she was not the one having the last laugh. They immediately started to enjoy a good show. Angela had no choice but to smile gracefully and sat back, but her legs were shaking and she was so angry that she was about to lose her mind. David's phone was still on and the sound kept coming. But Angela doesn't know how to explain it, which would disappoint Dad. Besides, Dad doesn't know that this has anything to do with George. Otherwise, he will be even more angry. George, you've gone too far, Angela thought coldly. As the person in charge of several companies, she had seen a lot of intrigue in the workplace, so she still felt that George was playing hard to get. After all, the Yi family's assets are so huge. How could George, who came from an orphanage, give up? Of course, what she didn't know was that she thought this way because she was too proud and refused to admit that she had lost. She still felt that George was coaxing her, fawning over her, and trying to please her in his heart. Chapter 32, Acquisition and Acquisition, officially taking off. At this time, Alex ran to George in 3 steps. He would naturally seize this opportunity. Mr. Mu has contributed so much to Yuhai City. On behalf of Nanfeng Group, I will give you this painting for free. Alex took the painting from George and handed it to Mu Jianlin. It said to be free, but everyone knows that the White Swan Hotel probably belongs to Alex. Thinking of the value of this hotel, many people became even more envious. Of course, they also looked at George and envied Alex for finding such a person to help. At this time, Mu Jianlin took the painting, looked at it carefully, and his old eyes became moist. Then, slowly tell the origin of this painting. It turned out that the painting was lost overseas during the anti-Japanese war and was later obtained by one of his good friends, who was also an overseas Chinese and had always wanted to return the painting to its original owner and to the motherland. However, due to an accident, this good friend was robbed in his home, shot to death, and the painting was also stolen. Mu Jianlin inquired through various connections and finally found out that the painting had returned to the motherland, but he didn't know where it had gone. So Mu Jianlin has been looking for it, on the one hand to fulfill his wish to make a good friend, and on the other to give it to the motherland. When everyone learned about Mu Jianlin's idea, waves of applause broke out. Don't thank me, thank this kid instead. Mu Jianlin modestly waved his hands and looked at George and said, "This is a national treasure." He did not keep it for himself, but contributed it. This virtue is worth learning for all of us. Several official bosses immediately looked at George, and some even recognized George. He is our top scorer in the college entrance examination. Yes, I remember now. There was an interview on TV. I remember that he had no family and was an orphan. I didn't expect that he has such good grades and good character. After the official boss spoke up, everyone continued to praise George. This caused George to smile awkwardly. His original intention was to get some funds through the painting, but he didn't expect to be praised as a hero. Angela looked at George, who was like the moon surrounded by stars, and was so angry that she felt like suffocating. What annoyed her the most was that David's phone was still ringing. The matter of the White Swan Hotel naturally fell into the hands of Nanfeng Group. But Alex also knew that this hotel was like a behemoth that could not be managed by one person alone, as all aspects needed to be taken care of. So he also called on his old friend Lin Dong to invest. And this time, because of the handover of the famous paintings, the authorities planned to hold a publicity party. The location is at the White Swan Hotel. Moreover, the guests of this evening party included not only official bigwigs, but also Mr. Mu, who deliberately postponed his departure by 1 day because of the return of the famous painting. George, who donated his paintings for free. This evening party not only brought together prominent figures from all walks of life, but also invited many top-tier stars to perform, including Ella. George didn't know all this. He just knew that he was invited to the party. Alex had already given him a sum of money as a reward, which was 20 million at first, but George finally asked for 10 million. After all, he didn't expect that this painting was not collected by Mr. Mu, but contributed by him, so it was a bit unreasonable to ask for too much money. But even 10 million would be enough to alleviate the current problem of capital shortage. Acquire. The orphanage area is about to be developed and is officially taking off. George is looking forward to it. Hongyan Garment Factory is the pillar industry of the future. Currently, the industry with the biggest profits is real estate. With the next investment, he will become a billionaire. Brother, you must not have eaten enough tonight. I cooked for you. I just returned to the factory dormitory and saw Olivia placing all kinds of home-cooked meals on the table. George definitely didn't eat at the party. Sure enough, George and Johnson were both hungry and ate with relish. They even praised Olivia for being so considerate. Whoever could marry Olivia in the future would have accumulated blessings from their previous life. Olivia's pretty face turned red. But at this time, her brother called and complained that the painting had appeared and was bought by George, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. What bad luck! Olivia could only laugh secretly. After dinner, Olivia went to wash the dishes obediently, while George and Johnson talked about the business blueprint. Now that we have money, many projects can be put on the table. Online games are also very profitable. Johnson, go and recruit talents in the field of internet during this period. We're going to set up an internet company. George was explaining. The deputy factory manager walked in with a woman. Hello, you must be Director Yi. My name is Chun Yun. This woman is dressed very high-end, and you can tell at first glance that she is rich. It's like this. I'm from Lianhui Group. I see your factory is doing very well. I want to ask if you are interested in investing. Chun Yun said as he handed over a business card. It turned out that she was of considerable background, being the boss of several jewelry businesses and owning several shops with good profits. Do you find it strange? Actually, I'm not a liar. Chun Yun further explained, because our Lianhui Group has just been established for 3 years. We have done very well in financial management and investment, but we are in urgent need of funds in some areas, so we are trying to attract investors. We are in the overseas sector and have contact with crude oil, grain, etc. The investment profit can reach 40%. 40. Johnson was shocked. Even though the garment factory is currently performing well, it is only 20%. In fact, not every entrepreneur and boss can join Lianhui. We also need to investigate. Your Hongyan garment factory is very good. Chun Yun continued. If you invest 1 million, you can make a profit of 400,000 in 1 year. If you want short-term benefits, you can get 15% in 10 days, which is 150,000. Johnson heard this. He was extremely excited. The factory currently has some spare funds, and it would be a waste to keep it. He could invest it and make $150,000 in 10 days. At this time, George smiled and refused. Thank you. Our factory is a small business. We don't have extra money to invest. He remembered Lianhui, which was just a Ponzi scheme. It collapsed in the previous life, and the funds involved reached more than 10 billion. Chun Yun wanted to persuade her again, but George had already asked the deputy director to take her away. George, why don't you invest? I just checked. Lianhui is a legitimate company. The registered capital is 100 million yuan, and the market value of the entire company is more than 10 billion yuan. Johnson was anxious. George laughed and said, You want his interest, he wants your principal. Nowadays, the Ponzi scheme is not widely known. So many people have not come across it and don't know much about it. In the next few days, George and Johnson started the next plan. He will invest all of his 10 million and wait for the results to come to fruition. The acquisition went smoothly because there were not many people living in the area around the orphanage, and there were only some old houses. Watching the contracts being signed one by one, George was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. George, you just threw away 10 million like this. You might as well invest in Lianhui. You can make 1.5 million in just 1 month. Johnson is still obsessed with the Lianhui incident. With his current knowledge, he still doesn't know what the Thunderbolt is. Moreover, he couldn't understand why George bought this place. There was nothing here, and there was not even a ghost in the night. Chapter 33. Your parents must like him very much. Hey, is that George? He is buying up the area around Yangjiao. Where does he get so much money? These days, Lily didn't go to school and was hanging out with her good friends. She also met George because this was their play base, where they would race cars and drink every night. Is he stupid? I grew up here, and there's not even a subway here. Xia Haonan also found it very strange. Lily snorted coldly. It was him who caused Brother Haonan to be beaten by Brother Hua. He is as hateful as my eldest sister. He cursed us and said that the two of us have no future together. He is a poor fellow who doesn't even understand love. Xia Haonan's face turned cold. Let's go and teach him a lesson. Lily suddenly thought of something and grinned. No, doesn't Brother Hua have a lot of land in this area? Sell all those old houses, vegetable plots, etc. to him. He will lose a lot of money. That's right. Xia Haonan quickly called Brother Hua. When Brother Hua learned that someone wanted to buy his land, he naturally agreed, but the price was very high, at least 3 million. Lily and Xia Haonan suddenly felt guilty. 3 million was too expensive. Even if George was dumb, he wouldn't be fooled. Soon, the two found George. George has just completed the acquisition of the orphanage. From now on, these orphans have their own home. Then he met Lily and her friend. Lily was seen wearing black lipstick, having a non-mainstream hairstyle, smoking a cigarette, and wearing 1 red and 1 blue socks, like a little gangster. He knew that Lily was useless, and without his supervision, she would soon go astray. 3 million? From Yangjiao to Shinsun? I'll buy it, of course I'll buy it. Hearing what Lily said, George was secretly delighted. Although that area was very remote, it was indeed a large piece of land, and the municipal government would be moved there in the future. Then come with me. Lily was happier than George. She finally tricked George. However, when they were leaving, they met Yin again. She pulled George aside and advised, Mr. Yi, there is a very good financial project that can make a profit of 20% in 10 days. You can invest and try it out. George still refused, and Johnson was heartbroken. On the contrary, Lily and Xie Haonan's eyes lit up. They had always wanted to make some achievements, but they didn't know how to do business, so they were very interested in Tianlianhui's investment. Seeing Lily's eyes sparkling, George said calmly, Lily, you'd better not touch anything you don't understand. It's none of your business. You buy up shabby houses that no one wants. Do you know more than me? Lily retorted. George sneered and shook his head. He knew that Lily would not listen to his reminder at all, and Lily was obviously attracted to Tianlianhui. Just wait for the thunder. The few of them soon met Brother Hua and explained their purpose. Brother Hua naturally agreed and looked at George with a sneer. George knew that doing business with such a person was like dancing on a tightrope. He also subconsciously thought of Lin Dong. If he had this person's protection, a lot of troubles would be reduced. Of course, when your business grows bigger, it will be best to have your own lawyer. The contract was signed quickly. George transferred the money and then left. Young man, stay calm. Brother was said to George in a sarcastic tone. Don't worry, I am also a serious businessman. I have never done anything like murder or arson. George left. Lily and Xie Haonan were very happy, thinking they had really screwed George over. When David came back, Lily even planned to take credit for it, thinking maybe David would be very happy and even agree to let her be with Xie Haonan. And they were lucky enough to come across the good project of Tianlianhui. At this time, after George returned to the factory, he was a little worried whether there was something fishy about Brother Hua's contract. Brother, let me take a look for you. Olivia took the contract and read it carefully. Half an hour later, she looked up and said with a smile, Brother, don't worry. These contracts are legally binding and have files in the Housing and Construction Bureau. They can't be faked. Xia, you actually know something about law. Johnson immediately looked at Olivia in surprise. Olivia blushed and nodded. My brother's business is getting bigger and bigger, so I'm going to study law. Oh, and now the scale of the garment factory is getting bigger and bigger. My brother can buy a set of foreign garment equipment to improve efficiency and produce different styles. George suddenly thought of something. Yeah, I almost forgot about this. Thank you, Xia, for reminding me. If he remembered correctly, in the second half of the year, a large number of foreign trade orders would flow into the country. As long as the factory's equipment was upgraded, he would be able to reap a wave of dividends. At this time, the evening party at the White Swan Hotel is entering the rehearsal stage. Ella was the big star invited and the most famous one, so she was the first to rehearse. On the stage, Ella sang a song and then took a break. It was a happy moment. She was quite happy while singing this song, dreaming that it was George who would accompany her on the stage. During this period of time, she slept very little and kept having dreams. She dreamed that she was about to drown, but a tall figure saved her from the flood and gave her a new life. However, she treated this savior very badly, which could be described as bullying. So after waking up in the middle of the night, Ella couldn't help crying. She went to see a psychologist and talked to Yuki, but it was of no use. Ella knew that it was George who was torturing her. As long as George didn't forgive her, she would be unable to sleep or eat and would be tormented by her conscience. He saved me and suffered so much. I'm such a bad person. What on earth will it take for him to forgive me? Ella wanted to find George more than once, but she just couldn't muster up the courage. Ms. Yi, I'm your fan. Your song Moment of Happiness is so beautiful. At this moment, a kind laugh came from the side. When I turned around, I saw a woman in her 50s. Ms. Chiu. Ella knew the other person. She was the wife of Lin Dong from Yuhai City. This Lin Dong was an underground godfather. Can you sign my autograph? Chiu Tsuichin sat down next to Ella, and Ella quickly gave her an autograph. Thanks. Chiu Tsuichin was very happy and asked, by the way, George is your brother, right? This. Ella was very surprised. She didn't expect Chiu Tsuichin to know this. You know, in the 4 years that George has been in the Yi family, no one has ever announced his identity. Do your parents like him very much? How do they treat him? Chiho Tsuechin asked a lot of questions and looked very interested. Ella even felt that Chiho Tsuechin's request for her autograph was just an excuse, and her real target was George. But how did George know such an important person like Miss Chiho? My parents are okay. Ella didn't know how to answer. I heard that George has severed ties with the Yi family. Chiho Tsuechin smiled and said, when the child grows up, he will have his own thoughts. Whether his family treats him well or not, he can feel it in his heart, including you as his sisters. These words made Ella feel even more guilty, as if she had committed a heinous crime. She really wanted Chiho Tsuechin to leave immediately and stop talking about these topics, as it was like rubbing salt into her wounds. Chapter 34. George is indeed an excellent kid. Chiho Tsuechin continued. George is really an amazing kid. Not only is he the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he also donated a national treasure painting for free. Now, this painting has become the treasure of the city museum. Ella was shocked. She knew George was really good, but she didn't expect him to do something big again. Don't you believe it? The city leaders will reward him at tonight's party. By the way, because he donated the national treasure, Mr. Mu contributed the White Swan Hotel, and my husband was lucky enough to become a shareholder. Chiho Tsuechin continued. Ella's face changed again and again. She knew that the White Swan Hotel was taken away by Alex, but she didn't expect it to be related to George. Big sister, you didn't say anything, and Dad doesn't know either. Actually, I want to ask, since George has severed his relationship with the Yi family, I want to adopt him as my godson. Is that okay? Chiho Tsuechin thought for a while and finally told her purpose. Although she felt that the decision was up to George, it was polite to ask the Yi family. Godson, Miss Chiho, will you adopt him? Ella felt dizzy and was so frightened that she was about to have hypoglycemia. Miss Chiho is a wealthy family in Yuhai City. In terms of local resources, they are even better than the Yi family, but their business has not gone beyond Yuhai City. Such a big shot actually fell in love with George and even adopted him as a son? Yes, that child is very good, kind, and righteous. I like him very much. Aunt Chiho also had a child back then, but unfortunately he died young. In terms of age, he should be about the same age as him. When Chiho Tsuechin talked about George, her face was also full of warmth. Ella felt dizzy and couldn't listen to Chiho Tsuechin's subsequent words. She felt it was a huge irony. If I remember correctly, Alex also admires George, and now there are Lin Dong and his wife. George so outstanding that all these elders favor him. Looking back at the Yi family, they have always owned this treasure, but have never cherished it, let alone discovered George's excellence. In the afternoon, Ella returned to the Yi family. I saw Lily chatting with Angela. They didn't eat much because the food at home was still not to their liking. If George comes back, I guess they will have a good meal. Sister, George is so stupid. He spent a lot of money to acquire the Yangjiao area. He doesn't know where the money came from. He must have deceived the investors. Well, he can't pay it back. He will definitely go to jail. Lily had always hoped that George would have a miserable life, as she cursed and gloated over his misfortune as she talked about it. Angela nodded slightly, and her depressed mood finally improved a lot. The Yi group had inspected the Yangjiao area a long time ago, and not just once, but Angela had inspected it in person. She was 100% certain that the area had no future for development and would be used for forest cultivation in the future. George invested money in it, but it was definitely all wasted. And that amount of money is probably close to tens of millions, although not a lot. George must have cheated investors of their money, and he will definitely be in trouble in the future. Lily, I've also looked into the Tianlianhui you mentioned. It's a new business model, right? From the perspective of shareholders, performance, and management, Tianlianhui is still trustworthy. People like Mr. Ma and Mr. Liu, whom I know, have invested money. But remember, don't invest too much. Just make a modest profit of 2 million. This kind of high-profit financial management has risks, after all. Angela was in a very good mood at the moment and agreed with her sister to invest, but she also gave her some serious advice. At this time, Ella didn't want to listen to the two sisters' nonsense anymore and walked over with a cold face. Sister, does Dad know about the White Swan Hotel? No. Angela nodded with a grim expression. The White Swan Hotel has become the biggest failure in her life. She and her father explained it for a long time before her father accepted this cruel reality. Although David seemed not to care, Angela still heard disappointment in David's words, which really irritated Angela. because from childhood to adulthood, whether in studying or working, she has always been the most successful and dazzling. Dad, do you know it's because of George? Ella said again. Lily immediately looked at Ella and said in surprise, The White Swan Hotel is because of George? Where does he get such great power? She knew that George had some abilities, but they were just the top scorer in the college entrance examination. But the White Swan Hotel is said to be worth $200 million. Angela didn't expect Ella to know about this. She said with an unhappy look, Dad doesn't know yet. I'll explain it to him when he comes back. Yes, the White Swan Hotel acquisition failed because of George. But George went too far and got himself into trouble. He had no idea what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. It can be said that his strategy of playing hard to get has completely failed because the Yi family and I will never allow them to come back. If you say something unpleasant again, the Yi family and I will no longer recognize this relative, this brother. Boom! Ella's mind exploded after hearing this. She stared at Angela, feeling both angry and sarcastic. Sister, how can you still have such thoughts? You don't really think George is joking? No, it's really not. My second sister and I both know that he has really severed ties with us this time. I beg you, don't provoke him again. He just wants some peace and quiet now, and slowly calms down the resentment in his heart. If you provoke him again, he will take revenge on us. At that time, we will all regret and suffer. As she said this, she couldn't help crying. George has given so much to the Yi family, but the Yi family treats him like a dog. How could George still want to come back? Yuki and she knew all this, but Angela didn't know and still thought that George would curry favor with him like before. And this is also the scariest part. Angela shook her head coldly. I know everything about you, and Yuki, Ella, I am not you. I have been in charge of the Yi group for many years. What kind of people have I not seen? The salt I have eaten and the storms I have seen are several times more than you. Unless you are a fool, no one can give up the wealth and glory of the Yi family. George did so much. His goal was still to acquire the Yi family's assets. You are protected too well. You don't know the cruelty of society, and you don't know the importance of money. Ella was very anxious after hearing this, but she couldn't change Angela's mind. Angela has been very competitive since she was a child, and her personality is very similar to Maria's. In addition, she is in charge of a huge group, so everything she does is based on interests. She thinks that everyone is after money, but she knew that George was an accident, 100% accident. George didn't come back for money, but for family affection and the obsession in his heart after he got lost as a child. Ella advised earnestly. Okay, I can't argue with you. You are right. I just hope that you will not provoke George again in the future. Even if you contact him, try to move him and let him forgive us. Chapter 35. The ugly duckling transforms into a white swan. Ella, do you know what you're saying? Begging for his forgiveness? Are you crazy? The last time George slapped Xiaoxiu in the face, the family didn't scold him because of the bird's nest porridge incident. Angela seemed to have heard a huge joke. He is a child from an orphanage. It is his honor that the Yi family can take him back. How dare he ask for these things? Is he worthy? I tell you, he has committed a heinous crime by not helping the Yi family this time. Now it is not up to him to forgive us. But how should we forgive him? Lily couldn't stand it any longer. Sister Ella, you and Sister Yuki are crying every day, regretting and repenting. What kind of magic potion did George feed you? I think what you said is right. George is not worthy of you. He is just a stray dog. Ella was immediately furious. Don't you deserve it? Alex is very good to George and has helped him many times. Not long ago, Ms. Chiu Tsuechin came to me and wanted to adopt George as her godson. So many big shots think he is excellent, but you are the only ones who are stubborn. Then he looked at Angela and said, Sister, you are very outstanding, so no one dares to reject you. This time George rejected you and you were very angry. In your world, everyone has to serve you. And this is a matter of course. What did you do for George after he came back from the orphanage? Did you care about him? Did you show consideration for him? If you didn't do anything, why would he give you the painting? He used to try to please you constantly. He knew you were tired, so he told you jokes every day. He just wanted to be your pistachio. He knows you're tired from socializing, so he makes porridge for you every day, hoping that you will stay healthy. He knows you walk a lot every day, so he washes your feet every day. These are not what I take for granted. He treats you well, not because you are so good, nor because of the Yi family's money, but because you are his eldest sister. Well, you guys continue to be stubborn. It's really disgusting. After saying that, Ella also left angrily. She found that in this family, except Yuki, everyone else was prejudiced and arrogant. Angela's face turned black with anger because Ella actually called her disgusting. I remember that Ella and Yuki admired her very much and regarded her as an idol and role model. George, this is your purpose, not only to make Yuki and the others feel guilty every day, but also to let them deal with me and scold me, so that I will regret it and beg you to come home. You're dreaming. I will never let you get what you want. Our business is not over yet. Being strong and confident by nature, she will never bow her head because of this, let alone admit her prejudices and mistakes. At this time, the Liang family in the provincial capital, Maria took Lucas out to play with her family, and originally wanted to invite Yuki to go too, but after Yuki talked on the phone with Ella, she was no longer in the mood to do so. She originally wanted to come to the provincial capital for vacation, to calm her mind, and then go back to think about how to make it up to George. But who knew that the sad things would still come flooding in? The eldest sister actually went to provoke George. What's more, George is actually Ella's savior. Yuki was watching TV with mixed emotions when suddenly she thought of the party tonight and switched to the local channel of Yuhai City. She heard from Ella that George would be on stage as a guest tonight, and city leaders would present him with awards, banners, etc. How outstanding George was now. Ahem. At this time, David walked in. Yuki panicked and quickly changed the channel. No need to turn around. I want to watch the evening party at the White Swan Hotel. David lit a cigarette and smoked it. The failure of the White Swan Hotel made him so angry that he couldn't eat, and he was very disappointed with Angela. He was very optimistic about the prospects of the White Swan Hotel and thought it would appreciate to 10 billion in the future. For this hotel, the Yi group also did a lot of homework. Who knew that everything was ready, but failed because of a painting? Dad, why don't we go out for a walk? Yuki said guiltily that if David knew that the White Swan Hotel changed hands because of George, it would be doomed. I'm not in the mood. Let's watch TV. David refuses. Yuki had no choice but to switch the channel to Yuhai City. At this time, the evening party had officially begun on TV. The city's leaders took turns to speak on stage. It was unprecedentedly grand. Next came Mr. Mu, and then a young man in a white suit slowly stepped onto the biggest stage. David frowned and said, Yuki, look at that boy, is he George? I feel like he looks a lot like him, but also a little different. Yuki was also secretly shocked. The young man on TV was completely different from her impression. He was confident, calm, and handsome. She nodded and said, Yes, Dad, he is George. David swallowed hard and subconsciously compared Lucas with George. Suddenly, he realized that George had become much better than Lucas without him noticing. This is Mr. George. He donated the famous painting Chao Yuan Xianzhong 2 for free. This painting is a national treasure. It is now included in the city's museum and has become the treasure of the museum. Mr. George not only made selfless contributions, but he was also the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. After consideration by the provincial and municipal governments, it was decided to award Mr. George a pennant and medal as an outstanding youth in our city. The city's top official smiled and handed the banner to George. At this moment, the young man on the stage shines brightly and dazzlingly. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the city leaders. As a resident of Yuhai City, I have the obligation to contribute famous paintings for free. These are the treasures of our country. I think whoever gets them will contribute to the country like me. I have no family. I'm an orphan, but I hope this world is still full of love. George held the microphone and said calmly. As expected, there was a lot of applause, and many people looked at him with admiration. While watching TV, the cigarette in David's hand had burned out and burned his fingers, but he seemed not to notice. Top scorer in the college entrance examination, an outstanding youth in this city. These are the great deeds George did after leaving the Yi family. And everything he said on the stage was so perfect that even David felt that he was a rising star with unlimited potential. The only thing I have is the last sentence. I have no family. I am an orphan. It's still so ironic and makes people feel uncomfortable. David tried to light up a cigarette again and subconsciously thought of the child who stole Lily's books and was locked in the wine cellar. The kid even thought of stealing his antiques and selling them for money, and he beat him severely with a belt for a whole day. I also thought of the children who were punished by their wives for cooking too late and not allowed to eat, and who had to kneel beside and watch everyone eat. George used to be like an ugly duckling with no future, but now he seems to have transformed into a white swan. These changes are so huge that it caught me off guard, but I also feel a great sense of pride. David suddenly thought of something and asked, Yuki, the city leader, just said that George donated a famous painting. I remember Mr. Mu seemed to be looking for a painting. Yuki swallowed. She knew that her father would find out about this sooner or later. Dad, the painting Mr. Mu wanted was found by George, and the White Swan Hotel also changed hands because of George. Chapter 36. Some people, once missed, will never come back again. David felt dizzy after hearing this. He couldn't light the cigarette in his hand, and his hands were shaking. It's him, it's actually him. George was the final decision maker for the billion-dollar hotel, causing the Yi family to lose $1 billion. How ridiculous and ironic. If George was still in the Yi family, what if he hadn't severed his relationship with her? The White Swan Hotel should be in the hands of the Yi family. David was just proud of George, but now he felt terrible, not only because of George's excellence and energy, but also because of George's ruthlessness. It was as if George was taking revenge on the Yi family. However, this revenge is much more serious than taking away Lucas' top score in the college entrance examination, or even slapping Lucas, because that's $1 billion. At this time, amidst the applause of many people, the young man left the stage. Then, a beautiful girl came on stage, the cheers of the waves finally rang out, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became hot. Iya, iya, iya. The one who took the stage was none other than the popular star Ella. She was wearing a white dress, looking like an angel, beautiful and holy. She stood on the stage, as if standing in the starry sky, with thousands of stars falling on her. At this moment, the whole world belonged to her. Yuhai City is my hometown. I am very happy, excited, and honored to be able to sing on stage to represent my hometown. The next song is called Moment of Happiness. I hope someone can sing it with me on the same stage. Because this person gave me a new life, and also because I feel so guilty towards him. If time could go back, I would treat him very well, hold his hand every day, walk with him, go to school with him, help him with his homework, and never ask him to cook for us, let alone make us happy. If time goes back to the future, I want to say sorry to him. Please forgive us. Please come in, Mr. George. Ella spoke affectionately into the microphone, her eyes moist, and pointed to one corner of the stage. Such an opening remark undoubtedly made the cheers disappear. No one expected that a big star would say such words at a party. At this time, the spotlight also fell on George, who was sitting among the crowd. At this moment, Ella was excited. She knew that George's dream was to perform on the same stage with her. She wanted to make up for this dream now and apologize to George in front of everyone. She had carefully prepared to invite George tonight, hoping to impress George. At this moment, countless eyes fell on George. Many people envied him, and many people also gave their blessings. Although no one knows what happened, but Ella said so much and apologized in public. The young man will definitely forgive her. It's so romantic. If it were me, I would definitely go on stage. That's Ella. I envy him so much. He is George. A lot of sounds are ringing around the stage. At this time, George did not expect that Ella would apologize to him in public and even beg for his forgiveness. But he did not go on stage. He turned and left his seat, leaving behind only a lonely and stubborn back, and walked further and further away. Seeing this scene, Yuki's tears fell in front of the TV. Ella's heart ached deeply. She opened her mouth and wanted to scream, but no sound came out. She could only control herself from crying out. She was the light in George's heart, but when darkness came, there was no light anymore. George, forgive her. Why? Next, I will sing a song later for everyone. Ella's song was also changed, and I almost couldn't control my tears several times. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately you had already gone away and disappeared in the crowd. A beautiful and sad song floated up, reminding her of what Yuki had said. George once hoped most to perform on the same stage with you, but in the end he could only watch you in front of the TV. George can recite all your songs word for word. You promised to sign for the children in the orphanage, but in the end you didn't do it. George explained to each child with a wry smile, and finally cried for a long time in front of the orphanage gate. At one of your concerts, George listened to it on the street for a whole night. After the concert, it happened to rain heavily. You met a few fans and considerately gave them umbrellas. However, Your brother is still standing in the rain on the street. Even when you saw him, you pretended not to know him. You treat a fan better than him. Later, I finally understood in tears that some people, once missed, will never come back. When George walked out of the party, he also heard the last line of the song. Yes, some people, once missed, are gone forever. Yuki witnessed this scene on TV and could deeply understand Ella's feelings. In fact, at the beginning, when she told Ella about the injustice George had suffered, Ella just felt guilty. It was not until she knew that George was her savior that Ella's mentality finally collapsed. The same goes for Yuki. When she learned that George fought to protect herself, her mentality collapsed. After thinking about it, she called George to ask for an explanation for Ella. However, after she made the call, she couldn't get through. She must have been blocked. She had no choice but to call Olivia. She had also left her phone number when they met last time. The call was connected quickly, and she explained her purpose to Olivia and begged Olivia to let George answer the phone. Even for 1 minute, even if it's the last phone call, Olivia seemed to be moved by George's sincerity, and George's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yuki cried and said, "George, I'm Yuki. That year, our family went on a trip, and there was a flash flood. Ella already knew who saved her. She was wrong. She really tried her best to apologize and make amends tonight. Even if you don't forgive her in the end, I hope you can give her an explanation." George said coldly, "I only have one thing to say to her. She chose Lucas. Why is she coming back to beg me now?" Speaking of flash floods, Yuki, you're not much better. I remember that I saved a lot of people and was very tired. I collapsed on the shore, holding a stone. I begged you to pull me ashore, but in the end, you saw a couple who were also in trouble, and you left me to save them. That couple is not an ordinary person. They are very powerful. Afterwards, they praised you in newspapers and on TV. You also got the honor you deserved. You became a role model for the whole school and received countless praises. You should have known that couple before. You went there specifically for them. You abandoned your brother for your own fame. You are a hypocritical person. So, you and Ella are just the same." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Clang! Yuki's cell phone also fell to the ground, and her whole body went cold, and she felt terrified. It's true. At that time, she wanted to pull George ashore, but when she met Lu Liang and his wife, she knew that they had great power in the education department. For some reason, she left her brother behind and ran to save them. How could she do this? He deserves this retribution now. She endured the stabbing pain in her heart and called Ella. Chapter 37, They Are Not Worthy of Forgiveness. Ella was leaving the stage, sadly, but after answering the phone, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. "Sister, help me. You must help me. Ella, I asked George for you, and he only said one thing. You chose Lucas. Why are you coming back to him now?" Afterwards, Yuki also hung up the phone. She had no right to ask George for forgiveness on behalf of Ella, because she herself was not good enough. "Lucas, the one I chose." Ella's tears finally burst like a flood, and she could no longer control them. When she begged George to go back, George asked her, "Let Lucas go, and George will go home." But she chose Lucas then. Now she regretted it so much because Lucas was a liar who had deceived her for several years, causing her to miss out on her true savior. At this time, George returned the phone to Olivia. "Brother, Ella?" Olivia was a little curious. Ella admitted her mistake in front of the whole city, but her brother still refused to forgive her. George rubbed Olivia's head and said, "Their whole family is full of ruthless people. They are not worthy of forgiveness." In his previous life, George had forgiven and compromised time and time again, but in the end he was bullied even more severely. No one cared, even when he was burned to death in his hospital bed. He had already seen through this family. In the days that followed, George returned to peace. The garment factory still has two paths: foreign trade processing and its own brand Deechin Clothing. Deechin Clothing is pursuing a high-end route and will face the whole world in the future, so the quality requirements are very strict. Moreover, this is a long-term route, and the benefits will not be seen in 1 or 2 days. Fortunately, the profits from foreign trade processing are enough to make up for the money spent on cultivating Deechin Clothing, and even more. "Johnson, have you found the talent I asked you to find?" George asked Johnson again. His next focus will be online games, which is also a hot area that can generate tens of billions of profits for him in the future. I looked for many, but none of them were suitable, so I finally kept 2. Johnson pulled out a list. One of them was a top student who graduated from a famous foreign university. His name was Zhou Tian, and he was very familiar with game programming. One is an unemployed RD staff named Wang Wei, who left because he was dissatisfied with the working environment. Did Wang Wei resign from Zhanxiang Network? George's face changed slightly. This Zhuangda Network is the agent of legend, which is an unrivaled presence in China. Anyone coming out of this company must have a certain understanding of games. Looking for Wang Wei, George made an immediate decision. Johnson frowned. This guy doesn't seem to have a very good reputation. I heard he was fired. On the contrary, Zhou Tian is a top student from a prestigious foreign university. He has the latest game programming and so on. He is more suitable for us. George shook his head. He remembered that in his previous life, a game called Zhengte came out. It directly set a precedent for online games. The number of online players and recharging players were also the most popular at that time. With this game, the boss made billions. Facts have proved that online games nowadays are mainly focused on playability, and advanced technologies such as 3D are not popular for the time being. Soon, Johnson took George to where Wang Wei lived. When I pushed the door open, a foul smell came in. The ground was littered with instant noodle buckets, cigarette butts, beetle nut residue, etc. A young man with messy hair and a musty smell is sitting in front of a computer playing online games. How boring. After playing for a while, the young man turned to look at George and the other man, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. Wang Wei, this is our boss. He wants to hire you to make an online game. Johnson spoke up. Do you know anything about online games? Wang Wei sneered, not taking George seriously at all. Nowadays, every entrepreneur wants to make games, but they know nothing about it and are reluctant to invest money, so they end up making a mess. To be honest, I don't play many online games. However, everyone has different ideas about online games. My idea of online games is competition. Competition between people is the most interesting thing. George spoke lightly. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. It had to be said that George had the same idea as him. If there is no competition in online games, it is better to play standalone games. If I were to make an online game, I would give up charging for point cards and would charge for props, and I would charge without a bottom line to satisfy some Krypton Gold players. Of course, I would also be friendly to civilian players, with a rich task system and satisfying rewards, such as a reward of 100 real money for a month of online time. Only when an online game has paying players and civilian players can it attract more people. George continued. Interesting. Wang Weilai became interested. Do you know why I left Zhuangda Network? It's because the concept of games is different. George smiled and said, I can give you a platform to perform. Wang Wei thought about it and suggested, how about this? I've been unemployed for 3 months and owe a lot of money, probably more than 100,000 yuan. You pay it back for me first. Secondly, I like a relaxed working environment. Punching in and out at work is not suitable for me. In addition, I need a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and performance evaluation is also required. As long as you complete these, I can help you make an online game. Of course, the quality of the online game depends on how much money you invest. George nodded after listening. Give me your bank card number. I will transfer 200,000 to you now. You have the final say on the working environment, but there is a prerequisite. You must complete the assigned tasks. As long as you complete the tasks, you can sleep at home every day. Secondly, I will give you a car and a house. Finally, I plan to invest 100 million in this online game, and the initial investment will be at least 30 million. After saying this, Johnson was stunned. I haven't even started working, and I'm already paying back 200,000 yuan for someone else. Who would recruit someone like this? And a salary of 10,000 yuan a month? 10,000 yuan is a lot these days. Okay. Wang Wei was also shocked. It was the first time I met such a generous boss, and he was younger than him. Later, when he saw the message and the 200,000 arrive in his account, he completely believed George. Does the company still need people? I have several friends who are also unemployed at home. Wang Wei asked again. Yes, I want all of them. The salary is the same as yours. I want as many technicians and managers as I can get. George smiled and said, but the first task is to make the initial model of the game within half a month, and the game will be launched online after a month. Wang Wei immediately patted his chest and said, as long as the money is in place, everything is fine. In addition, we must be free to play this game, and we cannot be forced to make decisions. George knows that this kind of person is a workaholic. Once he takes on a task, he will work day and night to get it done. He is a real talent. What's more, he and Wang Wei have the same gaming philosophy, which makes people feel more at ease. Then he asked Olivia to rent an office building, set up Tiana Network Company, buy office equipment, arrange accommodation for these people, and so on. With the money, these things can be handled quite quickly, except for the 30 million in the initial stage of game development, which is a bit difficult. Counting the days, the official announcement will soon be about the development of a Yangjiao area. George is looking forward to it. Chapter 38. When the news came out, the whole city was in a sensation. On this day, the official news was finally announced. The Yangjiao area, which is officially developing subways, shopping malls, office buildings, etc., is a new city of the future. Because this area is also close to the gambling city of Macau, a new port will be open to connect the two cities. Once the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Damn it! I thought the area being developed was Tanzhou. It's very close to Central City and is connected to an economic zone. I have set up shop in Tanzhou, and now all the land there has become a factory. The White Swan Hotel is located near the port. It really made a lot of money. I envy Nanfeng Group. Entrepreneurs and businessmen of all sizes felt regretful and then quickly made their plans. The business world is like a battlefield. Now that they have decided to develop the Yangjiao area, they must enter the market as soon as possible to get a piece of the pie. There's a saying that if you stand in the limelight, even a pig can take off. At this time, Alex and Lindong also received the news and were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. We made a lot of money. We made more than $1 billion. These are all favors I owe to Mr. Yi. Alex sighed and suddenly thought of something. Mr. Yi made a big profit by planning the Yangjiao area early. Lindong also had a look of admiration on his face. How old is he? He must have just finished the college entrance examination. He has a unique vision, a keen business sense, and is daring to fight and strive. His future is limitless. He also knew that George bought many old houses in Yangjiao and spent a lot of money, just like a gamble. Who else would dare to do that? Even he and Alex don't dare to do it. This is courage. On the other side, Yi Group. Angela was reading the newspaper. Her pretty face looked extremely ugly and cold as ice. According to her plan, the Yi Group also set up operations in the Tanzhou area, but in the end, they got nothing. Although you won't lose money, the funds are stuck in that area, and the liquidity is greatly reduced. From another perspective, you are actually losing money. Boss Yi, according to the group's estimate, the White Swan Hotel has appreciated to at least 1.5 billion. Secretary Fan said, while holding the market research report. Angela felt even more upset. Failure. The failure of her life. It's all George's fault for ruining her life. Besides, the Yangjiao area has been developed. George has bought a lot of old houses in that area. I think he will get rich. Secretary Fan continued. We checked, and he conservatively estimated that he made 300 million. 300 million. Angela felt as if she was suffocating. George been out of the Yi family. He started from scratch by setting up a stall to sell clothes and became a billionaire in such a short period of time. It's uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. After leaving the Yi family, George suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was unstoppable. Before, he could only tell me jokes, wash my feet, and cook for me like a dog. Now, he has become a billionaire. Luck, it must be luck. With his gambling mentality, if he doesn't have luck to bless him, he will go bankrupt sooner or later. Angela's angry voice almost burst out from her throat. She angrily pushed the stationery on the desk and smashed all the valuable furniture in the office. The White Swan Hotel lost more than 10 billion, but George made a huge profit of 300 million. All this stimulated her greatly. But even now, she still didn't want to admit how outstanding George was and was still the bastard who was scheming to return to the Yi family. At this time, George and Olivia were naturally very happy. George, the whole city is talking about the development of Yangjiao. I'm even more curious about who bought the land and old houses here. Johnson laughed. If the media knew that George was the one who had the most resources in this area, the whole city would probably go crazy. Start selling. With the capital, many projects can be started. George was happy and continued to plan the next step. In the Yangjiao area, in addition to owning a large number of old houses, he also owns a lot of land, among which the large piece of land owned by Brother Hua is the king of land. It was only because Brother Hua was so capable and well-connected that he was able to force people to buy a lot of land back then. Otherwise, even George would not have been able to buy it. Next, George and Olivia took the contract and went to the official site to sign a contract and get compensation for the house. On the other side, Lilia's broken leg has not yet healed, and she drove a motorcycle to Yangjiao. She was in a good mood. After investing in Tianlianhui, she soon received a return and made more than 100,000 yuan. If she continues like this, Xia Haonan will definitely surpass George. By then, her parents will also look at Xia Haonan with admiration and treat him like they treated Xiaoxiu. On the way, I got off the car and bought a few packs of cigarettes for Xia Haonan. This area is going to be developed. I heard the compensation for each house is 2 million. Yes, the land was also compensated a lot. Like those vegetable plots and farmland, the government bought them all with huge sums of money. What a pity, our house was sold that year. While in the convenience store, Lily heard a conversation between several middle-aged ladies and walked over to question them angrily. Girl, don't you read the newspaper? Who lied to you? Get lost. The aunties were cursing at the girl who was dressed like a young lady and rudely questioned them, asking who spoiled her. If I find out you're lying, I'll make you pay. Lily bought a newspaper to read, and then her temper became extremely bad. I thought Brother Haonan made enough money to surpass George. But who knew George made even more? No, we must increase investment in Tianlianhui. We can't let George take advantage of us. If my parents knew that Brother Haonan is not even as good as George, they would definitely not agree to let us be together. George, I know you want to laugh at me, you're dreaming. No one can separate me from Brother Haonan. As I was thinking about it, a scream came from the front. I saw Brother Hu bringing a group of people, surrounding Xia Haonan and beating him up in the street. Xia Haonan, do I have a grudge against you? You've caused me to lose tens of millions. I'm going to kill you. Brother Hu was really angry. When he was reading the newspaper in the morning, his blood pressure was skyrocketing. He also didn't expect that the Yangjiao area would be developed by the government. If he had held on to that piece of land, he would have made not only tens of millions, but possibly hundreds of millions. If Xia Haonan hadn't brought George here and bought his land, none of this would have happened. Tell me, have you teamed up with George to defraud me of my money? Today, if I don't cut off one of his arms, I won't be called Brother Hua. The more Brother Hua thought about it, the angrier he got, and he kept roaring. Lily quickly stopped the motorcycle and rushed over. Stop fighting, stop fighting. When the thugs saw that it was Lily, they didn't dare to attack. After all, the Yi family was not someone they could afford to mess with. Miss Yi, you also played a role in tricking me. Okay, I don't dare to touch you, but I dare to touch Xia Haonan. Hold her for me. Today, I will beat Xia Haonan to death in front of her. Lily fiercely and uttered angrily. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Haonan was beaten so badly that several of his teeth were knocked out, his nose and face were swollen, and his voice sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Lily, save me, save me. He can only rely on Lily. Although Lily was fine at the moment, she loved Xia Haonan very much, and hitting Xia Haonan hurt more than hitting her. No, please, if you want to hit me, hit me. Her tears kept flowing, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Chapter 39. Lily asks George for help. At this moment, Lily saw several figures walking by, and she ran over like crazy, as if she had found a life-saving straw. George and Olivia, who walked by, along with them were the official staff who were collecting the houses. George, save Xia Haonan, please. Only you can save him now. Lily came running over and started crying. Without her usual arrogance and pride, she just cried like an ordinary girl. George probably guessed what was going on and sneered. Ha, the sun is rising from the west. The eldest daughter of a Yi family is actually begging me? Did I hear it right? Lily could hear the mockery in George's words. She knelt down with a plop. You heard me right. I really beg you. I kneel down for you. Please return Brother Hua's land to him quickly. Please. George did not answer her. He admired Lily's miserable appearance and of course laughed at her decline. For Xia Haonan, the arrogant Lily would actually kneel down. It was ridiculous. 3 minutes later, he sarcastically said, Lily, do you think it's possible? Lily had ulterior motives when she took him and Brother Hua to buy the land. Now that they have lost money, she wants him to pay it back. What a pipe dream. Lily looked up. George, didn't you say you would protect me and supervise me? I promise everything. As long as you save Brother Haonan, I will be under your care in the future. I won't go anywhere you don't let me go. George's face was cold and his eyes were grim. You think too much. I said I won't care about you, and I won't care about you. Lily, ever since I stopped caring about you, you've become so miserable, so unlucky, and so miserable. Now you're kneeling down and begging me like a dog. Remember when I told you not to ride a motorcycle? You didn't listen and broke your leg. Remember Luai Garment Factory? You still didn't listen and lost everything, including the land issue now. In fact, not only do I not want to care about you now, I even wish you could spend more time with Xia Haonan. Let him drag you to hell. This is the love you are pursuing. But don't worry, this is not over yet. There will be more nightmares in the future. George also thought about the last life, when Lily said grimly before she died that George had ruined her love. Now that he doesn't intervene, this so-called love will drag Lily into the swamp. George, you. Lily looked at George angrily. Although a lot of things have happened recently, she is still confident that as long as she lowers her head, admits her mistakes, and acts coquettishly, George will forgive her. She is different from Yuki and the others. She is the youngest sister in the family. George will be more obedient to her and pamper her more. But it turned out that she was overthinking. Yu Beixian doesn't care about her at all. At this time, George also left with the staff, and as he left, he shouted, hit me harder, don't give me face. George, I won't let you go. Lily was almost going crazy. Brother Hua also saw George and felt a chill in his heart, but because there were official staff around, he did not cause trouble for George for the time being. Beat him, break his legs. All the anger was accumulated on Xia Haonan. Just as George said, he didn't give George any face at all. Stop fighting. Lily rushed over like a mad woman and hugged Xia Haonan, making it difficult for the thugs to attack. Lily, this has nothing to do with you. Brother Hua looked unhappy. I am willing to pay the money. I will pay as much as the loss of the land. Lily cried and screamed. Brother Hua pondered for a moment and said calmly, okay, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tomorrow, bring 50 million. Otherwise, you can wait to collect Xia Haonan's corpse. After saying that, he left with the gangsters. Brother Haonan. As soon as Brother Hua and the others left, Lily hugged Xia Haonan tightly, feeling extremely painful. She also discovered that since George stopped caring about her, although she and Xia Haonan were in love with each other, more and more troubles happened. Brother Haonan, are you still in pain? It hurts so much. This is the first time I've been beaten so hard since I was a child. It's all George's fault. Yes, it's George. If we hadn't introduced him to my Brother Hua's land, how could you have been beaten? George was deliberately setting up a trap to destroy our love. Lily cursed fiercely, putting all the blame on George, but she couldn't separate from Xia Haonan, as she was underestimated by George. However, she forgot that she was the one who took George to find Brother Hua from the beginning to the end. How could George set up a trap for her? Xia Haonan added, Lily, since you also hate George, then we can't lose to him. We still have hope. It's Tianli Anhui. We will invest tens of millions and make a fortune. I don't see who dares to look down on us. Brother Hua will also kneel down and pour me tea. Lily's face changed slightly. But where does the capital come from? I don't even know who to ask for the 50 million yuan to pay back Brother Hua. After all, it's not 500,000, but 5 million. You are a daughter of the Yi family, so you must have your own money. By the way, your grandfather must have left you some property after he died. Use this inheritance. Xia Haonan advised. Don't you love me anymore? Watching George separate us? Destroying our love? No, Brother Haonan, I love you. I'll find a way to solve it. Lily was hesitating at first, but when she heard the word love, she nodded firmly. After returning home, she sneaked into her parents' room while Angela was away and found 2 certificates of company equity. These 2 shares are the inheritance left to her by her grandfather. Dad, the shares of these 2 companies originally belonged to me. You'll understand me. I will use them to start a business and impress you. Lily plans to transfer her equity in exchange for funds to start a business. Recently, George has been cooperating with the authorities in expropriating old houses. The money in his account continued to increase 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, 300 million. He initially invested 10 million and now has earned 10 times, 30 times. After all the old and dilapidated houses were sold, only 2 pieces of land were left. He kept one for himself and waited for the right time to sell the other. George, you're a billionaire. Johnson sighed. George also gave Johnson some money and reminded him with a smile, I have reinvested the money I got. The working capital is just over 100 million. There is nothing to be happy about. By the way, don't waste your money. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Do you understand? No. In fact, Johnson also came from an orphanage. He has a calm personality and doesn't spend money recklessly. George also invested the rest of his money in real estate. Although the government is developing the Yangzhou area, it won't be long before real estate starts to become popular. So he bought many old, dilapidated, and cheap houses, waiting for them to appreciate in value. Brother, now that you have money, you should buy some cars. Olivia saw that they had a house, but George still didn't have a car, which was very inconvenient. So she suggested, a car is a businessman's face, and it is a must when going out to discuss business. George thought about it and asked Johnson to order more than a dozen Mercedes-Benz and BMW cars to be kept in the factory as backup. Next, he focused on Tianren Network, established a company, and continued to invest money. Chapter 40, he appeared out of nowhere and was unstoppable. Summer vacation is over quickly. On this day, the Yi family was bustling with activity because David and his wife were back. Maria and Lucas were the first to come in, followed by David and finally Yuki. The servants were carrying large and small bags of things, and it was obvious that they had a great time during their trip to the provincial capital. Big sister, this is the gift I bought for you, the latest LV bag. Lucas returned home. He thoughtfully gave gifts to everyone, especially George. He said with regret, "It's a pity that my brother didn't come back. I bought this pair of shoes especially for him." This unintentional detail made Angela and Lily secretly sneer. As both are members of the Yi family, Lucas cares about his family, while George only harms his family. The gap is too big. Xiaosu, George has been at home for so many years, and you have never bought him a gift. Why are you suddenly giving him shoes? At this time, Ella came over with a cold face. These words seemed to tear off Lucas' hypocritical mask, making him very embarrassed. Sister Ella, this is my gift to you, Chanel perfume. Lucas had no choice but to take out the gift for Ella. Ella didn't take it and looked at Lucas with a cold face. Lucas was frightened by being stared at and had no idea what was going on. He remembered that Ella considerately sent him to the car before he went to his grandmother's house. How come he was like a different person after he came back? Xiaosu, let me ask you, for years ago when we were traveling, my sister was almost washed away by the flood. Did you save me? Ella has been suffering from the torture of conscience during this period and can't help but question. It's me. Lucas frowned. Nonsense. Ella was furious. You are still lying to me now. After saying that, he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Lucas in the face. The whole family was just immersed in joy, but after being slapped by Ella, they were all shocked. Because Ella dotes on Lucas the most, this is the first time I saw her slapping Lucas. Ella, what are you doing? Maria was furious and immediately rushed over and pushed Ella away. Sister Ella, I did something wrong to make you unhappy. Lucas stroked his face and said pitifully. Ella seemed to see through Lucas and said angrily, I just asked you if you saved me during the flash flood 4 years ago, and you said yes. Maria immediately scolded. It was Xiaoxiu who saved you. Everyone knows it. Ella, what's wrong with you? Your brother just came back and you beat him up. You have to make him unhappy, don't you? Mom, Xiaoxiu can't swim at all. Ella stared at Maria, emotionally. This means that he was not the one who saved me 4 years ago. After saying that, he looked at Lucas and said, Xiaosu, if you can swim, I will take you to the swimming pool right now, and you have to prove it to me. Lucas' eyes were wet, and he was about to cry. Maria felt sad when she saw Lucas' aggrieved look, and she chimed in, Okay, it's not a big deal. If Xiaoxiu didn't save you, then he's not your brother. If he didn't save you, does that mean he's not your brother? Is this still a small matter? Ella was shocked. All these years, I always thought it was Xiaoxiu who saved me, but who knew it wasn't the case at all. The most disgusting thing is that Xiaoxiu actually admitted it. And you, Mom? She suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Maria was not surprised at all, and even said it was a trivial matter, which meant she had known about it for a long time, but Maria never told her. As a result, she has been doting on Lucas for the past few years. She's so biased. The person who saved me was George, Mom. Did you know that? Ella couldn't bear it anymore. Angela and the others all widened their eyes. It was obvious that they had just found out about this, including David. Lucas still looked pitiful, but he was angry and cold inside. It was George again. Why was it always him? George has already left the Yi family, so why can he repeatedly destroy the harmony and unity of the Yi family, and even make Sister Ella, who has always doted on him, beat and scold him? Hateful. Maria heard the name George. She immediately became like a cat whose tail was stepped on. George is George. So what? We are all family. It doesn't matter who saves who. There is no question of gratitude or not. Don't take it too seriously. Ella suddenly felt suffocated. She was doting on Lucas in the past. Maria specifically told her that Xiaoxiu saved your life, so you should be grateful. Now that she finds out that it was George who saved her, Maria says that they are all family and are all the same. This bias has reached a point of insanity. Not only was he biased, but he also deceived himself, causing him to constantly bully and humiliate George and becoming a sinner for all eternity. What's past is past. How's George doing these days? Do you know you were wrong? At this time, Maria changed the subject and said, he taught Lucas a lesson last time, but I didn't get angry because he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I hope that he will know during this time that being the top scorer in the college entrance examination is just the beginning of life, and it does not mean a successful career. Stop making trouble. In fact, the reason why she didn't lose her temper last time was because the matter of the bird's nest porridge was exposed, which made her feel a little guilty. Ella's eyes turned cold. Mom, he's living well out there. Why should he admit his mistake? Ella, do you want to learn from Yuki? Help that rebellious son and go against your family? Maria was also becoming increasingly unhappy. I didn't help him. I'm telling the truth. He's doing very well now, and he's doing very well. Ella said angrily. Not long ago, he donated a famous painting to the city and was praised by the city's bigwigs and awarded a silk banner. Moreover, because of the famous painting, the White Swan Hotel changed its owner. He opened a factory, which is currently ranked among the top 3 in the city's clothing industry. He bought the Yangzhou area and made a fortune. He's already a billionaire. He appeared out of nowhere and is unstoppable. She felt like she had to get it off her chest, not only because she wanted to be proud of George, but also because she had been deceived for so many years. So she wanted to vent her anger and make Maria and Lucas angry. What? As expected, Maria, Lucas, and David all looked very upset, as if they had suffered 10,000 points of damage. Billionaire George? George is short time to go from nothing to become a billionaire. George become so outstanding, so powerful, and so talented after leaving the Yi family. Maria's good mood, which had just returned, was completely destroyed, and her hands holding the chair handles were shaking. This is what she doesn't want to see, what she least wants to see. Lucas's mind bust. He was unwilling to believe that George was so outstanding and far surpassed him. In the future, would his family dare to use him to belittle George? David had known about the White Swan Hotel for a long time, but he had just learned about the land acquisition and development in Yangzhou. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. George, who was the least promising? Angela, is what Ella said true? Maria raised her voice, wanting to get the final affirmation. Chapter 41. Sure enough, Lily walked further and further away. Angela nodded with an unhappy look on her face. Mom, it's true. The White Swan Hotel was supposed to belong to the Yi group, but George was sabotaging it. This man is already ruined. He doesn't know how to be grateful and specifically targets his family. You know, the current market value of the White Swan Hotel is 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Maria was so angry that she had a migraine. Too cruel. Then slapping Lucas, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is a full 1.5 billion. George do such a cruel thing. This rebellious son, this traitor. I want to ask him why he is so cruel to his family. Maria took out her cell phone and called George, but the number was unavailable. She immediately looked at Angela and said, "Call that rebellious son for me." Angela and Lily made phone calls one after another and looked up a minute later. Mom, he has blocked us all. This is outrageous. Go find him. Go find him. You must find him. Maria is about to explode with anger. She had just come back and saw Lucas being slapped by Ella and the hotel being robbed. Now they dare to block their phone numbers. She wanted to confront George face to face. At this moment, David also had a gloomy face. Last time in the hotel, George almost had a fight with him. He knew at that time that the child had grown up and become an adult and was no longer under his control. George would return to the Yi family in the end. Besides, George had become successful now, so it was very likely that he would not return. But even if he doesn't go back, why should he deal with the Yi family? After all, blood is thicker than water. Let's go. David finally wants an explanation. Dad, Mom, don't go. George is still angry. If we go after him again, he will bear a grudge and take revenge on us. Yuki and Ella hurried to stop them. Isn't he going to take revenge now? A hotel worth tens of billions is gone, just like that. Lily suddenly interrupted, looking like she was adding insult to injury. We should question him face to face, scold him, and reprimand him to see if he has a black heart. Angela also nodded. Now that his parents are here, let's see how he handles it. I told you, he's gone too far. Yuki and Ella kept shaking their heads, wondering why Angela and the others still thought George was afraid of his parents. People are no longer afraid of us, and even regard us as enemies. At this moment, George was standing by the window in his office, looking at the well-organized factory outside. Now he is no longer as penniless as when he just left the Yi family. Although he still cannot fight against the Yi family, he is now qualified to face them head-on. As long as he waits until his grandfather's inheritance arrives, he will definitely be able to surpass the Yi group. Moreover, now that I have the ability to fly in the sky, there are some things that I should figure out. George, it's bad. Brother Hua has brought people into the factory. At this time, Johnson rushed in. George was not surprised. He knew that people like Brother Hua had no sense of contract, and he would come to him sooner or later. Invite them to the director's office. George gave some instructions, took out his phone, and made a call, then waited for Brother Hua to arrive. 10 minutes later, the door of the factory director's office was pushed open, and a large group of thugs with colorful hair walked in. The last one to walk in was Brother Hua. His mouth. He glanced around and saw George sitting on the sofa. George was seen making tea calmly and without any panic. He was so calm that he didn't look like a young man. Instead, he looked like a veteran who had been in the business for many years. When ordinary people know that he is coming, they will all panic and make mistakes or even run away. Young man, you are truly amazing. Brother Hua also sat down and lit a cigarette. You made a fortune by purchasing the unwanted land and dilapidated houses. I, Lu Shanghua, admire you. You are much better than Xie Haonan. Just luck, George said calmly. Brother Hua is here today. How much money do you plan to ask for? Hua Ge was stunned. He thought he would have to spend some time talking, but George knew everything. He laughed and said, Haha, it's straightforward to talk to smart people. Let me put it this way. I want 50 million. In addition, I want to invest in your business. Invest. This is the cruelest. No matter what business George does, Brother Hua will get involved, and he will definitely not invest any capital. If there is profit, he will get a share, and if there is loss, he will have nothing to do with it. George immediately shook his head. I'm sorry, your condition is too harsh. I probably won't agree to it. Haha. As for business, we could talk about it. My Brother Hua is not a hard-to-talk-to person. Brother Hua laughed. In my opinion, you won't be paid a penny, and then you get out of here. George poured himself a cup of tea. What? All the gangsters were furious. Brother Hua's pupils were also condensed, and his anger was burning. After so many years in the underworld, this was the first time he saw such a rampant junior. He sneered and said, Okay, then I'll see what Director Yi has. Is it enough for me? As soon as he finished speaking, several figures walked in through the door. They were Alex and Lin Dong and his wife. Master Dong. Brother Hua's face changed drastically, and a chill surged from his head to his feet. Lin Dong, the godfather of the underworld in Yuhai City, has connections everywhere and is well connected to both the black and white worlds. At his peak, he had tens of thousands of people under his command. When Lin Dong started his career, his brother Hua was still wearing open crotch pants. It is said that Lin Dong has killed countless people, openly and secretly. How could Brother Hua fight against such a godfather-level person? He looked at George again and suddenly realized that it was no wonder that George was so fearless. It turned out that he had found a backer. This young man is amazing. He has accumulated a large amount of funds in a short period of time and has also made a lot of connections. Master Dong, misunderstanding. Brother Hua smiled tactfully. I just came to see if Director Yi had any troubles. I came here to help. Director Yi, don't you think so? After saying that, he looked at George with pleading eyes, hoping that George could speak for him. Of course, as my garment factory grows bigger and bigger, it's inevitable that some people will be jealous and come and mess with it. Brother Hua is here to help. George also gave Brother Hua a way out. That's the best. Lin Dong is a shrewd man, and he can't hide Brother Hua's intentions from him at all. But it's good that nothing has happened now, so he doesn't bother to make any trouble. At this time, George stared at Brother Hua and said, By the way, Brother Hua, what about Lily and Xie Haonan? Brother Hua didn't know what George meant, whether to help Lily or not. Lily stole the share certificate from home and sold it. If she returns the money to me, I will let Xie Haonan go. According to Xie Haonan, the remaining money was invested in Tianlianhui. Sure enough, Lily is going further and further away. This is the best. George was not that surprised and said to Brother Huh, this Lily is also one of my enemies. So next time we meet, I hope Brother Hua can take care of her. Brother Hua nodded tactfully. Lily is from a Yi family. I dare not deal with her, but taking care of Xie Haonan is still a small matter, huh? This adulterer and whore are together, hitting Xie Haonan. It hurts Lily's heart. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Dong, guessing that Mr. Dong had something important to discuss with George, so he immediately said goodbye and left. Chapter 42, Are They Worthy of Calling for Help? After Hua Ge left, George thanked Lin Dong. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your help. The last time he met Brother Hua, he thought about asking Lin Dong for help, but he didn't expect that Lin Dong would actually come, and come in person. What are you thanking me for? Xiaoye, you were so polite. Seeing that George was very meticulous and decisive, just like himself back then, Lin Dong smiled and said, Xiaoye, last time you reminded me, your Aunt Xiao and I were saved from danger, otherwise we would have been shot to death. So we're the ones who should say thank you. And what about the White Swan Hotel? You made us a lot of money. As he said that, he took out a check to repay George. But George refused to accept it. Lin Dong and Alex had to give up, but they became more optimistic about George. Xiaoyi, thank you, Auntie. Chiao Tsuichin waited for Lin Dong and the others to finish their conversation, then walked over quickly. She looked at George with eyes full of kindness and love. The more she looked, the more she liked him. George's scalp tingled when he saw her, and he didn't know what she was going to do. However, Lin Dong's words surprised him secretly. According to the trajectory of his previous life, Lin Dong died a year later. Could it be that historical events were accelerated? If this is the case, many projects will accelerate their progress and will not follow the trajectory of the previous life. Xiaoyi, come and see if these clothes are suitable for you. Chiao Tsuichin asked the bodyguards to come in again, carrying large and small bags of clothes and shoes. Andy, this is too expensive. Why spend so much money? Young people should dress nicely. This is the trend. Come and try on the size to see if it fits you. For example, this one is my favorite. It should be very nice. Chiao Tsuichin took out clothes one by one. She was very happy, as if she had been preparing these clothes for a long time. In fact, this scene was what she had dreamed of for a long time. Buying clothes for her children and watching them put on new clothes would make her so happy. Unfortunately, her child died early, so she could only look for that long-lost feeling in George. But it's true, all the sizes she chose according to her impression were suitable for George, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's personal bodyguard Tai Shu said excitedly, Master, the madam hasn't been so happy for a long time. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong wiped his moist eyes. Next, George invited them to stay for dinner and cooked for them himself to thank them. I didn't expect this kid could cook. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong were even happier, as if they were watching their own children being filial to them. At this time, Maria and her husband followed Angela and found the Hongyan garment factory. Yuki, Ella, and Lucas did not come this time. Only Angela and Lily came. The four people were very surprised after entering the factory. They were shocked by the size of the factory and a large number of people. I thought it was just a small broken factory. Is this George's factory? David had a complicated expression on his face, and his eyes looked at the garage in the factory, where there were more than a dozen Mercedes-Benz and BMW cars parked. This gives people the feeling that one should look at others with new eyes after 3 days of absence. If George hadn't had a falling out with them, David would have felt proud as a father. But now, he couldn't feel proud at all, and instead felt as if he had been slapped in the face. I still remember that when George just ran away from home, he could only set up a stall to sell clothes. Maria was watching the show at that time, thinking that George would starve to death or freeze to death outside, and would come back on his knees sooner or later. This is a new car our factory bought. Our factory is very profitable, and the wages and benefits are among the best in the industry. The performance of 1 month is 10 million. The sales manager who was in charge of entertaining them thought David was here to place an order. And this is only for now. Things will get better and better in the future. Our year-end goal is 200 million. Our factory director's business philosophy is also the latest. He led our factory out of difficulties and gave our employees a good life. By the way, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and the city leaders have commended him. He has no family and is an orphan, so he doesn't put on airs and is very easy to talk to. When talking about George, the sales manager talked endlessly, and his words were full of admiration. Okay, I understand. David replied with a cold face. I have no family. I'm an orphan. He feels very uncomfortable when he hears that sentence now. This sentence has been said on many occasions, and every time he hears it, it feels like irony, like a slap in David's face. Maria and Angela didn't say anything the whole time. I guess they felt the same as David. Only Lily cursed secretly. He will go bankrupt sooner or later. Sooner or later. Only when she thought of Tianlian Hui did she feel better and feel that she would surpass George. When we arrived at the office, we heard bursts of laughter from inside. Looking through the window, we saw George having dinner with Lin Dong and his wife, Alex, and others. The table was filled with home-cooked meals, and everyone was enjoying the food while drinking wine. There were also many gift boxes on the side, and George even wore a new suit and shoes. Alex, Lin Dong. David obviously knew these two people. Angela suddenly said sarcastically. They both like George very much, especially Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong. I heard from Ella that they want to adopt George as their godson. Nonsense. His parents are still alive. Why should he worship a godmother or godfather? David said angrily. He guessed that the clothes and shoes on George were given by Lin Dong and his wife. George didn't even wear clothes given by his own parents, but actually wore clothes given by others. How abominable. He was so angry that he didn't realize that he had never given George any clothes or shoes. At this time, Maria had a gloomy face and seemed to have been unable to bear it anymore. So she walked straight in. George was picking up some food when he suddenly saw this family. His face was instantly filled with disgust and nausea. He didn't expect this family to come to his door. Alex and Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong were also surprised and smiled at David as a greeting. They were not very familiar with David. They had met him at several business exchanges and only knew that David was the richest man in Yuhai City. George, you didn't even bother to call your parents when they came. Do you have any manners at all? Lily saw that George didn't move. She immediately barked like a dog because she now had David and his wife backing her up. George continued to eat and drink without looking up and said, They are worthy of calling for help. How do you talk like that? Lily was furious and started scolding him. George, last time you slapped Xiaoxiu, your parents were so generous that they forgave you. Who knew you would go even further and actually collude with outsiders to sell off the Yi family's White Swan Hotel? Are you really evil? You're done. Mom and Dad are really angry this time. Let me see how you explain this to your parents. This scolding also made Alex and Lin Dong look ugly. What about colluding with outsiders and selling off the Yi family's property? Does the White Swan Hotel belong to the Yi family? Whoever can buy it will own it. Maria and David still looked at George coldly. They had endured it the last time George slapped Lucas. It had been so long since the incident, and George's anger should have calmed down by now. This time, George still won't apologize. However, after waiting for a while, George was still eating and drinking, as if he didn't see them. This also made them angry and surprised. If it were in the past, George would have come running over to apologize, looking guilty and willing to endure the punishment from his parents. Why are you still indifferent now? Chapter 43, they are guests and George is the host. Maria suppressed her anger and said sarcastically, George, you are wearing clothes given by others and cooking for others. People who don't know you would think you don't have parents. George didn't even look at her and considerately picked up some food for Chiyo Tsuechin. And Chiyo, you like spicy food the most. See if this is spicy enough. Okay. Chiyo Tsuechin nodded with a smile. Maria was immediately furious. Usually at the Yi family, it was George who cooked and served food for them. Now, George actually picked up food for others while cooking and even asked if it was spicy enough. In the Yi family, Maria likes spicy food the most. George, that's enough. If you keep doing this, I'm angry and you need to get out of here. Maria's throat was about to burst into fire. George found it very funny when he heard it. He looked up and said, I'd just like to see you angry. Keep getting angry. It's better to be angry to death. It's really funny. Do I need to comment on what I do, George? Also, this is my territory, not your home. You have no right to tell me to get out. This sentence not only made Maria angry, but also David was furious. In the past, when they were unhappy, they threatened George to get out of the Yi family. But now this is not the Yi family. and they're the ones who have to get out. George, I came here today to ask you for an explanation. Did you do it on purpose in the White Swan Hotel incident? David had a gloomy face and spoke angrily. David, do you want to listen to what bullshit you were saying? George cursed without any hesitation. We have already fallen out, and you still ask me to explain. You must have eaten shit and your brain is damaged. I must have done it on purpose. Am I going to continue to pretend to be a bodhisattva and help you ungrateful wolves? You. David was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. This was the explanation George gave him. He said it was intentional and it sounded like it was natural. He didn't expect George to become so tough. George, how do you talk to Dad? You let Mom and Dad watch you eat, and you even talk back to Dad. Lily immediately helped David to scold George. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. You will be struck by lightning. Do you feel uncomfortable standing and watching us eat? Let me tell you, what you are going through now is also what I went through in the past. Yi Bei-Xian said coldly, and this sentence made Maria and David seem to have returned to the past. In the past, whenever they were unhappy, George would be punished by not being allowed to eat and had to kneel down and watch everyone eat. Now, although they don't have to kneel down, they have to watch George and Lindong and his wife eat. How disgusting. The most ironic thing is that this is no longer the Yi family, but George's territory. They are guests and George is the host. Lily, speaking of retribution, your retribution has already come. Sell all the shares of the 2 companies that Grandpa left you. Repay Xia Haonan and invest in Tai and Lianhui again. Haha, if it comes to lightning, you should be the one struck by lightning. George looked at Lily again and said, What? David and Maria looked at Lily in shock. They knew that their grandfather had left shares in Lily's company, which was related to medical equipment. Although it was not a company that made a lot of money, it was a stable and continuously profitable company. Lily, is what he said true? David didn't bother to look for George and looked at Lily and said, You must not sell the shares of those 2 companies. Lily felt a little guilty and said, Dad, those shares were left to me by Grandpa. It's my freedom to sell them or not. David guessed something when he saw Lily's expression. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He yelled, You really sold it. You. Angela and Maria's heads also buzzed. They didn't expect Lily to be so confused. She lost the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Okay, get out of my office. At this time, George interrupted David and the others with a cold voice, looking impatient. I don't have time to watch you guys fighting each other. Manager, let the security guards drive them away. Remember, they're not allowed to step into the factory again unless they kneel down and admit their mistakes and apologize. This last sentence sounded familiar to Maria too. In the past, whenever George made a mistake, Maria would threaten to kick him out of the Yi family unless George knelt down and admitted his mistake and apologized. But now George actually said these words back to them, which is a tooth for a tooth. What? David and his friends were all very angry, and after getting what they called an explanation, they left angrily. They thought that after more than a month, George began to miss home and his parents. So they came to his house and gave George a chance, who knew that George was still determined not to acknowledge them, and even humiliated them in public. After leaving the factory, David looked at Lily and asked, Tell me, how much did the company sell? Dad, I sold them all, probably about 100 million, but don't worry, I'll make back my money with interest soon. Lily smiled and said, very confident. David's body trembled with anger, and he slapped Lily on the face, shouting, You are crazy. I asked you to make achievements, but you did this. Xia Haonan is really teaching you bad things. You are not allowed to be with him anymore. Angela also complained, Lily, you are so confused. You just sold it for 100 million. Those 2 companies are profitable in the long run. In a few years, you can make 100 million a year. Sigh, Dad, you hit me. It turns out that you have always been prejudiced against Brother Haonan. I will never separate from him. Absolutely not. Lily stroked her face and cried, not feeling it was her fault at all. You don't care, right? Then get out of the Yi family. Get out as far as you can. I don't want to see you again. David has become so angry that he has lost his mind. Just go. George is not the only one who runs away from home. I will too. I know you're angry with George, so you take it out on me. Wait, I will make all of you look at me in a new light. Also, Xia Haonan will surpass George. Lily's eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed hysterically, saying that she would rather choose love than family affection, and ran away crying. Lily, don't leave. Apologize to Dad. Angela wanted to chase him, but was scolded by David. Let her go out and try her luck. Let her see what her so-called love is like. She wants to be like George. Does she have the ability to do that? Then David wanted to light a cigarette, but he couldn't light it no matter what, and he became very upset. The Yi family had George, and now there is Lily. Each one is more rebellious than the other. Maria originally wanted to speak for Lily, but she didn't like Xia Haonan either, not to mention that Lily sold stocks worth 100 million. Now she is shaking with anger. Then she looked towards the garment factory and saw George standing on the balcony on the second floor looking down. He looked calm and composed, yet he seemed like the murderer behind all this. Is it him? Maria thought back to what had happened and suddenly felt a chill both physically and mentally. If all this was planned by George, then George is really terrible. Chapter 44, Yi Jindong, the past of the Yi family. After David Eskar left, George also returned to the office. He was in a very good mood. It was the most comfortable time since he left the Yi family. Alex looked at George, who walked in, and was secretly surprised. He just found out about George's background. He couldn't understand what the Yi family was doing. Why would they abandon such an outstanding son? Are they blind? The Hongyan Garment Factory, the White Swan Hotel, and the acquisition of the Yangzhou area. All these prove that George is a business genius. Alas, ever since Yi Jindong left, the Yi family has changed its name to Xie. Lin Dong suddenly sighed and said, David is a good man and has courage, but he is afraid of his wife. Maria is strong and domineering and has a tricky temper, which makes David endure her all the time. David shouldn't have married her. Mr. Lin, do you know my grandfather? George was immediately curious. We are more than acquaintances. We are old friends. Lin Dong nodded. Back then, your grandfather was against David marrying Maria. Later, Maria came into the family and kept thinking about it. She secretly targeted your grandfather many times until the Liang family was in trouble. Maria forced the Yi family to hand over the resources in the provincial capital to support the Liang family. Otherwise, she would not give birth to a son. Your grandfather finally had to compromise. You may not know that your grandfather had a very big business in the provincial capital. He was a leader in all walks of life and was at the peak of his career. The Yi family used all their resources to support the Liang family. The Liang family overcame the difficulties and is now a giant in the provincial capital. However, the Yi family began to decline at that time and retreated back to Yuhai City. Hearing these words, George quietly clenched his fists. He had no idea about these past events. And Maria threatened Grandpa by giving birth to his son, so Grandpa compromised. What about Maria's first son? Could be me? Everything that Grandpa did seemed to be for the sake of the Yi family's incense. But from another perspective, it was also for him, George. No wonder Maria has always been mean to me. To her, this is just a deal. She is unwilling to accept this, so she takes her anger out on me. Lin Dong added, By the way, I just saw your grandfather 3 months before he passed away. He was in good health. How could he just pass away so suddenly? George frowned. He had just returned from the orphanage that year and was not clear about his grandfather's condition. Could it be that someone in the Yi family is trying to harm Grandpa? He expressed his guess. Lin Dong nodded slightly. It's very likely, but it's been so long since the incident happened, there's no way to investigate it anymore. I'm going to the Yi family to find the surveillance camera in Grandpa's room. George actually always wanted to investigate this matter, but he was not fully prepared before and did not dare to reveal it. Otherwise, the enemies in the dark would destroy all the evidence. Even now, George couldn't guarantee how much evidence was left, so he had to rush back as soon as possible. Ahu, take Mr. Yi there. Seeing George was in a hurry to leave, Lin Dong immediately ordered the bodyguard behind him and reminded him, George, although you are not as strong as before, you still don't have enough strength to fight against the Yi family. You go to the Yi family first, and I will go to the Yi family to help you later. Thank you, Mr. Lin. George thanked them and left, and asked someone to drive away all the cars in the factory. It's a rare opportunity to go there, so of course you have to enjoy the endless scenery. At this time, Xia Haonan was drinking in a bar with a group of friends. He was holding a plump woman in his arms and couldn't help touching her thigh on the way. However, after Lily called, he was scared and broke into a cold sweat. You go first. He took out a stack of money and handed it over, then went to find Lily. Thank you, Brother Nan. These friends were all very happy. It was so great to follow Xia Haonan and enjoy the good life. Lily, what's wrong? Not long after, Xia Haonan met Lily on the side of the road. Lily ran over and hugged Xia Haonan, crying and telling him everything about her family. When Xia Haonan learned that Lily ran away from home, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. From now on, Lily would stick to him every day, so how could he drink and flirt with girls? But fortunately, Lily also brought out tens of millions from the Yi family. Lily, you did the right thing. From now on, we can be together openly. By the way, you still have some money, right? Let's buy a Maserati. We can't let your family look down on us. Lily thought about it and agreed. All her money was invested in Tian Lianhui. She would receive interest every certain period of time, which was enough for her to squander. The two men had just turned around when suddenly a group of people surrounded them. These people were holding iron pipes and other sharp weapons in their hands and had evil smiles on their faces. Brother Hua, what are you doing? Xia Haonan stared at Iran, who was in the lead, and said with a slightly changed expression, haven't we paid back the money we owed you? They saw that it was Brother Hua who stopped them. He had a murderous look on his face. He had just caused trouble for George and almost offended Mr. Dong. Now he wanted to beat Xia Haonan to death. He just sneered and said, yes, you've paid me back the money you owe me, but you're flirting with my little brother's girlfriend? Beat me up. A group of thugs immediately rushed over and beat Xia Haonan so hard that he screamed in pain. He was stunned and kept shouting, Brother Hua, brother, you got the wrong person, it's not me. Lily was stopped outside by several thugs and was not allowed to intervene. She was also very anxious. Brother Haonan loves me the most. How could there be other women? Brother Hua, this must be a misunderstanding. Brother Hua knew who Xia Haonan was. Only Lily, who was in love, believed in Xia Haonan. He sneered, Xiao Ma, Xiao Dao, go find a pile of shit and give it to this bastard to eat. No, Lily, help me. Xia Haonan was almost scared to death. Lily begged and shouted, Brother Hua, I will give you money as long as you release Brother Haonan. Lily, even though my brother Hua has a bad reputation, he is also a principled man. I don't want money. I just want to teach him a lesson. Brother Hua stared at Lily and said that he had already taken a sum of money from Lily. If he took more, he would be in big trouble. Naturally, he didn't want it. Wow. Soon, Xia Haonan was forced to eat shit. It was so smelly that he almost fainted. The people watching on the roadside were also stroking their lips and laughing. They had seen many people being beaten, but this was the first time they had seen someone eating shit. At this time, a Mercedes stopped by the side and rolled down the window. It was George. He also didn't expect Brother Hua to be so cruel that he actually made Xia Haonan eat shit in the street. With Lily's love-brain personality, it was as if she was eating shit. Indeed, Lily cried miserably and painfully, and then she saw George, and she was shaking with anger. She thought about it and decided to shift the blame to George, shouting, Brother Hua, George is there. He cheated you out of your land. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Brother Hua didn't listen, but as soon as he heard it, he yelled, fuck you too. It was you two that caused me to almost get beaten to death by Master Dong. Grab his legs for me. Brother Hua took an iron rod, came to Xia Haonan, and hit him fiercely. Sheet. Xia Haonan screamed in pain and fainted. His right leg was broken by the iron rod. Haonan. Lily also fainted from crying. Chapter 45. Fifth Master, I'm glad you're back.